behind that? Is there a political ideology behind that for Trump? I know for many of his fans there is, and for many of the commentariat, for lack of a better word, there is certainly. But for Donald Trump, in the sense that you've observed him over a long period of time, do you think he has political principles?
I think that he has certain core like impulses on a few things that he's talked about for a long time, and trade would be the main one. Other countries ripping us off, ripping the U.S. off on national defense would be a big one. Being against the NATO alliance would be a big one. But generally speaking, I personally, and Jonathan may have difference on this, I think there is a difference between the MAGA movement and where Trump is. Trump is able to change, and I think that's kind of what's hurting him right now. He is able to say two different things about the same issue, and has been for a very long period of time. But he was very emphatic in 2016. You know, no more foreign wars, no more foreign overseas Middle East wars. Said the same thing in 2024, and he, our reporting, and we write about this in the book, but there's this belief that Netanyahu just kind of like puppeteered him into the war, and it's certainly true Netanyahu made a case, but Trump really wanted to do this, and he believed it would be quick, and he's much more hawkish on Iran than a lot of his own advisors. So there has always been a bit of a divide between the movement and Trump, but his supporters were willing to give him a lot of benefit of the doubt that I think he has lost some now. But Jonathan, I'm curious if you think I'm wrong.
Yeah, Jonathan, what would you say the main tension points are between Trump the man and Trump the movement? Because now we've seen that the fissures in the movement have grown over Epstein, over Iran,
Right.
Slightly a little bit over some domestic issues as well. Palantir, AI. Where do you think the main tension points are? What does the MAGA movement not understand about Trump?
Well, I think you just put your finger on a bunch of them. The first time I really saw the movement cleave away from Trump was actually, I want to say it was 2021. Whenever he did that tour with Bill O'Reilly, it was like in his off years when he was out of office, and he was doing this like stage tour with Bill O'Reilly, who used to be a Fox anchor. And Trump starts boasting about the COVID vaccine, and the crowd's just like, and like you could tell Trump was really like startled, because you got to remember he doesn't really get exposed to negativity. Firstly, he subscribes to sort of the power of positive thinking. He grew up with Norman Vincent Peale was his pastor, right, Maggie?
Eventually his family ended up worshiping there. Yeah.
But he wrote this book, The Power of Positive Thinking, and Trump really manifests that. He doesn't allow negativity. And when he's on the patio at Mar-a-Lago, he's surrounded by flatterers, right? They're coming up to his table. He's playing the iPad. He's like, playing Pavarotti and James Brown and piping it through. And they're coming up to the table going, "Great job, Mr. President. You're crushing Iran. Keep your boot on the neck, et cetera, et cetera." And then he goes back to the White House and he's surrounded by flatterers. I mean, what Maggie said is really important, because what's happened in this term is, look, every president exists in a bubble. We've seen that. I mean, Biden certainly did. Every president does. But Trump's bubble has tightened. And there's really not many people inside that bubble who are telling him, "Sir, actually, people really don't like this war in Iran," or, this problem with affordability is a real issue. It's not to say no one is doing that. J.D. Vance was a really singular lone voice, actually, in the lead up to the war with Iran, saying this is a terrible idea, this is a disaster, laying out the problems with munitions and all the things that we've come to see, the Strait of Hormuz potentially closing. But even though others on the team had a lot of skepticism about going into Iran, they really didn't voice that in the room with Trump. It was very mild. And look, I think I'm sort of, this is a bit of like cheap psychoanalysis, so treat it as cheap psychoanalysis, but I do think there's an intimidation factor. When you're in the room with Trump, there's a sort of, I don't know if you've been around Trump, but
I've never met him. I've never been in the same room with him.
It's a really interesting thing, Tim. Like, he Tucker talked about this actually publicly. It's almost like, I don't want to get like supernatural about it, but I think Tucker used the word spell. That there's something to that. He creates an atmosphere around him, and like, if you work for him for long enough, you got to kind of make a decision. If he's saying, the economy's never been better. He talks in like absolute declarative sentences, hyperbole, often completely divorced from reality. It's not like you're going to sit there and like fact check it. At some point, if you're an age, you sort of just got to let it wash over you if you want to stay in his company. And over time, I think that has an effect where they sort of begin to see the world as Trump sees it, and they end up occupying a bubble as well. So,
right. So, Jonathan, I want to take you, and this goes to both of you. Maggie brought up a great point. It's a point I've brought up a lot. One of the most attractive planks of the Trump platform to a lot of people my age that lived through Iraq or Afghanistan is that we should not mire ourselves in unwinnable foreign wars, bankrupt the country, saddle future generations with debt, inflame anti-American sentiment all over the world, destabilize these countries, which send floods of refugees to Europe or here, and that in turn destabilizes the political situation in those countries. And we saw that happen in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and Libya. All of these were wars of choice for the United States, and Trump came on the scene saying we've wasted a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of people tragically died in those wars. How do we go from that? Take us in, whether it's the Oval Office or the Situation Room. Maggie said that it wasn't simply Netanyahu puppeteering him, that he thought this was a good idea. But, in the article that I read in the New York Times that you guys both write, he has the head of the Joint Chiefs telling him this is not going to be easy. You have Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA, going, to effect regime change is going to be incredibly difficult. We don't know that we can do it. I forget who it was, but someone in the room goes, the Israelis are overselling. Like this regime's not just going to collapse. So he's getting all of that information. What is motivating him to do this? Why would he mortgage his political future on this war? It's a country of 90 million people. They have a very large military. They have defense guarantees with, places like Russia and China. He's getting all of this information. What is pushing him in that direction? How do we go from 2016, Middle Eastern wars bankrupted our country, to 2024, we're invading Iran?
So I'll sort of work backwards a little bit. Maggie and I, as part of the reporting for the book, we obviously asked for an interview with the president, and we ended up getting one at sort of quite late in our reporting process. And we go in and see him on March 16th, so it's the 17th day of the war with Iran. And I thought it was a very revealing moment in that interview. We were asking him about presidential power, because he had told Tucker Carlson a year earlier that no president has ever been as powerful as me. He made that claim to Tucker Carlson, which obviously a claim that's sort of soaked in hubris. And so we asked him about that, and he gets one of his aides, Natalie Hart, to go and fetch this document for us. And she goes off and gets this printout and gives each of us a 2-page printout. And he sits there, he wants us to read this document, and he starts reading it. And the document, he says, is written by a historian. And the opening of the document says, Donald Trump is the most powerful man who's ever existed on the planet by far. And then it goes on to compare him to what he describes to us are the top 10. And it's Mao, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, the Caesars, Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, Tamerlane, essentially some of the most notorious.
It's a good list. Let's be fair to Trump. It's a good list. It's a good list.
It's solid. It's a solid list. It's a solid list. So, so he shows us this list, and there's no moral dimension to it. It's about the metric is about power, and the analysis at the top is the reason Trump is the most powerful American president is because he is in charge of the U.S. military. He's in charge of the U.S. economy. There has never been a military as powerful as the U.S. military, obviously, in human history. But Trump is willing to use that power. And it really occurred to us in that moment, but it occurred to us throughout our reporting. You know, you asked Maggie about how the second term differs from the first term. I think he made this very clear by his story. I think he wants to be a sort of Napoleonic type of figure. I think he wants to be a capital G great man of history. And I think that he believes that the way to do that is to do quote unquote big things on the global stage. And I think the story of going to war with Iran was a story of, for sure, Netanyahu pushing extremely hard. You know, we have an extraordinary scene in the Situation Room in the book at war to Trump and showing this video montage and regime change in Iran. The CIA said it was nonsense. But I think even bigger part, Trump's own instincts. He thought this was going to be a farce. They said his experience of going in, authorizing Delta Force to go into Caracas and snatching a foreign sovereign head of state out of his bedroom in the middle of the night in his pajamas and doing regime change in that country and installing a pliant puppet, I think made him feel that he could control events around the world when he really can't. You know, you said it, it's a country of more than 90 million people. This is not Caracas. And the revolutionary regime in Iran is 47 years in the making. It goes much deeper than the Hugo Chavez remnants in Venezuela. So I think he just had an overestimation, a false belief in the power of the American military to shape events overseas. Completely ahistorical. There's no example in human history of regime change achieved through an air campaign. It's never been done. You always need boots on the ground. So, you know, anyone who has any passing familiarity of military history could have told you that, but he just had a feeling. And we've talked to people in the room with him, and he just felt that this was going to work out and that this was going to go well. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, we have a thing in the book where Tucker Carlson, before the war, says to Trump, you know, he's questioning him about it, and Trump goes, "It's going to be fine." And Tucker goes, "You sure?" So I'm paraphrasing. And Trump says, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, how do you know?" And Trump says, "Because it always is."
Right. I mean,
that's the mindset.
Maggie, following up on what Jonathan said, the Israelis have the greatest intelligence service in the world, arguably one of them. They do tons of psychological profiles of people. Do they look at Trump and they know he wants to be a great man of history? Are they using his own ambitions and his own personality against him to get him into this war? Can you go into a little bit of his relationship with Netanyahu and how exactly, when did Israel start lobbying for him to do this privately? Was this when Miriam Adelson gave him money? Was this when he was elected? Did it start in term one? When did the clamoring to go to war with Iran begin?
So we write in depth on this, Tim, and I'm glad you asked about that because it's actually one of the areas of reporting that was really interesting to us, and it went in a direction that was somewhat different than we had initially anticipated. But I mean, look, he did the strike against Soleimani in early 2020 over the objection of some of his advisors. He was very proud of that. He's been talking about it for a long time. He had this falling out with Netanyahu in early 2021 because Netanyahu congratulated Biden on winning the election. This became a sore point. And we write about how in the book, Netanyahu wanted to, repair the breach with Trump. He goes to see him right after Butler when Trump has, this wound on his ear. He's showing Netanyahu the ear, and Netanyahu shows up to this meeting at Mar-a-Lago, which is really long. It's a couple hours, and he's got a list. I'm shortening this anecdote, but he's got a list of all of the leaders who had, or one category of leaders who had congratulated Biden and showed that actually Netanyahu was pretty late by comparison. It wasn't really that quick. Okay, so Trump kind of laughs and whatever. Trump makes clear to Netanyahu in this meeting, according to our reporting, that at some point in a sort of pull aside, he's going to be a much harder line president on Iran in a second term than he was in the first. He knew that Netanyahu wanted him to do certain things that he didn't do last time. He will do this time. And the context for that is, number one, Iran had been lobbying physical threats against Trump since the Soleimani strike, against half a dozen or so members of his senior team from term one. Iranians, according to the U.S. government, hacked into the Trump campaign's emails. And so all of this is like part of the backdrop for why Trump is more pissed off and more receptive. It was clear to Netanyahu's top advisor, Ron Dermer, that there was like 80% chance that Trump would join them in a war, in a meeting that he had with Trump after the 2024 election. So you move forward, and Trump is incredibly, and this is actually an underexplored piece here, but Trump was like fascinated by the pager attacks that the Israeli military did against Hezbollah, and Netanyahu brings him a gold-plated pager, and it's a gift to Trump. And Trump is very good at telling different people different things depending on the audience. So to some who were anti-Netanyahu, he was sort of critical of the gift, but with others, he was clearly fascinated by it. He kept talking about the violence and the violence of the attack. And then you get to June of last year when they go into this 12-day war, which is led first by Israel, and they were going ahead regardless. It's a massive success. Trump is watching it's obviously a much smaller campaign, but Trump is watching Fox News that morning, and it's just being heralded as this like military success, and he wants to be part of that. And so he had great faith in the Israeli military because of what he was being told, and he was just much more open to this for the variety of factors that Jonathan mentioned and that I'm talking about, which is he personally felt under siege by Iran, and he believed this was going to go quickly. But like, Tim, one thing that was so striking in our reporting, we talked about this in the book, he was so much more hawkish on Iran than most of his own team. And I remember as we were reporting this out, so many of his own team believing, like late last year, right before New Year's, like Netanyahu is going to come and he's going to come and ask us to do more, and the president's just not having it. And that is so not how this played out.
One of the most common reasons people put off investing is the feeling that now is the wrong time. The market's too high, too volatile, there's too much going on in the news. The feeling of uncertainty is real, but that's where Stash comes into play. Stash is an investing app that feels like having a good financial advisor in your pocket. They've created this thing called Market Mood, which basically turns all the chaos of the stock market into a single mood. It's designed to help you understand how the news is impacting the stock market, and it makes it easier for you to understand what's going on if you start investing now. Market Mood is powered by Stash's AI Money Coach, and it reaches over 700 financial news articles and market data points every day to come up with a single daily mood rating for the market, like uneasy or confident. Check today's market mood for yourself at stash.com/mood. That's stash.com/mood. It's free. It takes just 2 minutes, and you'll actually know what the market is doing today. Stop guessing and start knowing. Head over to stash.com/mood. Paid non-client endorsement, not a guarantee, nor representative of all clients' investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC and SEC. Registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk. I have talked endlessly about Nutrafol because I believe in it, truly. Like, no offense. I believe in Nutrafol. It's the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand used by over 1.5 million people. I mean, my friends take it. It is amazing. It's a game changer. Nutrafol is formulas built for men at different life stages, 18 to 49, 50 plus. I mean, it addresses the root causes of thinning wherever you're at. Grow visibly thicker, fuller hair. 3 to 6 months. Start Nutrafol today and make that hot optional. Visit Nutrafol.com and enter promo code TIM. For $10 off your first month's subscription, find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TIM. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TIM. Right, so Jonathan, let me ask you, Tucker Carlson, who's incredibly close with Trump for a long time, campaigned with him, was probably one of his biggest advocates in the media, if not his biggest advocate in the media. has publicly broken with Trump over the Iran war, over Epstein. Tucker has recently come out and said he would no longer support the Republican Party over this. Tucker has floated the idea on his show that we don't fully understand, and even to me, it is a bit confusing. We don't know much about Thomas Matthew Crooks. We don't know much about the Butler assassination. There are people that believe that there are elements to it that may have been staged, may have been fake. It's just very interesting that after that assassination attempt, Trump and Netanyahu have this meeting, and Trump goes, I'm going to be more hawkish on Iran. Tucker has floated the idea, without directly, but I think he's kind of implied it, that Trump is afraid for his life. And that for whatever reason, after that assassination attempt, he became more amenable to certain ideas. And I think Tucker strongly implied that either Israel was behind the attempt, or Israel maybe knew about it, or whatever the situation may be. I mean, you're aware of that. Obviously, both of you are aware of that. It's Tucker Carlson is a massive figure in the party. What is your response to something like that? Whether it's that direct accusation or what about Trump changed after that assassination? Attempt? Did anything change? Was he more concerned with his own mortality? Why did the president of Israel fly to him directly after the assassination? What? Explain to me the dynamics of that aftermath.
Right. I don't see. Firstly, I haven't seen any evidence to support what Tucker is saying on that, and I personally don't agree with it. I do think that the assassination attempt made Trump more fearful for his life. There's no question about that. I don't think there was any. I don't see any evidence that there was any Israeli connection to any of that. But we write in the book that Trump is not really traveling as much domestically anymore, and there's a lot of sort of fear about that. And when you talk about the closed off ecosystem, I just don't think you can underline that enough as a factor in all of this. When you're hearing primarily from people like Mark Levin and Hannity, and there's an echo chamber around you that is very hawkish against Iran, and they're telling you can be a figure of destiny, you're going to be a great president, you're at the Mar-a-Lago patio. I think that's been a much bigger factor. And, in term one, Trump was traveling out around the country a fair bit. He had Twitter, he was scrolling Twitter, he was being exposed to different ideas. And I just, again, you never know what you never know, but I haven't seen any reporting that links those events, and it makes me think that there's something there with respect to Israel.
Maggie, do you think Trump's demeanor changed? He seemed a little bit more reserved in the Republican National Convention. He's sitting there, he has a bandage on his ear. He does seem, slightly more reflective. I've heard from people that know him pretty well that he never really thinks about mortality. Do you think that assassination attempt? And I'll also ask you, Maggie, about when Charlie Kirk lost his life. How did these events affect Trump, in your estimation, and change him as a person, as a leader?
So I think you were saying people say that he doesn't reflect on his own mortality. That's actually not our experience at all. And in fact, it's a little different. Starting with one event that predates Butler, which was actually a few events. One was when his first wife, Ivana, died, which was during the 4 years that he was out of office. He was really, really shaken by that for whatever reason. Obviously, that was a complicated marriage, divorce, what have you. But that was the first time that somebody really, really close to him in a long time had died. So that was one. His sister died, Marianne, during the campaign also. And that had a sort of different effect on him. But he is thinking about mortality. That absolutely, according to our reporting, again, I can't get into his mind, whatever, but just in the things he is saying to people and had been saying, it absolutely did play out for him and was something that he was thinking about. He also knows that, one of the reasons that it wasn't totally clear that he was going to run again was because he was talking to people about 2021, about how old he was, and he only had 6 or 8 years left potentially, to enjoy a great, I mean, that's possibly forgetting the exact number, but he was clear that it's not like he's 50, right? And so he had a limited amount of time to enjoy life, and that if he ran again, this might be the rest of it. And obviously, he ran, but yeah, I do think that he thinks about his own mortality. I do think that that convention was a strange, muted version of him, at least for a while, and then he started giving his speech, and I think that the crowd seemed bored, so he started talking more like himself. But I think that death and physicality is something that he does think about. And as Jonathan said, according to our reporting, his concerns about safety are indeed why he is not traveling as much. Now, he also doesn't believe he has to. He goes to the whole not comparing domestic politics that much, but if he doesn't have to, he's not going to do it.
Jonathan, tell me
I think it's hard to overstate.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was just going to say to your question. Sorry.
No, go on.
No, I was just going to say to your question about Charlie Kirk. I think it had a really profound effect on the inner circle. And we have reporting the book. I mean, the way Trump learned about the shooting of Charlie Kirk, his son Barron called him. He was in the Oval Office and he gets a call from his son Barron, and Barron was very upset. He was a big fan of Charlie Kirk's. Charlie Kirk was almost a family member to everyone in the West Wing, and I knew Charlie really well. I mean, I talked to Charlie the day before he died. He was his loss. There was all this stuff written at the time, and I think it was written with good intentions, but I think it was kind of bullshit. Which was, his impact will be greater in death than it is in life, and bloody blah. It's sort of a glib way of saying it's really not true. The thing about Charlie Kirk was he was sort of a unique. His abilities were kind of unique in the Republican Party as a political organizer, as someone who had Trump's ear but was willing to kind of push him on certain issues. He was very against the Iran war. There's been all this stuff written after he died about, oh no, Charlie was, very pro-Netanyahu. That's just not true. It's absolutely not true, especially in the last year of his life. He became much more skeptical of Israel, he was aggressively arguing against going to war with Iran. So he was an important voice. He was a hugely important political organizer. He had a big media presence as well. And he was this sort of connective tissue to a younger part. You talked to him about your age and your listeners and whatever. Charlie Kirk was arguably more in tune with that group of people than anyone in Trump's close orbit. And so I think that loss had a really profound effect on Trump's circle, and it just removed a person who I think was an important voice in Trump's ear as a counterbalance to some of the more hawkish voices that he hears from.
How does this administration come into the White House crusading for more transparency, talking about declassifying documents related to Jeffrey Epstein? Kash Patel, the FBI director, built a career doing this, right? Dan Bongino, is a podcaster, does the same thing. Trump was always a little bit more lukewarm on that idea. Take us into that scandal that erupts over the administration's refusal to declassify those documents in the beginning, and then to also kind of gaslight their own supporters by saying nothing happened. Epstein didn't do anything. There was no organized trafficking of women, underage women. Take us into that, because that was, from my estimation, the beginning of the end of the MAGA movement as a cultural force, because people really started to see, it's the famous line, meet the old boss, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Take us into that if you can.
Yeah, I can take that one. So, what you just said, I was nodding as you were talking, because I was thinking about how, at least, even if maybe it isn't the end of MAGA as a cultural movement and force the way it had been, but certainly in our reporting, that was really the turning point when Trump just starts to lose political altitude with his own supporters, because they were seeing him say something very different than what he had said before, just like they wrong. But on this one, Trump's got key figures in his government, top officials who you just named, who have been talking about releasing the files, that there was a client list, that it needed to be put out, a client list of predators. This was a cabal that people had gone unprosecuted for years, and clearly, by the way, just as an aside, this was a multi-administration failure in terms of dealing with Jeffrey Epstein.
For sure.
Sweetheart deal in 2008, and with Ghislaine Maxwell. But Trump himself was never actually that vocal about it. If you look at what he was saying, it was sort of half-hearted. Yeah, I'd be okay with it. So in early February...
Even more than that, Maggie, I interviewed Trump for...
Oh, I forgot about that.
We used to have an HBO show when I was at Axios, and I interviewed him in 2020. And Trump was like saying about Ghislaine.
I wish her well.
I wish her well. And I interviewed. I said, what? She's being charged with child sex trafficking. Why would you wish her well? And he was like, oh, I wish anyone would. It was clearly something he felt very uncomfortable about it. And when he was asked about releasing the Epstein files during the campaign, he was like, yeah, I'd have no problem with that. But you could tell he wasn't that into it. But I think that Patel was so bombastic about it. I mean, during the campaign, he was like, put on your big boy pants, FBI, release tell us who the pedophiles are.
Yeah.
And it was this amazing situation where, you release the demons and the demons come back to get you. It's like, oh, suddenly you're in charge of the FBI. And, presumably if someone's going to put their big boy pants on, that's you. So he found himself in this extremely awkward position where all the demands that he'd made were now demands that, he ought to fulfill. But, to be slightly fair to Kash Patel, one of the biggest problems was the president himself just didn't want the whole thing to disappear and didn't want to go down that path. So even if, Patel was interested in doing that, it wasn't really a road that he could walk down.
Maggie, why did he want it to disappear? Why would the president want it to disappear?
Without being able to know exactly, to be clear, Tim, in the reporting that we did, we didn't learn anything that would change anyone's understanding of what happened in terms of Epstein's crimes, Maxwell's crime, anything about Trump. We were really focused on the administration's reactions. But what is known is that Trump had been close friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years and years and years and years. And he tells this story about, how they had a falling out and the exact reasons why have changed. They clearly did at some point. He has been trying to distance himself from Epstein for quite some time. There are many, many pictures of him and Epstein together. Some of those were in the files that were ultimately released. Whether it was that reason, whether it was just that he didn't want to deal with it, whether it was just that he underestimated his own base's interest in this, and he wouldn't be alone in that. There were top officials in the White House, political officials, who did too. They thought this was a passing cloud.
Susie Wiles being chief among them, right? Susie Wiles completely was taken by storm by this.
James Blair, Susie Wiles, a couple of other people, and what we write in the book is that, they had polling from Tony Fabrizio to support that idea, that this was a very limited group of people who were interested in this. And Dan Bongino, in our reporting, really was the one trying to do something of a lapel grab and say, you do not understand. This is not an online story. And so then Vance, and then you get into a situation. Yes, Vance was actually the most vocal inside the White House, bar none. And don't forget, Tim, so much blame was put on Pam Bondi for giving that interview where she was like, it's sitting on my desk, which seemed to confirm there was a client list when she got asked about it. And then she shows up in the White House with these binders, which were to give influencers. And her staff, got them from the FBI, according to what people close to her said. They anticipated there would be new information in them. There was almost nothing new in them. But most importantly, they had not been looked at for whether Trump's name would be in them. And so they get to the White House, and the White House takes the binder and opens it up, and there's Trump's name right there. And it's stuff that had been out already. It was like travel logs and stuff like that. But that was the beginning of how this all came to end up in a series of situation room meetings that we write about where, yes, some people did have concerns about the victims, but those specific meetings were almost exclusively about how to handle a PR crisis around a president who didn't want any of this out.
This question's for both of you. Have you seen any evidence to or whether it's circumstantial or not? Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was affiliated with either our intelligence service or a foreign intelligence service? And is that one of the reasons that we've not seen the rest of the documents, or that it has, as Maggie said, it's a multi-administration failure? Is it because at some level Jeffrey Epstein and his operation were being protected?
I haven't seen any evidence of that. But his network was, I mean, extraordinary, and you've seen that in the documents. He's a very unusual network, but we've not seen anything that, we would need ironclad evidence to be able to say that he had some affiliation with an intelligence network. We just haven't seen evidence. I haven't seen evidence that make me feel confident saying that at all.
Ethos is so important right now because I'm telling you right now, everybody wants insurance. Take 10 minutes to get covered today. Friends of mine are using this. I have used it. It makes getting life insurance fast and easy, 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds. Apply in minutes, get same-day coverage. There's no medical exam. You just answer a few simple health questions. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. Some policies are as low as $30 a month, and you'll get your lowest rate from their network of trusted carriers. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 4,000 reviews. Take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/TIM. That's ethos.com/TIM. Application times may vary. Rates may vary. Trustpilot rating as of June 1st, 2025 is high. You know that feeling when you finally clean out a drunk drawer that's been bothering you for months? That's what switching to Gusto felt like for my business, payroll, HR benefits, all the admin chaos that has been piling up, finally organized in one place. Right now, everyone is trying to run leaner, tighter budgets, smaller teams, higher expectations. The last thing you have time to waste on is manual payroll or chasing down an HR form. Gusto is how small business owners get back when every hour counts. Look, the economy is a lot right now. If you're a small business owner, you probably feel that you can't control interest rates or tariffs, but you can control how efficiently your business operates. Automating payroll and HR with Gusto is one of the fastest ways to cut friction and focus on what actually moves the needle. Gusto is an online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses. It's an all-in-one, remote-friendly, incredibly easy to use. You can pay, hire, onboard, and support your team from anywhere. Automatic payroll filing, simple direct deposits, health benefits, commuter benefits, workers' comp, 401k. You name it, Gusto makes it simple and has options for nearly every budget. Try Gusto today at gusto.com/Dylan and get 3 months free when you run your first payroll. That's 3 months of free payroll at gusto.com/DILLON. One more time, that's gusto.com/DILLON. Gusto, pay them O's. Talk about the dynamic between Vance and Trump. Vance is famously, chosen as vice president because Tucker Carlson tells Trump, if you pick Marco Rubio, forces within the government who disagree with your policies will just kill you because they know Marco Rubio is going to be able to carry out their plans. You have to pick J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is more of an isolationist. He's, more of a nationalist. They would not kill you to get Vance. This is, like a well-publicized thing.
I reported it. You reported it. I literally reported that conversation. Yeah. Tucker said that.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Whether you reported it or I reported it, who knows, really? But I get it. But no. So Vance comes in. Don Jr. loves J.D. Vance. Tucker Carlson loves J.D. Vance. So
Musk loves it.
Musk loves J.D. Vance.
Yes.
What is the dynamic between J.D. Vance and the President of the United States? Is he respected? How does this play out? J.D. Vance comes on as this nationalist guy. Then what happens?
So I think it's a very interesting relationship because J.D. Vance actually believes in these policies to a much deeper extent than Trump does, whether it be anti-intervention, not going to the wars that you were talking about, whether it be he's more hardcore on immigration for sure, much more aligned with like a Stephen Miller on immigration, and we'll get into that in the book. Trump thinks he's very smart. One of the main reasons he picked him, besides all the advocates that he had, Charlie Kirk was, by the way, another advocate, big advocate for JD Vance, was that he was good on TV. Trump thinks he's smart. He often talks about how impressive it is that he got into Yale without having a rich daddy. That's what Trump says. Thinks he's handsome. Trump is very much he casts people for certain roles. But the fact that Vance has been really the only one at the senior level who has vocally opposed going to war with Iran and been skeptical of the big military adventures that Trump has taken, that has cost him a bit with Trump. It's irritated Trump at different times, and others who had skeptical views about this effort to go to war with Iran didn't really stick their necks out in the same way that Vance did. Like, Rubio was skeptical, not as skeptical as Vance, but didn't really make any type of case against going to war with Iran that we could observe in our reporting. So I think it cost him a little bit. The other element of that relationship is Trump just enjoys messing with them. And we have a scene in our book where he has Rupert Murdoch over for dinner at the White House. And it's a pretty astonishing moment. It's like a few months after Murdoch in the Wall Street Journal published the story about Trump writing a birthday card to Epstein, in the shape of a nude woman, whatever. Trump says he's going to sue him. But anyway, they have this sort of peace dinner in the Blue Room at the White House, and they're at the table. Murdoch's there, and Vance and Rubio are both there at the table. And Trump says, I like them both. They're both great. Rupert, what do you think of JD? And Murdoch says, JD has the potential to be great. And Vance is like, it's awkward with Vance, like, oh, gee, thanks, Rupert, knowing full well that Murdoch had done whatever he could to stop Vance from being vice president. And then Trump says to Murdoch, and what do you think of Rubio? And without missing a beat, Murdoch says, Marco's brilliant. So I think one of the issues that Vance is going to have potentially is a lot of the donor class, a lot of the people that Trump hears from at Mar-a-Lago, a lot of the more hawkish voices that he hears from on Iran are very anti-Vance. And I still think, based on our reporting, we don't like speculating, I still think Vance is the most likely person to be the candidate. There's no sign that Rubio is building any kind of operation to challenge him. Rubio has told Vance and said publicly that he'll support his bid. So I still think he's going to end up being the nominee, but I think the one thing we could probably say with some level of confidence is that Trump is not going to make it easy for him.
Right. Final question. I know that you both have to go, and I appreciate the time. What revelation do you think, and maybe there is one, there might be many, that explains right now the future of what our relationship with Israel is going to be in the Democratic Party and in the Republican Party? One of the biggest tension points has been the war in Gaza, the war in Iran, now the war in southern Lebanon. It has put a strain on the U.S.-Israeli relationship like no time I have ever remembered. I'm 41, and no time in my life have I seen anything like this. Trump had said, people are starting to hate Israel. This was a quote. He said his supporters were starting to hate Israel. You see specifically among young people, but now that it has grown with everybody, how does our relationship with Israel change because of this? Are they cognizant of that in the administration? That this has been a very, shifting thing for a lot of people, that they're looking at this relationship as saying it's an unhealthy relationship. And is that being addressed on any level? Trump seems to be aware of that. What is his relationship with Netanyahu like right now?
I'll talk briefly, and then Jonathan should take it. In brief, the things that I was just thinking about when you were saying that is that most of Trump's advisors, and again, this goes back to the point that he's much more hawkish on Iran, for instance, than most of his team. They are looking at what has happened. They are looking at the fact that this MOU has become the paddle they're trying to get out of the creek with, but it's kind of slow going. the oil prices are coming down, but they know that they are running out of time, especially before the midterms. Most people in Trump's world are way more concerned about the future of the MAGA coalition than he is. Trump said something interesting that I was thinking about, Tim, before when you were talking to us when we were in the Oval Office, which was when you were asking him about Netanyahu as a wartime partner. And how has that been, given the ups and downs of their relationship? They report in the book that Trump had called Netanyahu a con man at one point, which is like one of the biggest insults in Trump's lexicon. And he was speaking very favorably of Netanyahu, and then he said, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, but it was, he's not afraid of war. And that actually speaks to Trump's psychology as much as anything, but also spoke to what he found appealing about Netanyahu, which was a willingness to do this. Their relationship right now is not great, but it's not great because Trump is finding himself in a quagmire that it's harder for him to admit that he went into pretty willingly. But Jonathan may have a smarter thought on that than I do.
I think the asterisk and the nuance is, like Trump is, we have reporting the book where, the NFL called Bibi Netanyahu last September, where he's like, the Jews are sick of you. Even the two Jews on this call, it's Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they're sick of you, berating. He has these eruptions at Netanyahu, but he really hasn't, except for rare exceptions, he really hasn't used his leverage to actually change Netanyahu's behavior. He hasn't cut off the supply of weapons to Israel or done any of the things that the biggest skeptics of Israel on the Democratic side, some on the Republican side, are pushing for. I think the future of the relationship is very uncertain, the U.S.-Israeli relationship, because what comes after Trump, it's hard to imagine it's a more pro-Israel direction. When you have public opinion doing what it is, when you have younger Republican voters, much more anti-Israel, I still think the congressional Republican Party is, very pro-Israel, but the younger, newer members coming through, you can see where the trend line is heading. And if J.D. Vance is the Republican nominee in 2028, the Democrat is certain to be, very skeptical of Israel. So then you may have a matchup of two Israel skeptics. And I think the Israelis understand that. You can see what they're doing. Like Netanyahu said, he wants to bring down the amount of U.S. aid. You're seeing some evidence that they're trying to increase their relationship with India and understanding that they might need to start finding other friends in the world. Because I don't think, with public opinion being where it is, that this relationship, at the moment anyway, has a very rosy picture ahead.
Interesting. Well, the book is Regime Change. Can anyone get it anywhere? I mean, this thing's sold out everywhere. How do they
Still in
get it?
bookstores, and they're restocking fast. There's ebook, there's audio.
They're doing a big reprint.
They're doing a huge reprint, and so it is
Some
going to be that.
copies. You can
Because
find them sometimes.
everybody's reading the book, and just as you guys leave, the podcasters, a lot is made of podcasters and the impact they had in the election or the audiences they have. You guys are traditional mainstream media journalists who, obviously work at the New York Times. Do you fear being replaced by people like me?
Tim, you do what you do much better than we ever could, mate. But I think, I don't think you would want to replace us, mate. Our jobs are pretty unglamorous, and
Yes.
I don't think you'd want to be doing what we're doing. So, look, on a serious note, though, I often think about this as this sort of, legacy media is almost this dirty word, and I understand that. That's fine, but for us, the kind of reporting that we do actually you need a big institution behind you, because often, we have published a lot of information recently. You talk about the supply of American weapons, which we've spent down in Iran.
We have no munitions left, you're telling us.
It's
Very limited. Very limited.
really disastrous.
Well, that's not good.
I have the long-range missiles. But the point being, sources have taken really, on a serious note, they've taken really big risks to give us that information, publish it. And we, the infrastructure of the New York Times, having lawyers to defend us, if the president tries to sue us, leak investigations, the technology security apparatus, not to mention the platform. Maggie and I actually couldn't do the type of reporting we do as free agents on Substack. That's not to denigrate people on Substack. In fact, I subscribe to a bunch of them, but the type of reporting we do, we actually need a big institution around us.
That's right.
but we're grateful for it. Honestly.
Well, very good. We're hot and cold here on the New York Times. We like them sometimes. We don't like them other times. That's just the way it is.
We can live with that, mate.
You can live with that.
Yeah.
You guys are great. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Tim.
The book is Regime Change, but the reality is me, Joe Rogan, and Barry Weiss are the only journalists left in America. Sorry. Thank you both, and we appreciate it. God bless. Good luck with the book.
Thanks, Tim.
All right,
Appreciate it.
bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, episode 500. What a journey it's been. J.D. Vance, our vice president, out there launching his presidential campaign, going on every podcast, not this one. He has not reached, his people have not reached out. But he went on The View, and he's on Diary of a CEO, and he's on Ross Douthat's podcast in the New York Times, because Vance is plugging his new book, and the title of the book is God Chose Me, written by J.D. Vance. God Chose Me, the new book by J.D. Vance about how the process of God selecting him to lead the country. And I want to read a little bit from J.D. Vance's book, if you would be so kind as to allow me. And I have it here. You don't even need to look it up. I have it. I have it right here. You don't even need to look it up. You can follow along with me at home. I have it right here. And this is from J.D. Vance's new book, God Chose Me. And this is about J.D. Vance reconnecting with his faith, and how God has chosen him to be the president. God, of course, used Peter Thiel as an emissary to select J.D. Vance. Anyway, this is, so we have here an excerpt from the book, God Chose Me by J.D. Vance. After sacrificing Charlie Kirk to the entity Baal, I began to think about my faith. Long nights in the vice president's residence, pacing, thinking about if the sacrifice to Baal would be enough. Long meetings in the Oval Office and the Situation Room discussing Baal's incessant appetite for flesh. When will Baal get enough, I would ask while drinking my morning coffee. Or at night while I sat there and my wife, expressionless, stared at me and refusing to speak. Does Baal care about America, I would ask? Is Baal a fan? Could I get a meeting with Baal? Could I sit toe-to-toe with Baal and in its ancient tongue convince it to stop killing? By the way, as an excerpt from a book, it's very interesting because it's J.D. Vance communicating with the deity of Baal. Well, of course, many people are going to say, well, that's not technically in his book. It's the essence of the book. It's the essence of the book. And I'm allowed, by the way, to take poetic license, because that's the thing I like about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance would sit down with Baal and try his best. Vance is a striver, you know? And when you're a striver, there's no end. Striving doesn't have an end, by the way. So there's nothing that he wouldn't consider or do to get where he wants. And I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, but that is just a fact. And Vance knows that MAGA is ending. The MAGA movement, the party that Donald Trump threw when he walked down the escalator, is ending. And I think it ended with that UFC fight. I think that was the last party MAGA was going to throw. You had motocross, you had UFC fights. That was a fun party, but it's the final. I think it's the final party. I think in the same way that Imagine video during COVID, Hollywood didn't know it then, but that was the end of them. Like, that was the finale of Hollywood. They didn't know. They thought they were making a video trying to, I don't know what the hell they were trying to get people to do, stay in their house or shut their mouths or whatever, or feel, some sort of way, where, they wanted to do this, thing to calm people down or inspire them. Whatever was in their mind, that Imagine video was the end of Hollywood. It was the finale. It was the serious finale of whatever Hollywood was from its inception in the early 1900s to that Imagine video in 2020, I think. That was the end. And in the same way that I think the MAGA movement's final party was the octagon on the White House lawn. That seems to be a fitting symbol of the finale of the MAGA movement. As a cultural force, that was the most fun. It's not going to get more fun than that. Take a look at that. Take a look at this. Is it going to get more fun than that? You've got the flyover. Yeah, there it is. This is it. You're not going to top this as a party goes. You are not going to top UFC on the White House lawn. For the die-hard MAGA people, this is what they got. They were promised a lot of other stuff. But this is what they got. This is the party that they got. Some of them were there in person. People made the pilgrimage. Some of them watched it, streamed it. Yeah, play some more. Give us that one right there. What a great, there it is. This is, I want you to look at this very closely. This is kind of the finale of MAG. This is what it is. Take it away. There it goes. Yeah. There it is. Dana White, Trump. I mean, listen. As finales go, this was pretty big. This is a spectacular, what are you going to do? You can't top UFC on the White House lawn, and then one guy comes out and goes, Michelle Obama's a man. Could it get better than that for these people? This was the finale. This is the penultimate conclusion of MAGA. It's a UFC fight on a White House lawn with motocross, and then one of the fighters goes, by the way, do you want to say anything? And he goes, Michelle Obama's a man. And that is the finale. But they don't know it yet. Here's the thing. They don't know it yet. In the same way that when Hollywood did that Imagine video, they had no idea that they were on their way to being like irrelevant and hated. They didn't get it. They were just doing this video that they thought in their sunburnt brains was going to help. And it was actually the finale for the idea of celebrity in this country being like something that's respected. We still are obsessed with the idea of celebrity, but we don't view them as these godlike figures. We actually like to pump them up and then tear them down. We like to shred them. That's part of the deal. And the beginning of people turning on Hollywood was that video, and this will be the finale of the MAGA movement, and they don't know it yet. So JD Vance, our vice president, is out on the podcast circuit with a new book called God Chose Me, and it's about JD Vance being selected by an omniscient God to lead our country. I think, from what I understand in the book, and I haven't read it, I have not read it. From what I understand in the book, God appears to J.D. Vance in the White House and tells J.D. Vance, you gotta go along with the Iran stuff up until they have some kind of deal, and then you can kind of start distancing yourself from Trump before the midterms. And you have to, at that point, release a book about your finding your way back to faith. He goes, I know you married a woman who doesn't believe, she's from a completely different religion. I get it. But he goes, it's important. This is God appearing to J.D. Vance at the vice president's residence going, just stick with Trump right now. Say he's a strong leader. Go out and say Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And then a few months later, after we've lost the war, then come out and say it's actually Iran is well within its rights to defend itself in its own country. After we've attacked them. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. People like me were saying that before the war. We were going, yeah, well, these people want some defensive capabilities. And J.D. Vance, if you can pull that up, J.D. Vance is now saying that now. It's very funny because if you remember a few months ago, if you have that, if you have that capacity to think back, you will remember that the tone coming out of the administration was that, like, the Iranian regime poses a unique threat to the security of America, Israel, Western civilization, that there can be no negotiating with Iran. I mean, this is why we had all those fake negotiations and then attacked them every time. So when God appeared to J.D., this is all, God predicted a lot of this. God was like, this is what's going to happen. And then God told J.D. Vance, when you are out on your book tour, and here are the podcasts you should go on. When you are out on your book tour and you are trying to rebrand, you're going to have to come out and say that, like, of course Iran has the right to defend itself. So take it away. This is J.D. Vance speaking as a mouthpiece for the Lord, I believe. Here he is.
Help us understand President Trump's shift on his stance for Iran's ballistic missile program. Initially, it was a key objective to dismantle it. Yesterday, he said it would only be fair if they had some, if the countries around Iran also had some. So when and why did that change? And will the final agreement have any restrictions on this?
Can I give the real answer? Stop it for a minute. Let me give the real answer. Thank you for the question. Really, we're not concerned with specifics, and many of our fans are also not concerned with specifics. No one takes this seriously anymore. We don't feel a need to be consistent in our public or private statements. We aim to be entertaining, and we actually aim to distract as much as we can. We're just trying to keep the ball in the air here. We didn't realize how badly we were going to lose this war, but we did. Iran really, I mean, I got to hand it to Iran. They really showed us up. So what we're trying now to do is basically exit. And we're going to reverse everything we said 60 to 90 days ago. And we're hoping that people eventually just forget this ever happened. That's the actual answer, but let's see J.D. Vance.
Destroyed a substantial number of their ballistic missiles and their ballistic missile launchers themselves. It's not just the bullets, but it's the actual gun. And that's what we were extremely effective at in destroying during the last 3 months of the campaign. All the president said yesterday is that, of course, countries don't give up their right to self-defense. Israel doesn't give up the right of self-defense if Hezbollah fires rockets or drones in Israel. The Iranians don't give up the right of self-defense in their country. But we do expect that as part of the final deal, they are not going to be able to build the kind of missiles that can broadly threaten the entire world. And that's what the President of the United States said yesterday.
So, basically, in layman's terms, hey, it didn't work. The thing we tried to do didn't work. Why do you keep asking questions about it? You know it didn't work. We lost the thing. What do you want me to say? They have the right. We destroyed a lot of their ballistic missiles, but they have the right to the rest of them. They have the right to the rest of these missiles, the ones we didn't destroy. And they should have them. They have the right to self-defense, even though we went into the war because Iran was on the offense against us, supposedly. And we couldn't let them retain any ability to threaten their regional neighbors or our country. But now we can. We can now. We can live with it. We can live with it because we lost. So we can actually live with them having missiles because we can't win. You see, they held the world economy hostage with the Straits of Hormuz. Trump's a rich guy. He likes rich guys. Rich guys want their money. And if this becomes an economic problem and we have an economic collapse and gas is $10 and there's riots in the streets, or if we put the American military on the ground and either win, but it's an ugly win that takes years and bankrupts us, or even worse, we don't win, or it's a stalemate, and it's what's happening in the Ukraine and Russia, where it's a bloody and humiliating episode in our history, the Republican Party is going to go down in a major way. Not only in the midterms, but in the next election and probably the one after that. So what we're trying to do is exit, which I'm all for. I believe in an exit. I believe in a cowardly exit. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I believe in a cowardly exit. But he's being too verbose. When you're running away and lying, you have to keep it simple. Keep it simple. When you are turning tail and running away, because the only way to win this war is to put boots on the ground, try to capture Kharg Island. We just told you why that's not going to work. The other way is to nuke them. Now, by the way, the proponents of the war, the faction of Netanyahu and the neocons and a lot of the Israeli donors would like Iran decimated no matter what. If it's boots on the ground, sure. If it's a nuke, even better. They don't have a problem with that. But Vance and other people have realized that that will be the end of America. A ground invasion of Iran or a nuclear weapon will be the end of the United States of America. We will not survive that conflict. We won't. So, we're out, and we've got a deal. And a lot of people don't like the deal. And, by the way, here's why I think it's actually a good deal. The points of the deal were dictated to J.D. Vance by God. That's why I'm comfortable with the deal. And that's in J.D. Vance's new book. God appeared to me in my room and gave me the Iran deal. And it's 14 points. Armor colostrum is so important. I tell everybody all the time. I'll be standing in line somewhere. Have you talked about armor colostrum? Have you heard about it? People go, what exactly do you mean? And I go, well, number one, it's incredibly important for your health. Okay? It's nature's original health hack. Colostrum is packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients, support of gut health, strengthen your immune health, promote healthy metabolism, and fuel fitness performance, revitalize your health from the inside out, function like a human again with armor. Strengthen immune health is so important. So much is linked to your gut health right now. Before I did a special offer for my audience, receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armor.com/Tim and enter TIM to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's ARMRA.com/TIM. Dose is a amazing supplement for your cholesterol. Okay, I'm telling you right now. I mean, Dose is lowering people's LDL, HDL, triglycerides, total cholesterol. It has ingredients like turmeric, amia, other plant mineral forward ingredients, so you're not putting a bunch of BS in your body. It's a way to self-manage your cholesterol that's gentler on the body, and it's a great alternative to conventional therapies. It's delivered right to your door, making getting the support you need for your health easy to stick to. They have great products on their website. They have tons of great products over there. It's not just Dose. It's unbelievable. It's not just for cholesterol. They have other things as well. But I'm telling you right now, if you have been given some high numbers, higher than you like, and you want to introduce some natural remedies as well, new customers can take 30% off on your first month of subscription by going to dosedaily.co/TIM or entering TIM at checkout. dosedaily.co/TIM or entering TIM at checkout. That's dosedaily.co/Tim for 30% off, 35% off your first month subscription. Can we read this? Let's read, if we can, some of the Iran deal that we had to make because we lost. Now I'm not gonna belabor that point. I'm ready to move on. We're all ready to move on. Israel's probably not ready to move on. They don't seem to be ready to move on. Some Republican senators are now kicking up dust. They're not ready to move on. They want to go back in. Okay. So the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran have jointly agreed in good faith to do X. Number one, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war are signing this MOU to declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Now, this is going to be a sticking point for Israel, because Israel is in Lebanon supposedly because there's an existential threat to Israel posed by Hezbollah. And so they're going into Lebanon, and they are bombing Lebanon in a pretty brutal way and killing a lot of civilians. And they are unwilling to stop that. They don't want to stop that. Israel's not trying to stop that. They go, hey, you gotta let us kill someone. That's what Israel's basically saying. They're like, we're gonna kill somebody here. I don't care what deal you've written down or what you think's going on. We gotta kill. Can you let us kill someone? And we're killing these. You stopped us from killing the people of Gaza. We gotta kill somebody. Can we kill them? Can you give us a group of people that we can kill? Please. We're asking nicely. So I empathize with them on that count. I'm just going to summarize these points. Number two, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and refrain from interfering in each other's international affairs. So it's like, hey, it's a fight at the school, and the teacher separates the kids and goes, hey, you don't have to like each other, but you got to respect each other. You got to just look the other way. If he says something you don't like, ignore it. If he says something you don't like, ignore it. Okay, that's point two. Point three, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. Number four, immediately upon the signing of this, the U.S. will begin the removal of its naval blockade and any disturbances. Blah, 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 blah. Number five, upon signing this, the Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days. So, we're opening the straits. Iran's opening the Straits of Hormuz. We're removing the naval blockade. We're respecting them. They're respecting us. Number six, the U.S. undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive mutually agreed plan with at least U.S. dollars $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of Iran. So if we make good on this, which who knows if we will, or who knows what mechanism we'll use, they get 300 billion. Okay, number 7. So they're up. I mean, they're down because we blew up a lot of their shit, but they're up a little. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is an interesting one, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions. By the way, Iran has won in ways you can't even imagine. You cannot even imagine how stupid this and what an embarrassment this has been for the Trump administration. I mean, Iran is stronger now. Now it's gonna build nukes. Why wouldn't it? And Iran's wanted some of this stuff for years, like the sanctions, the UN Security Council stuff. They've wanted this for years, and attacking them and not being able, again, unprovoked attack from the United States government and Israel, bombing school children as they sat there, unleashing utter chaos in the region, has resulted in Iran is coming out of this stronger and better than ever before. And here's the deal. I kind of love this for Iran. Iran is in their new era. I love this era for Iran. Do you not love this era for Iran? I actually love this for them. I love this era for Iran. It's an Islamic Republic summer. Brought to you by the Donald Trump, J.D. Vance administration. It's an Islamic Republic summer, and they are flying high. Number 8, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. And there's going to be some supervision by the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. The two parties also agreed to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to their nuclear needs. Let's go number 9. So they're basically like, we're not going to get nukes. Relax, everything's fine. We'll let the IAEA come in. Back to the final deal, the United States and the Islamic Republic agree to maintain the status quo. They'll maintain the status quo of the nuclear program, and the United States will not impose any new sanctions, will not deploy additional forces in the region. Number 10, the U.S. undertakes that immediately upon the signing of this and until the termination of sanctions, U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives. Number 11, the United States of America undertakes to make fully available for the use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran under the implementation of this deal. The United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran will mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of these funds during negotiations. Such funds, whether retained in the original account or transferred, shall be made fully usable for payment, luckily, to any ultimate beneficiary designated by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic. Number 12, the U.S. and Iran agreed that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor the successful implementation of this and the future compliance. Number 13, after signing this, and subject to the beginning of the implementation, the continuing implementation of these measures, the U.S. and the Islamic Republic of Iran will start negotiations regarding the final deal exclusively on the other paragraphs. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding UNSC, United Nations Security Council resolution. So there we have it. This is the end of the Iran war, if it sticks. They get a lot. We get a little, but this is the beginning of Iran joining the international community and becoming even more of a regional power than they were. Israel's not happy with this. This is the exact opposite of what Israel wanted. Vance is coming out now. Trump is coming out going, listen, guys, we're done. We can't do this anymore. Israel's stunned by Trump's Iran deals. The New York Times sees it as a catastrophic capitulation. Israel wants boots on the ground. They want a nuke. They want a regional war. This is a bad idea for them. It's a terrible idea. And Republican senators in Congress are going to kick up dust about this too, because they're going to be pressured by their donors with whatever mechanism. Up to you to decide how they're being pressured, but they will be pressured to speak out against this, and they may try to impeach Trump over it, and it's leaking out that maybe when the Democrats get in, they'll impeach Trump and the Republicans will get on board because they're unhappy with the Iran deal. I don't believe that, but that is something that is potentially leaking out. So, listen, what I said would happen is kind of happening. Iran's in its new era. Iran, dare I say, is in its bad girl era. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about Iran, it's kind of in its bad girl era. Like, you took on the big dog and you won and you kind of got what you wanted. You know, you're in your bad girl era. So, we're the mommy. We're the mommy. And Iran's our daughter. And Iran's a little bit of a bad girl. And we go into her room and we go, you better get your life together, young lady. And our daughter goes, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. And we go, don't talk to me like that, I'm your mother. And I brought you into this world and I can take you out of it. And then our daughter goes, yeah, try. And then the mother goes to grab her and puts her in a headlock, but the daughter sneaks out of it and gets into mom's car. And the mom goes, I need that car. I gotta go to work. You're fucking my money up. And the daughter goes, well, then raise my curfew. And the mom goes, motherfucker, you're a cunt. And the daughter goes, you're gonna raise my curfew. I got out of that headlock, you dumb bitch. I'm going out Saturday night till 12 because everybody else is. Remove sanctions against me, you fat bitch. You fat boomer bitch. You remove those sanctions against me or I'll steal your fucking car. You won't get to work and you'll lose your fucking money and that's all you care about at the end of the day, you fat beanie baby collecting boomer bitch. And you go, fuck, fine. So then you sit your fat ass down and you write a 14-point deal with your cunt daughter. And you go, we will raise your curfew till 12, but you will submit to random drug testing at a scheduled time, blah, 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 blah. You will not let your boyfriend in the house when we are not home, but you will rejoin the international community. We will take you on our family vacation. We will. So Iran's in her straight up bad girl era. Iran is at the high school with the cig in the mouth, lit the ciggy, going, that bitch thought she had me. She came and put me in a headlock, but I slipped out of it, and my curfew's raised. And all of the other people are like, this is fucking wild. All the other kids at the school are looking at Iran going, wow. And if I was listen, is there stats on this, any of these betting sites, Polymarket or whatever, are there stats on if this thing holds? Because I think it's going to hold. My prediction is it's going to hold. I think it holds because I don't think we have a choice. It'll be the collapse of our country if it doesn't hold. What is this? Iran agrees to end enrichment of uranium by June 3rd. Because, by the way, there's inside people on these sites. It's not only it is public sentiment, but it's also certain people that are in the know. Iran agrees to end enrichment of uranium by June 30th, 44% chance. Interesting. I don't know. I think Iran's still going to enrich to the point for peaceful nuclear. Well, I'm taking the other side of that. Listen, a lot of the things that we grew up believing that were true at one time about our country are no longer true. We grew up believing we were and we were at one point. We were the sole superpower and we could act with impunity. Karl Rove, Bush's brain, his strategist, said once, we're an empire and when we act, we create our own reality. That's a Karl Rove quote. Get that quote up because it's going to tie into what I'm going to talk to you next. Karl Rove, who was the strategist for George W. Bush, said we are an empire and when we act, we create our own reality. This was, I'm paraphrasing it a little bit, quote. The full quote reported by reported, we are an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality judiciously, as you will act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too, and that's how things will sort out. We're history's actors, and all of you will just be left to study what we do. That was the guiding principle of American foreign policy for as long as I've grown up. We do something, we give our own justifications for it. Hey, if you like it, great. If you don't, fuck off. Because we create the reality. Well, guess what Iran just showed us? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the full quote is reported to journalist Ron Suskind in the New York Times Magazine. And this was Karl Rove. And he was saying that we're not creating a reality anymore. We're not creating a reality anymore. We can act. We can still act. We can still do things. We can still bomb people and invade countries. But by the way, we have completely lost the ability to manufacture a reality. No, reality has become reality. And we got a dose of it in the Iran war. You know, our military is incredibly brave, capable, competent. There are situations that we put them in where they are unwinnable. And the tools of warfare now are drones. They are not aircraft carriers. They are not massive ground invasions. They are drones and they're propaganda, by the way. So what you do is you try to win this, you try to unite as many people behind this thing as you can in whatever capacity you can. And then you also try to execute a plan militarily. We failed on both ends. We were unable to get anyone to think this was good, for the most part, outside of a few broken people in our country that thought this was a good idea, who are broken in many different ways, and have been broken. And they've been completely captured by money or blackmail or whatever, and they've been in Washington forever, and their business is war. But rank and file people never thought this was a good idea. Human beings who bumped into outside of a few ideological people, everybody was like, nah, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. We shouldn't do it. And now we have Vance launching his presidential campaign, going, hey, Iran has the right to defend itself. They have the right to defend itself. We got into this skirmish, got into a fight, it happens, and we're going to lift sanctions, we're going to give them a couple of bucks. And J.D. Vance looked at her and said, Iran's in its bad girl. And you can't stop a bad bitch. You can't stop a bad bitch. What do you want us to do? We are in our era as a country. We are in our Carmela Soprano at the end era. Can you get up the scene of the Sopranos where Carmela confesses to the priest and then the priest tells her that she knows where all the money was coming? Maybe it was a psychologist or a priest. I forget who it was. Where basically the guy goes, you knew where all this money was coming from. Maybe it's not this. I don't think it's this one. This is the one where her and the priest almost hook up. We want the one, I think, where she speaks to a psychologist or a priest. And basically the gist of it is Carmela Soprano is saying, hey, she wants to be absolved, basically, of her culpability in her husband's crimes. You know, we lived really well, but, I didn't really know. And the priest, the psychologist, I really forget who it is, he basically says, well, you knew where the money was coming from. And you knew exactly what was going on, and you've lived very well off this money. And she's shocked by this because she's the Don's wife. So everyone treats her with like a modicum of respect. Even the local parish priest, he depends on a donation. So nobody really tells Carmela that she's culpable in like Tony's shit, his crimes. And that's the era that we're in. Like, we're finally getting this comeuppance. We're finally being told the limits of our power, and we're finally being told you cannot sell yourself as the moral savior of the world after the things you've done. I think this is, okay, here we go. The Sopranos right here. Take it away. Let's watch this. If we can. It takes a little time here, but I think it's important to watch this for everybody. I want you to imagine Carmela Soprano is the United States of America in this clip. This is the era that we're in. Iran, for good or ill, I'm no fan of Iran, but they're in their bad bitch era. They're in their bad bitch era. It's sexy summer fun for the Islamic Republic. They're baddies right now. So that's their era because they just tangled with us. They came out. It's hard to not say they came out on top. If this thing stinks. Here's Carmela Soprano. This is us, the United States of America. Take it away.
Marriage is problems. You coming up to her because he sees other women. I sort of look the other way. I want to help him.
Do you?
I said I was considering divorce. I may be overstepping my boundaries here, but
She's talking about Israel.
aren't you?
Is that wrong?
Well, us Catholics, we place a great deal of stock in the sanctity of the family. And I am not sure that your people,
I've been married 30.
well, then you know how difficult it can be. He's a good man. He's a good father.
He told me he's the best criminal. Wrong way. She really, in faith, said the definition. A good man.
He thought psychiatrists weren't supposed to be judgmental.
Many patients want to be excused with their current predicament because of events that occurred to their jobs. That's what psychiatrists become American. Visiting shopping malls and primary to witness the results.
What we say clear states in here, right?
My ethical code, or
His crimes. They are organized crime.
love.
Oh, Jesus. So what?
This is
He
us.
betrays me every week with these boys.
I mean, this is us.
There's misdeeds. If you believe me, you can say what I have to say.
We charge the same thing.
I won't take you.
That's a new one.
I don't know.
Trust your initial impulse. Consider leaving. You'll never be able to feel good about yourself. You have the wrong feelings, guilt and shame that you're talking about. As long as there's a compass.
You're wrong about the accountants, quite though.
You sure?
All I do is make sure he's got clean clothes in his closet.
This is the way we talk about Israel. We just make sure they have weapons.
Wear gloves.
So, you think I need to define my boundaries more clearly? Keep a certain distance, not internalize.
Or did I just
Leave.
take only the truth? It's not the go.
My priest said I should try and work with him, help him to be a better man.
How's that go? Have you ever read Crime and Punishment? That's the answer. It's not an easy read. It's guilt and redemption. And I think why your husband to turn himself and read this book to reflect on his crimes every day for 7 years in his cell. And he might forgive.
Have to get a lawyer, find an apartment, arrange for a child support.
He is not listening. I'm not charging you because I won't take blood. You can't either. One thing you could never say that you haven't.
Well, there it is. Wow. So it took a little bit, but I mean that's our era, and it's not a happy era. Although she does cheer up later on. I think they go out to a dinner, get a nice Italian meal, which I think does kind of fix a lot of it. But that's the era that we're in. We're being told. We've been told. We know what's up. We cannot run around this globe getting people to do what we want. We cannot be, attached to Benjamin Netanyahu at the hip. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. We'll destroy the entire country. We've been told. We do know. This isn't a shock as much as but to some people it is. But it isn't a shock when you take into consideration all the evidence that has been mounting about the decline of the American, not only hard power, but soft power. We can no longer run around the world building coalitions and convincing people of things. We don't have the moral high ground anymore. Nobody thinks we do. We are seen as an enabler of the overreach of countries like Israel. We've backed a lot of dictators in our day. We invaded Iraq. We invaded Afghanistan. We sent millions of refugees throughout Europe. We've destabilized the political systems of Europe, of the Netherlands, of the UK, and the ramifications of that are all quite obvious to anyone who is paying attention. We cannot claim that we have only been a force for good. We've certainly not only been a force for evil. We've done good things, for sure. Okay? But we now know that there is a real limit to what we can go out there and do. And we are Carmela at the end. That's where we are. We've lived in a big house for a while. It's been fun. The kids' communions and the Sunday dinner, Sunday supper, making the sauce. We made a lot of sauce Sunday suppers. We had a lot of barbecues in the backyard. We lived in a big suburban mansion for a long time. Mini mansion, whatever. Big mansion, but whatever. For a guy who's in waste management, pretty good. We had a lot of fun. And, we kind of knew where the money was coming from. Let's be honest. There's nobody in this country that's completely innocent. We all knew. We didn't do it. We weren't pressing buttons and firing the missiles, but we sang along to the Toby Keith songs, and we thought it was cool, and we watched all the movies, and we kind of created this idea that we were this unimpeachable force for good, and whatever it was, the cheap food or the cheap gas or whatever we got out of it, we knew where it was coming from. But all we did, like Carmela Soprano, was make sure that the government had clean clothes. That's all we did. That's all she said. I'm not an accomplice. I just made sure he had clean clothes. I just did the laundry. And that's Carmela at the end. Because I just did the laundry. She didn't believe that. She doesn't believe that. But she's trying to make herself believe that so she can sleep. Well, we did more than the laundry. Carmela did more than the laundry. She took the trips to Paris. She went to the Plaza Hotel with Meadow and Ed T. She went out to dinner. She went on the vacation. She enjoyed the spoils of the empire that her criminal husband has built. And so have we. And we have to reckon with that now, and we have to understand why we can no longer moralize to the rest of the world. Obviously, the people that run Iran are psychopaths who I don't think have the best interests of their people at heart. They're a theocratic fascist government that, inhibits the rights of women. We get it. There's no love laws here for the Islamic Republic of Iran, by the way. But we do have to think about this is a stunning and humiliating defeat on the world stage. And we have to understand that we can no longer pretend that we are going to be able to dominate. We're not going to be able to dominate. We're going to share the globe. We're going to share the world, whether you like it, whether you think it's cool, or whether Netanyahu likes it. We're not going to be able to just go in and topple a government anymore. We can't do it. We won't do it. We're not going to send 150,000 of our kids to go do it. We're not going to do it. We're not going to send 150,000 people to go die in Iran so that we can dominate and really allow Israel to dominate that region. It's not going to happen. And Vance, for all his flaws, of which there are many, knows that. He knows that. Vance is a political animal. Here's what I mean. The guy wants the job. I don't know that he'll get it, but he wants the motherfucking job. And he knows the public's not behind this. He knows the voters don't want it. He knows his own constituency, vast numbers of them, don't want it. His aspirations are political. He knows that the MAGA movement is starting to be pulled apart, and it's fraying, and there's only so many parties you can throw. There's only so many UFC events at White House lawn you can throw to keep these people entertained. There's only so many concerts in the park or whatever the hell they're going to try to do. Kid Rock can only do a flyby in a stealth bomber so many times before people start to go, hey, what's going on here? Why don't I have any money? Why don't I have any money? Did you see Kid Rock? Dude, he did a... Shut up. Where's my money? I don't have any money. What are we doing? So Vance is he's pounding the pavement right now, trying to figure out how he can, because it's Vance v. Rubio. Rubio's staying quiet. Rubio's owned by the donors. Vance is owned by other donors, by the way. Vance is not without donors. If you want to know who Vance's donors are, go look at that Peter Thiel list. When people hear that Mint Mobile plans are only $15 per month, a lot of people wonder what's the catch. Well, I can tell you from firsthand experience, there isn't one. There are no gimmicks and no gotchas, just unlimited talk, text, and data, fast, reliable coverage on the nation's largest 5G network, and an award-winning care team. I guess that makes Mint Mobile a catch. Since switching to Mint, I've been more secure in my humanity. I used to disassociate from myself and depersonalize myself, but now with Mint Mobile, I don't. Mint Mobile took what's wrong with wireless and made it right. With premium wireless, $15 a month? Whoa! You can even bring your current phone and number, choose from 3, 6, or 12-month plans, and say goodbye to a monthly bill. Ditch overpriced wireless with Mint Mobile. It's so easy. Sign up online and get 3 months of premium wireless service for $15 a month. Get your new wireless plan for just $15 a month. Go to mintmobile.com/Tim Dillon. That's mintmobile.com/Tim Dillon. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month. Mintmobile.com/Tim Dillon. That's it. There's no catch. Disclaimer must be read verbatim. I mean, well, pretend you didn't hear that. That's behind the scenes. $45 upfront payments required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customers on first 3-month plan only. Speeds slower above 40 gigabytes on unlimited plan. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply. See Mint Mobile for details. Scaling a business takes the right expertise at the right time. Upwork helps growing teams quickly bring in specialized freelancers. You can move faster and take the business to the next level. Hiring shouldn't be a headache or drain on your budget. Upwork makes it easy. Hire specialized freelancers quickly so you can get the expertise you need now without weeks of recruiting or a full-time hire. The fastest growing businesses aren't doing more, they're delegating smarter. Upwork helps you bring in expert freelance help fast. So you can delegate, keep moving. One of the biggest growth hacks is realizing that you don't have to do it yourself. Upwork makes it easy to bring the right freelancer when you need them. So you can stay focused on what you do best. Upwork is a one-stop platform to hire, find, and pay expert freelancers across the web and software development, data and analytics, marketing, business operations, and more. I'm telling you, it's so amazing. With Business Plus, you can access the top 1% of talent on Upwork. Unbelievable! Upwork also cuts down operational hassle by handling things like contracts and payments in one place, so you can spend more time running the business. Visit Upwork.com/TIM right now and post your job for free. That's Upwork.com/TIM to connect with top talent ready to help your business grow. That's UPWORK.com/TIM, Upwork.com/TIM. If something's been off in the bedroom, you're not the only one. A lot of guys wait longer than they need to take action. The difference now, getting real treatment is simple. Through HIMS, it's 100% online. At some point, you stop blaming stress, sleep, just getting older. Bedroom performance is in question, and it's probably crossed your mind to do something about it. HIMS connects you with licensed healthcare providers online, giving you simple access to legitimate ED treatment, options from home, no awkward appointments, no pharmacy lines, just a complete, simple online intake, and a provider will review your information and determine if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your treatment ships directly to your door in discreet packaging. Get simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, weight loss, and more. Visit hims.com/TIM. That's hims.com/TIM for your free online visit. hims.com/TIM. Prescription required. See website for details and important safety information. Sildenafil is a generic version of Viagra. Viagra is a registered trademark of Viatris Specialty LLC. Hims is not affiliated with or endorsed by Viatris. Get up that Peter Thiel list. Who's on the Thiel list? So Peter Thiel has a private club called the Dialogue Society, where because he likes talking. They want to chat. Who's on this list? We've got a lot of luminaries. Our friend Sam Harris is on the list. He goes there to teach them about meditation. Just breathe. We're here at the Dialogue Society. Just breathe. There's a lot of people on this list. We have journalists on the list. We've got governors on the list, army secretaries, treasury secretaries, president of Cato Institute, Nobel laureate economist, Kushner, Trump's son-in-law. We've got Ezra Klein, who's a political commentator, Rick Warren, who's an evangelical pastor, billionaires. We got Elon Musk, Eric Schmidt of Google, Musk, Peter Thiel, Henry Kravis, Macro Scalperin, Mike Cannon, Brooks, Scott Cook, Barry Sternlicht, Nicholas Berggruen, John Arnold, Joe Lonsdale, Palantir. I went to a party at his house once, talked about him on the show, was never invited back. He does have a beautiful pool. It's 90 feet. Do not sue me. Reid Hoffman, Netflix. I went to a party at his home in Austin. This was the days of the intellectual dark web, and he invited me, and I went, and he's got a stunning pool. I met his wife. His wife comes in, and he didn't introduce her by name. He said, third generation Stanford. They're all very strange, these people. They're incredibly strange. They don't eat. Here's the thing about the tech people. They don't, and do not sue me. It's not fair. They don't eat. Don't sue me in my 500th episode. So they don't eat. Joe Lonsdale, friend of the show, loves Barry Weiss, that whole crew. Palantir guy, and don't kill me either. Don't sue me and don't kill me. It's wrong. So they don't eat. The tech people don't eat. And he had like this thing in his house. And I met one of the Bush, George P. Bush, who's like one of the Hispanic Bushes, but like really Hispanic. You know, he's like, he's like, how are you? He's like, muy bien. You know, but he's like a Bush. So you're like, oh. Because you forget, he's Jeb's son, I think, and Jeb married Columba. And Barbara said, literally, you'll never be president, you just married the maid. Barbara said it, I didn't say it. Now, here's the deal. I was at the house, and they have they had like a Thai food truck, or like a vegan Thai food truck, or whatever, and no one was eating. You didn't see anyone eating. But I'm a swimmer, and I love pools. And I think he's got one of the best pools you can ever have. And I went on the show and I talked about it. And he didn't like it. He was like mad. He was like angry. And I think I was kind of complimentary. I don't know, I think I'm being complimentary, but because when I first moved to Austin, this is not his house. There's another house. He might have bought another house. He might have 10 houses. The point is this. The one I saw had an unbelievable pool. And he was telling me he wanted to build another city to compete with Austin, to make Austin better. But one thing about these tech guys, they do have big dreams. And he goes, I want to build another city with universities, and I want to pressure Austin to be better because of this other city I want to build. And, what do you do? Like, how do you even respond to that? I was like, oh, that's cool. It's like what I said. He's like, I want to build another city. And, they don't really look at you when they talk. I want to build another city to pressure Austin to be better because the infrastructure in Austin needs to be better. And if we built another city, and I just went, oh, that's cool. And then he invited me shooting. Like, they go out and dress up in, like, army things and, like, crawl around and shoot in, like, a military, like a fake military thing. All these tech people, by the way, it's all fake. Like, all of this, like, they're LARPing as these things they're not. So they're all, like, obsessed with, like, this idea of masculinity. And, so he's like, we go, like, shooting, but it's like a military game. And I was like, oh, no, I can't. I was like, yeah. I don't know. That day I'm busy. Pool party or, tacos, sure. I don't want to do like military fake games, but a lot of them do that. So a lot of them do that. They all love these conferences. They go to these weird conferences, and maybe not him. Do not sue me or kill me. And if you do, everyone will know. They will know it's you. But like these tech people, they do these activities where they like, I don't know, it feels like a bunch of people that have never grown up. Like I was talking to a friend of mine recently, who was talking about Sam Altman, and he's like, everything can be digitized. Every single human interaction, emotion, it's all just data sets. And you're like, oh, you don't know anything about life. You're barely a human being. These people are barely human beings. Okay? And it's what's interesting about them. And by the way, obviously, there's tons of benefits to technology. But let's also be honest, some things just suck now. Like I went to my friend's house. He lives in the valley with his family. It's a lovely family. And we're sitting there talking, and I showed him my cat. And the kitten, we're going to bring the kitten up. The kitten's not ready. The kitten just got banned from Ireland, actually, because of things that it had posted. Crazy things. And I don't even want to say them on the air, but it was just very, there was a lot of them restoring the sovereignty, but it kind of went overboard. But I showed the family the kitten. They got some kids. They thought the cat was great. The wife loved the cat. And then my friend goes, let's go to McDonald's. We should go to McDonald's. Let's eat in a McDonald's. When's the last time you've eaten in a McDonald's? And me and his wife all kind of laughed. We hadn't. And we used to eat I used to eat at McDonald's all the time with swim practice after, when I was 7 or 8 years old. Me and my father would go eat in McDonald's. McDonald's has the best fast food breakfast. And at that time, I haven't been there in a minute. I'm sure it still holds up. But let me tell you right now. So if you've been in a McDonald's recently, or any fast food restaurant, it's all kiosks. So you have to order on the screen, which is stained with ketchup. So you're touching a screen that a million other people, including homeless people, have touched. I'm not trying to go with the homeless. I'm just saying there's fecal matter on the screen you touch. There's a shit and piss coating on the screen that you have to touch. Now, if you have a customizable order, which I really don't, I get a fillet of fish, I get a quarter pounder, I get a small fry, and sometimes a 4-piece nugget. Because I just like the mouth feel of the barbecue sauce, the sweet, tangy barbecue sauce. And I just like the barbecue sauce. Do I even need the nugget? I can thumb it in, actually, because I just want that packaged barbecue. So we go there, and he's got a family where, one kid doesn't eat onions, the other kid doesn't eat pickles, this one wants this. So you got to stand there for 30 minutes. By the way, nobody is behind a counter at McDonald's. There's, people in the back, and there's, one manager who's, very stressed out because all these kiosk orders keep coming out wrong. They keep coming out wrong, and people keep going up with their food, like, I didn't order this, or I requested this. And this thing that's supposed to be efficient, is supposed to save McDonald's a lot of money. You used to walk in McDonald's and there was a person there, and you would order from the person. And the person, sometimes, like in the olden times, they would put the food on the tray in front of you while you stood there. But now you order at a kiosk, you take a number, and then sit at a table in the McDonald's and wait for your order to come. And then by the time you get it, the fries are cold, things are wrong, and then they ask for the receipt. So a little kid went up and goes, I didn't get my McFlurry. It's a little kid. He's like 8. And the woman's like, where's your receipt? So now you've got an 8-year-old trying to find the receipt to the McFlurry. And his parents are like, I don't know, he's 8. Let's try to find the receipt, but he definitely ordered it. We're here. And he did order it. And then they finally gave it to them. But what I mean is, we're taking people out of this. For what reason? Because McDonald's, it's not more efficient. It's not. And it's not better. So, but it makes McDonald's more money. But they're not paying their people more. But it's not more efficient. It's not better. The experience sucks. Every fast food oh, you're talking about fast food. Fuck you. Yes. Yes. Part of our culture. It's not good. Fine, eat sauerkraut with RFK. He seems happy. Whatever you want. Whatever you people want to do. I'm not saying I eat fast food all the time. But this is a good example. These are entry-level jobs. They used to be for teenagers. Teenagers used to work in fast food. You know what now they're doing? They're killing each other and filming it to put on TikTok. That's what they're doing. There are mobs of teenagers running around the country killing people, stomping out other kids, and putting it on TikTok. By the way, is this, do you have, oh yeah. Where they're doing teen takeovers, violence. I don't want to say that they're all black, because there are some white kids, the Gilbert Goods. There are white kids that do this too. But there are, this happens to be a video of a lot of black ones. But there are also many violent white ones. And so there's these teen takeovers, and by the way, these kids used to have jobs. They used to work in movie theaters, and they used to work in places like McDonald's. These were entry-level jobs for kids or immigrants, whatever. So those are gone, and they're going away. So what are the kids going to do? Well, they roam the streets with their phones, trying to go viral, kicking someone in the head. They try to go viral stepping on someone's head because they don't understand the consequences of their actions, and they don't understand that someone could hit their head and die. They don't understand that they can spend the rest of their life in jail. They don't understand they're living in a video game. They're fucking young teenagers. They don't have no one's teaching them responsibility. All they want to be is famous. All they want to be is rich. All they've seen is live streamers get famous for no goddamn reason. All they've seen is it doesn't make any sense why any particular person has any money. So it's a casino and a grift. And it's perfectly encompassed by the MAGA movement, which is just a bunch of people running around Palm Beach, cheating on their wives, doing drugs, grifting, pumping up meme coins and shit coins. I mean, truly, that's what it is. Whatever you think it is on the outside, that's what it really is. It's just a bunch of people tearing the remaining parts of flesh off the carcass of this empire. That's what it is. And these kids have grown up, and these are their elders. These are the people they look up to for guidance. So, they don't work at McDonald's anymore. And you're literally pressing filet of fish into on a computer screen where it's stained by shit. So, what exactly have we done in those areas? Is it better now? All of the McDonald's look like storage facilities. All of the fast food restaurants look like storage facilities. Everybody orders everything on Amazon. Nobody goes to any, unless you're wealthy or unless you live by a cute little outdoor mall or a farmer's market. Unless you were doing that, you're just ordering things on Amazon or you go to Walmart. Is that better? Is shopping better? I'm asking. Is shopping better? Is going out, is grabbing burgers with your kids better now than it was when you can't look at a human? Are these things better? It doesn't seem to me that it's better. Is having a robot show up to your house with a burrito necessarily better than a human being? It doesn't feel like it. The robot takes longer. Even if the robot was faster, which it's not, it's a robot, and it's not a human being. Well, this is how people are going to evolve and get new jobs. What are the new jobs? Crypto scams? Smashing your face with a hammer? What are the new jobs? I mean, I'm just kind of asking, what are the working at data centers? Are those the new jobs? Working at data centers are the new jobs. Those are the new jobs that people are supposed to do. What are kids supposed to do? They can't work at fast food restaurants or movie theaters or retail stores. What are they supposed to do? I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to walk around and they're going to step on each other's heads and put it on TikTok for clout. Whoa! Yo! What are they all supposed to do? What's everybody supposed to do? How about a 14-point plan deal with America? How about a 14-point deal with the United States of America, the country that you people were elected to govern? How about 14 points of a deal with tech? How about a 14-point deal with tech and the people that don't want any regulation of AI and they want to destroy people's privacy? They want to destroy people's autonomy, their bodily autonomy. How about we make a 14-point plan with them? Can we do that? Can we get the heads of the tech companies in a room and hammer out a 14-point plan? Or is that not as important as the Islamic Republic of Iran? Because we do have to be honest, tech has done a lot of amazing things. I'm sitting here right now doing a show where nobody tells me what to say because we are on YouTube platform. That allows this to happen. The cost of production of my show is relatively low. I don't have the executives, I don't have standards and practices, I don't have marketing. Nobody tells me what to say on the show. That's what makes it good. You know, that couldn't have happened 20 years ago. So I'm grateful to a lot of advancements, and I've made a living and I've made good money, so I totally understand. But here's the idea. We need to have a discussion about artificial intelligence. But here's J.D. Vance. Again, this is J.D. Vance, friend of the show, in an interview about AI. And now Vance is the tech candidate. Rubio is the Israel war candidate. Vance is the tech candidate, but the tech people also get involved in the global wars. They love them. And the national security state apparatus can also fuck with the tech people. So it's really just about who can sell this better, because these two groups, which are different and have different interests, have a lot of overlapping interest in terms of continuing to make large amounts of money. So here's J.D. Vance on artificial intelligence. But by the way, it's very well known. I'm not shitting on J.D. Vance. I'm just saying it is very well known that he is the tech candidate in the race. J.D. Vance.
When I look at AI, I don't see mass unemployment as the most likely consequence. I think people will become more productive. I think some people's jobs will change. Some people will lose their jobs.
Right.
But I just don't buy this idea. I haven't seen any evidence in the data that it's going to lead to mass unemployment.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. He hasn't seen any evidence or data. Now, by the way, a lot of the people who are involved in the creation of AI have predicted this and have literally said that they're going to eliminate, like AI is going to eliminate lots of jobs. J.D. Vance has said he hasn't seen any evidence or data of that. By the way, all there is evidence. It's the testimony of people that were involved in creating the technology. Those people have come out with like stern warnings going, this is going to be real disruptive. This is going to be real tough. J.D. Vance goes, I haven't seen any evidence or data of that. Where are you looking? Where are you looking? Are you not looking? Where are you? What are you talking about? You haven't seen any evidence or data of that? This guy's online like more than I am. This guy's online. This guy's on X all day. This guy's on YouTube. This guy's in comments. You haven't come across any evidence or data that AI is going to lead to mass unemployment and layoffs? You've never heard that argument? You've never watched that Tucker Ben Shapiro thing about self-driving trucks? And it's a discussion about what will happen if we institute. What are you talking about? You're good friends with Tucker. And what do you mean you've never heard it? This is the problem with him. Instead of giving an answer that sounds remotely believable, let's listen to him again.
The thing I really worry about with AI is surveillance. AI is...
Oh, this is another clip. Okay. This is another clip. We're going to watch this clip. But before that, let's watch the previous clip. Because this is a Vance's. This is very interesting. It's whoever he's in a room with here. Let's watch this. He's basically saying, and it's one of my favorite quotes I think I've heard come out of his mouth. I have just never seen any evidence or data or anything. And it's like, well, what are you talking about evidence? Like, would circumstantial evidence be the people who created the technology are warning about this constantly? Would that be considered evidence? Here he is, J.D. Vance, friend of the show. Let's get, I can't hear him. Okay. So, I mean, this is what he does. He lies in a way that isn't good. He does doesn't know how to lie. He doesn't know what to, he just basically, he tries to like take himself out of it. Goes, well, I haven't seen any evidence. Okay, here it is.
When I look at AI, I don't see mass unemployment as the most likely consequence. I think people will become more productive. I think some people's jobs will change. Some people will lose their jobs. But I just don't buy this idea, and I haven't seen any evidence in the data that it's going to lead to mass unemployment.
No evidence. No data. Evidence in the data. I don't see any evidence. The people who are instrumental in creating the technology come out and tell you this is what it's going to do. They're not at all like being like vague about their intentions. They literally come out and go, yeah, a lot of people aren't going to have jobs. They tell you that. They come out and say it. Now let's watch that surveillance clip because that's very interesting. He's concerned about surveillance. That's comforting. So go back to the beginning of this. J.D. Vance here is concerned about surveillance.
The thing I really worry about with AI is surveillance. AI is, a friend of mine once said that AI is fundamentally a communist technology in that it allows governments and corporations to surveil people in very profound and different ways. And that scares me a lot. Like, I don't want a social credit system that's powered by AI. I don't want you to not be able to buy a beer because some tech CEO has given you a
Stop it for a minute. Stop it. Who are these tech CEOs? Like, he says some tech CEO as if he's not sponsored by the tech CEOs and friends with the tech CEOs. I mean, this is very difficult for him. This is the difficulty that he's going to have in this upcoming campaign. He's like, I don't want some tech CEO. It's like, well, I don't know, but you were sitting next to him at dinner. Why don't you tell him not to? Let him buy the beer. Hey, can you let this guy buy the beer? He's a good guy. You were at dinner with the guy. So then just tell him. It's like when I had dinner with Vance, I said, just release everything. I'm a podcaster. I have no power, but just release everything. Release every file you have. Release everything. They've not done that. But that's the only way. That's the only way that you can wash your hands of this. You release everything. You commission an independent investigation. You have Ghislaine Maxwell testify, all this stuff. You got to do it. If you don't do it, you'll be inherently suspect forever. It's just what it is. It's maximum transparency, or you're suspect forever. And then there's no amount of UFC fights on the White House lawn. There's no amount of fireworks. There's no amount of military flyovers you can do that are going to satisfy people, because everybody's going to go, you are participating in a cover-up of the worst crime imaginable. It's very simple. It's not difficult. It's very easy. But it's never going to happen. Or it's certainly not going to happen under this administration. Let's let him finish his answer here about the surveillance state that they're all worried about, which is why they gave Sam Altman $500 billion. By the way, because of the surveillance state that they're all worried about. It's why that they wanted to I'm not kidding. They wanted Palantir, and Palantir might be doing it, to merge all of the databases that collect information on you, the federal government's databases, whether it's the health, concerning health issues or criminal justice issues. They wanted Palantir to come in and merge them all. And now he's going, I'm concerned that a tech CEO wouldn't want to buy you a beer, or you couldn't buy a beer because a tech CEO wouldn't let you. Well, you guys wanted Palantir to come in and organize all the federal government's data and merge all of these databases together. What the hell's that? What would that be used for? What exactly would that be used for? Birthday cards? Knowing everybody's birthday? Knowing when people retire, so you can send them a little gift? What exactly would a database, a grand database that Palantir builds that integrates all the information the government has about you and builds a profile on you, what exactly would that be used for? I'm just confused. So here we go again. Let's let him finish. Let's give him the benefit of many doubts.
Based on an artificial intelligence algorithm that nobody actually understands. That scares me too. But I don't think we're going to have mass unemployment. We might have mass inequality. That's its own problem. It's a different problem.
Interesting. Good. Well, the good news is we won't have mass unemployment. The bad news is we might have like Calcutta-style slums. So we will have mass inequality. That might suck. I don't know how we get there without mass unemployment. Again, that's just so funny. That's just such a funny thing to say. It's such a great thing to say. It's a funny thing to say. Hey, we're not going to have mass unemployment. We might have massive inequality. That's a different problem. Everybody will be working at the data center. They will eat. They'll be able to lick the nutrient brick. We will keep them alive. We will keep them on a diet where they can stay alive to work at the data center. Another friend of mine, by the way, they're building these data centers, and they just put an ad in the Wall Street Journal. I believe it was the Journal. And Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs, is that the guy from Dirty Jobs? They're doing this thing now where they're sponsoring, they're going to pay people to learn how to build data centers. Okay? They're going to pay people to learn how to do these construction jobs. And yeah, this is the guy from Dirty Jobs. So there's this ad or this article in the Wall Street Journal, because by the way, everything now, and I want to talk about this briefly. Everything is very interesting. I have a friend that works at a YouTube startup where they're doing shows for new creators, like long-form YouTube shows. Where is the money coming from? Well, a lot of the money is coming from Democrat super PACs. And the money is coming from Democrat super PACs that are funding these, longer form shows that YouTube wants to do with young creators, because Democrat super PACs, and probably not all Democrat and not exclusively Democrat, but like these PACs, political action committees, 501c's, whatever they want an audience. They want a captive audience. So if your channel has 10 million people that are watching content that you have funded and you have gotten behind, and you have that audience, you've collected 10 million people that are watching your stuff, and then you can program that channel to have whatever messaging you want, or whatever political ads you want, or this, that, and the other thing. So basically, instead of like a clear cut, like it's a commercial, what's happening. I'll do an ad for Polymarket, I'll do an ad for Blue Chew, I'll do an ad for fucking Helix mattress, and you kind of know what's happening. Some of this now is becoming a little more insidious, where you're watching a channel, you're watching content on a channel. That channel exists solely to create an audience to be programmed in some political way. And that's why a lot of the money, because they're instead of saying, hey, let's just run ads on established channels, they go, let's get behind creators, let's make money, let's build an audience. And we now have a captive audience for whatever messaging that we have. The Wall Street Journal op-ed, quote, high-tech seeks skilled tradesmen, co-authored by Meta President Dina Powell-McCormick and Mike Rowe, announces America's Workforce Academy. This $115 million initiative aims to resolve the massive skilled labor shortage needed to construct AI and digital data center infrastructure. They're going to pay you to learn how to build these data centers, and then once they're built, your job is over. And they are paying you to build these data centers. You're gonna build the things that replace you, and then the job's over. A fast-track 5-week training program covering high-demand vocations such as electrical work, plumbing, welding, fiber optics, and HVAC. Costs and benefits. Training is completely free. Meta and its partners, including CBRE and the associated builders and contractors, cover all tuition, airfare, lodging, and provide daily stipend during the training period. Guaranteed jobs. Every graduate receives an industry-recognized credential and a guaranteed job on a Meta construction project or with a partner. Mike Rowe, via his foundation, has spent decades advocating for the dignity of blue-collar work and addressing the nation's widening skills gap. His foundation is helping scale a practical bridge linking eager workers with debt-free six-figure potential trade centers. Now, Mike Rowe might just be saying that they'll learn all these skills and they'll build a data center, but they'll still have these skills and they'll still be employable, so whatever. I'm not I'm not questioning Mike Rowe's motives. I don't know him and I don't care. Or they just gave him a shitload of money and he's leading people like lambs to the slaughter. I don't really know. I don't know. But what I will say is this is interesting. They go, we finally have jobs, high skill, labor jobs, and we'll pay you to learn. And why are we doing that? Oh, to build these data centers. That's why we're doing it. We could have done this to fix American infrastructure. We could have done it to fix roads and bridges. We could have done it to make our cities beautiful. We could have done it to make our public spaces beautiful and inspiring. We didn't do it. We're only doing it now at the behest of Meta so that they can build massive AI data centers. So finally, we have shovel-ready jobs for skilled tradesmen. But here's the kicker. You are building the thing that will inevitably replace you and many other people in your community. So listen, there's always a catch. There's always a little bit of a catch, and this happens to be the catch. This happens to be the catch. If you finally have a job, and you work for 6 months to a year, you build this massive data center, and then, good luck. We're going to bring in people to run the data center, and, we really don't know what we're going to do after that. So all of these people are they're saying, Bill, we're going to pay for you to learn the skills. We're going to train you so you can build these data centers that will eventually replace all the jobs. Although our Vice President, J.D. Vance, has said that we do not need to worry about joblessness coming from AI, only vast inequality and potential surveillance. Well, there you have it. There you have it. That's where we're at. But I'm happy we're out of Iran. It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. It's better than still being there. 500 episodes, 500 hours of this show. We started the show in 2016. And I've done it 500 hours, a bunch of hours on Patreon. I think our country is healthier now than it's ever been, happier now than it's ever been, smarter and more hopeful about the future. And I think I've had something to do with that. Not to pat myself on the back, but a lot of people get on here and they're negative for the hour, and I don't do it. There's so much pressure to be negative and to feast on negative news and enrich yourself in the process. But what I've chosen to do day in and day out is consistently highlight the positive aspects of humanity and help everyone build a bridge to their future self, their better, smarter, more successful future self. So thank you for being a part of that journey. Obviously, we will be back next week and all the other weeks until I am put in jail. And they will put me in jail eventually. It will be some type of jail. I will be in jail. And that's okay. That's okay. Eventually, Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, Joe Lonsdale, whatever it is, I will be in jail. And, I'll be in some type of re-education camp or whatever. Because I have spoken out against the future. Because they're going to start calling it that, by the way. They're just going to start calling it the future. And anyone that doesn't like it or anyone who questions it, and all of this stuff about surveillance and all that, they're worried about surveillance. I'm worried about surveillance. This is all fake, obviously. You're not stupid. You guys know this. It is all meant to give you the idea that there's some debate or there's something, but there's not. There's no 14-point deal. It's with Iran. And the only time they rein these tech people in is when banks flip out and go, we can lose all our fucking money. AI can figure out, or AI's going to figure out some way to let the nukes fly. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do. And by the way, all these bans, like UK's going to ban the phones for kids under 16. By the way, I'm all for getting people off the fucking phone. They should ban them for anyone under 90, by the way. But here's the point. It has nothing to do with the mental health of your children. You know that. It's so that your children cannot, in their very formative year, and listen, there's a lot of people online that victimize children, all that stuff, and that should end. And those people should obviously be prosecuted. But That's not what it's about. What it is about is in your child's formative years, they're not going to encounter ideas that challenge the authority of the state. That's what that's about. They're not going to be exposed to ideas that might make them question the legitimacy of the state, the corporate oligarchy, the technocracy, the entirety of the power structure. They're not going to question it. And by the time that we do introduce this technology to them, we've had, hopefully, if we give it to them at 16, they can start going to school at 5. We've had about 15 years of brainwashing. 15 years of brainwashing before we hand them, and I'm not saying phones are great, by the way, it ruined everything. But make no mistake, that's not why they don't care about your kids' mental health at all, by the way. This is so that they have a head start of 15 years of brainwashing before your child comes in contact with any idea that would question the legitimacy of whatever the hell the people in power are trying to do. That's what it is. And that's why there's going to be a ban in the UK. And don't think again, why is there a ban now in the UK? The UK is having a lot of issues with a lot of different things, from migration to the economy. And there's a lot of anger, especially amongst younger people. And that has to be quelled. I'm not saying all that anger is justified or that it's being articulated in the right way. But I am saying that in order to shut down this conversation, they need to get these ideas out of the hands of younger people. Because a lot of younger people are very angry. They're anxious about the opportunities that they're going to have. They're questioning why in their own country some of them feel less safe or certainly less prosperous. And in order to shut down that conversation, you have to take away their ability to be exposed to ideas that are not filtered through the prism of the state and corporate media. I hope that's not a shock to everyone. Again, I'm not a fan of your 14-year-old spending all day on the phone. But make no mistake, the government of the UK or Australia or whatever, they don't care. They're doing this because they realize they're losing the plot, they're losing legitimacy in the eyes of young people, they're losing authority in the eyes of young people. When a kid says, I've been stabbed, and the cops go, no, you haven't, and he's laying there bleeding out, and the cops choose to believe a guy because they have to operate in this framework of, equity and political correctness and things they barely understand. And young people see that and are filled with rage and go, that kid could have been me, bleeding out on the street. Now it's time to take everybody's funds, obviously. 500 hours, here's to 501. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. JD Vance says war is done in a year. How cool is that? One more year. We've been a little skeptical here of the Vice President, JD Vance. But I think it's fair. One more year of a war that no one wanted, that we seem to be losing, sounds like a good deal. I mean, another 12 calendar months of humiliation on the global stage with economic ramifications for all seems fair. It can't end tomorrow. Another year of a humiliation for this country and further proving that we are not militarily capable in the way that we thought we were. JD Vance says Iran war will be history in a year. Well, good. And what kind of history will it be? That's the real question. Fun history. Remember that war in Iran, you'll say, wasn't that a hoot? Fun, fun, fun. The war in Iran. Trump wants Karg Island, which is the home of the Iranian oil infrastructure. President Trump said the U.S. military will attack Iran very hard tonight, but then he keeps doing this thing where he threatens the regime with a bombing campaign or ground troops, or he kind of, teases nuclear annihilation, and then nothing happens. So it's an interesting strategy. We just threaten to do something, and then nothing happens, and then the Iranians tell us to fuck off, and then we go, hey, you want to end the war now? They go, not really. Not really. So I think the Straits of Hormuz are closed again. Here's the other thing about these wars. After a while, you just start losing, you'll be talking to people. You go, is the Strait of Hormuz open or closed? They go, I don't know. Who knows? After a while, like the Russia-Ukraine thing, it made me think about it. They're in year 4 of that, whatever the hell that is. Wars don't work anymore. Russia should have been able to beat Ukraine, even though we gave Ukraine a bunch of shit. We gave them a bunch of weapons, some money. But Russia should have been able to handle that, but they didn't. And we should have been able to take care of Iran, but we didn't, because wars don't seem to work. You can't win these things unless you start nuking everybody, and there's nothing to win. What would you even win? If you win, you lose, because now you have this country that you have to control. We all learned all of these lessons with Iraq and Afghanistan, and actually we learned them before that with Vietnam, but no one really cares because there's a lot of money to be made in war. And there's a lot of money to be made in the chaos right after a war, in like the aftermath of a war. So the goal here, I don't even know, is the goal to win? Do the people who push this stuff even believe we can win? Do they even want to win? What is winning? Or is it just kind of like, what if we just had chaos and missiles flew around and they killed some of our guys and we killed some of their guys, and we hold some territory, give some territory up. That's what they're doing in Ukraine and Russia. I don't even know what's going on in Iran. No one knows. But it doesn't seem to be, you can't govern the world anymore with this use of force. You have to do it the way the Chinese did it. They did it with TikTok. They did it with corporate espionage. They're doing it with the Belt and Road Initiative. They're going all over the world. They're building schools. They're, making investments in countries in Africa and other countries. The economic reality of the Straits of Hormuz being closed is more of a disruption to the global economy than a missile flying into a base in the UAE. Even though nobody wants to see a missile, nobody wants to see U.S. military bases blown to bits. I didn't. Some people do. But that's clearly not as much of a thing as the Straits of Hormuz. That's all they talk about with this war, because it's a choke point where you could sever the pathway where a huge amount of the world, I think it's 40% or something like that, gets its oil. 40% of the world's oil, or something in that capacity, goes to places like Korea and Japan and all of these places that need oil. And so this idea that you can just militarily affect the change you want in the world, you have 20 to 27%. of the world's petroleum and crude oil goes through the Straits of Hormuz. 20 million barrels a day, which equates to roughly 25% of all global maritime oil trade. It's a big number. 27, 30%, whatever it is, of the world's oil being cut off is a very big number. So you cannot affect change with in the military, the way that you thought you could. It's an economic game now. It's an economic game. So I don't know what's going on. I would like the war in Iran to end, but we have to find a way. This is what we have to do. Listen up. We have to find a way to declare victory and leave and claim to have achieved our objectives, albeit realistically, this was a huge humiliation. There's no other way to really say this. But listen, you get knocked down, you get back up. This was a big disaster in every way. The messaging, the actual strategy, everything was bad. From top to bottom, this whole thing was a nightmare. But if there's one thing we have in America, it's a rabid sense of delusion. I was just in another country, in England, for many days, almost a month. They don't have that. And some people say, well, that's sad they don't have it. Because it's nice sometimes to have a, quite unhealthy level of delusion. Most people in our country walk the streets with a level of delusion that in any sane society would put them in a straitjacket. If you've ever listened to anyone for more than, 3 minutes, you're aware of how psychotic most people in this country are. They all believe they are the star of their own movie, and they are building an empire. When you leave the country, you realize people go on dates and fuck and go to Spain and they drink wine and they enjoy their lives. You go on a date in America, it's like a nightmare. You're sitting across the table from somebody who's like, if I just get the right team around me, I can finally accomplish what I'm looking to do. I have to build the right team. I had these ideas, but nobody was really supporting me when I needed them to support me. But now that it's starting to bear fruit, I have to make sure that I have an infrastructure in place. It's crazy. Everyone's crazy. So those are the people we're communicating with. So we don't have to stick around in Iran. We just have to find a way to cowardly and shamefully run away, back out, run away, shamefully, while seeming like we are the victors. This is possible. It's America. I have faith in us. We must turn tail and scram. But while doing that, scream about the victory. Tell people how victorious we are. Shove it down their throats. We must come up with some way to prove that this was a massive success while running away like cowards. It is the only way out. It's the only way out. In the middle of the night, we must move all of our military out of that area, and we must have a big press conference here in America, and we claim that we've destroyed Iran, and their capabilities have been significantly decreased, and we only stopped hitting them because we are humanitarians at heart. That might be the angle here. We only stopped because they begged us. And now, meanwhile, Iran's telling us, fuck you, let's keep fighting. Forget that shit. We need to say the only reason that we stopped that war is because they were on their knees begging. 3 days of clashes show the Iran conflict is entering a dangerous new phase. President Trump warns Iran will pay the price. for not reaching a deal as both sides. But then he said, we have a deal, like recent. You know, when I record this, I just check my phone before I sit down and go, is there a deal? And there's always a deal, and then there's always kind of not a deal. So that's why the only thing for us to do is the most American thing in the world. Run away. Run away. Run away while screaming that we are humanitarians and that we came in there and we destroyed their capability to detonate a nuke in Manhattan, which is, again, why we went into this retarded war, was because Iran was going to have a nuke and they were going to detonate it in Manhattan during the Knicks. And by the way, can I say for a minute here with the Knicks, I wish I shared the passion that other people do for team sports, because the level of excitement that people have over, you know, their team winning is something that I've never shared, and it's sad. I like when the Knicks win. I like good things to happen to New York, but I don't have that thing in me where when they win, I would want to. You know, I saw a guy and he's hitting a Spurs fan with a street sign, and him and his friends are stomping out the Spurs fan and breaking his ribs with their feet. That level of passion is something that I don't have, and I regret not having. I actually feel like my life would be better if I understood where that came from, and if I could harness that type of energy. I have seen things on the internet regarding this where I'm looking at people, it's like cops in riot gear on horses, just a melee in the middle of the street, people getting beaten within an inch of their life because they had a Spurs jersey on. And I really wish I had that passion for sport. Because to me, it is fun to be a part of something. It is fun to grab a stranger who is walking out of a game, who is rooting for the opposing team, and give them brain damage. It probably is fun. Now, I'm morally against it, but I'm just saying I can't access that level of excitement, that level of devotion where I go, so what if I go to jail for attempted murder? This is my team, and this is our night. So if I happen to break someone's neck with all of my friends because we're stomping on their face outside of the garden, that's just what we do. And it's not only in New York, it happens in the UK. They shut down trains that connect different towns in the UK when football matches are on, because they don't want people getting on trains and going to the opposing team's town and killing them. This is insane to me. I can't understand it. There's no part of me that really understands, number one, delighting so much in the accomplishments of people you have nothing to do with, which, by the way, is, I understand that that's what the whole thing's about. And I'm for it. I think all that stuff's good. The pageantry, the sport, the excellence, watching people that excel at what they do, they're at the top of their game, blah, blah, blah. But what I don't understand is the need immediately to go find someone in the street after the game and kill them. I don't get it, but I feel like I wish I did. Does that make any sense? I wish I could understand it. I wish. Because I look at it, it seems savage and inhumane and all of that. But maybe I'm just being a pussy. Like, I want to understand what it feels like to go, remember after game 6, we killed that guy? Remember after game 6, that guy came walking out trying to find his hotel and we just killed him? We just stomped on his rib cage until one of them pierced his heart. You know, like, Remember that? That was fucked up. Yeah, but that was game 6. I know it was all on the line. That's what you'd say. You'd go, yeah, it was all on the line. But these are the people you have to explain the Iran war to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. We don't have to give them a coherent explanation as to why we're leaving or not. They're trying to kill each other over a basketball game. Why do we have to give them a coherent explanation? Why in this one area do we have to be honest about what happened? Lie and cowardly run away and say that we did it. They're just decimated. We won. It's got to be better than threatening them over and over and over again and doing nothing. That's got to be, it's got to be advantageous for us as a country to just stop threatening them and just run away. It's okay. It's what America does after a while. We get bored of these wars and we leave. And no one, because it's rah-rah in the beginning, but none of them have like a big definitive end. They just go on and on and on. And you Strait of Hormuz, you stop caring. And, the casualty numbers trickle in. They trickle in. There was a lot of gamesmanship at the Pentagon press conferences. They switch out a defense secretary here and there, a general here and there. But most people check out. Most people are already checked out of the Iran war. They just don't care. They don't need a big finish. They don't need it. This is all wars forever that I've ever remembered. They start really big. And everybody's excited because we're going over there to fuck them up. And then we usually declare victory prematurely, and then over a period of years, we quietly kind of get out. That's what we do. There's no big, it's not like we stand up there with the head of the guy. That doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. Foreign wars are over. Civil wars are back. Folks, I cannot say enough about Ultra pouches. Ever woken up and immediately needed a nicotine pouch and or a cup of coffee to just feel like a human? How many pouches, cups of coffee and or energy drinks do you need per day to stop yourself from crashing or even from feeling nicotine withdrawal? Do these things cause anxiety, make you feel on edge? That's why I started using Ultra pouches. They've been a complete game changer for my focus and energy levels. I really just tried them, but they're kind of amazing and they're changing my life. First off, these products are completely nicotine-free and caffeine-free. You're probably thinking, if they don't have nicotine or caffeine, what exactly is it? Great question. Ultra's partnered with leading neuroscientists to design these pouches. They use clinically proven nootropics and adaptogens to deliver immediate focus and smooth energy that lasts 1 to 2 hours. More specifically, they use Affinity PX, L-theanine, alpha-GPC, and vitamins B6 and B12. I love Ultra pouches. Did you know it was possible to feel this energized and focused without any nicotine or caffeine? I did not. I didn't. Egg on my face. I didn't. I was in the dark. People said to me, did you know it was when I said, well, no one told me, okay? I didn't know. I thought I had to use nicotine and caffeine to have energy and focus. But I usually see myself keeping it at the office, right by my computer every day when I sit down to work. I pop one in. Trusted by athletes, entrepreneurs, and engineers around the world. What do you want, folks? Ultra is the ultimate guilt-free pouch, delivering instant focus and mental clarity without nicotine or caffeine. New customers can use the code TimDillon to get 15% off. TakeUltra.com. That's TakeUltra.com for 15% off with code TimDillon. After you purchase it, we'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you. Do it. Bring up Belfast, some of the riots in Belfast. My people, of course, not in the north of Ireland. I'm southern. I come from, my family comes from Ireland. Anti-immigrant riots leave Belfast on edge. Everyone is afraid. So here's what's going on. More news out of the UK. A Sudanese migrant refugee guy was trying to behead another guy in the street. And there's video of this. And I really reticent to play it because, we've played a lot of Grizzly videos on this show. We played that kid getting stabbed last week. Of course, we played things Meghan McCain has said. I don't know if we want to really go into this here. Is there a way for you to bring up a video that's not as grisly? But I mean, it's got to have a little grizzle, but not. We don't want to go over the top here because, again, it's a guy in the street, and then there's another guy sitting on him and beheading him or trying to behead him in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Well, by the way, when me and Sam Talent went there and had a great show, there is a great pizza maker there in Belfast who does an amazing job. And you'd say to yourself, and he makes Detroit style, all these different styles of pizza. He's amazing. I don't know his name. We'll get it. But it's great pizza. And he made individual, like these big pizzas for me and Sam Talent. And I would wish I had his name because I would support him. And he said, let's try to find it out. Belfast Pizzeria, because this guy, and I mean, he's probably running around in a balaclava lighting things on fire right now. But it doesn't matter. The pizza was so good. Yeah, I think it's one of those award-winning guys. Did he win an award for this? Is this the greatest pizza on earth? Was that him? It's got to be him. How many Flout Pizza? So let's shout out Flout Pizza in Belfast because they have truly some of the best pizza I've ever had. Now let's get this beheading up. But check out Flout Pizza in Belfast. If you need to refuel while riding and burning and killing, Flout Pizza in Belfast, some of the best pizza you will ever have because rioting does. Can't ride on an empty stomach. All right, so here's this guy cutting the head off another guy in Belfast, Ireland. Can we stop it for a minute? This isn't a great commercial for migration. I'll tell you this. Of all the... This isn't like the Reading Rainbow of migration ads here. You have a Sudanese migrant cutting a guy's face off in the middle of the street. The aesthetic of it, not great. Just after 10:30 p.m. last night on Kinnaird Avenue, North Belfast, a man was slashed and stabbed in a frenzied attack with the suspect on top of him on the ground, repeatedly hacking at his head and neck in what looked like an attempt to cut his head off. Blood everywhere. You know what was good with Flout Pizza too? He has a honey. He puts the honey on it, but it's sort of a hot honey, but it isn't. So much of the hot honey now is all you taste is honey. He didn't do that. I think he used a sourdough crust. It's really good. He's an artisan, and I don't say that lightly. So this guy's trying to cut off this guy's head. He's a foreign national. He's shouting in a foreign language during the assault. So he's on top of the other guy going, and so now play some of the Belfast riots because the people of Ireland, they've had enough. They've had enough of this stuff. And obviously, listen, let's make a disclaimer here. Obviously, you should not be going up to innocent people. No one should be justifying burning the homes down of innocent people or violently attacking innocent people. This was wrong during BLM. It's wrong now. Everybody knows that it's wrong. But there is an issue with migration all over the world. And this has got to be figured out because this is causing massive instability in these countries. And we're going to, listen, people that you bring into your country should be adding value to it. That doesn't mean everyone will. But if you bring people into your country, they shouldn't be cutting people's heads off. They should go, I have a fun new food. I've come to your country and I have a fun new candy. Take a look at it. It's Turkish Delight, which I don't love. But, you know what I mean? There's people that come to your country, they got to add a little something. You know, by and large, the Mexican population in America is really hardworking, Catholic, family-oriented, great food. Does that mean that you shouldn't have a border and everything like that? No, you got to have a border. You got to, but Mexican immigration's added. That doesn't mean that you can't have a conversation about the levels of immigration. How many people should come in? How do you, figure out a way to screen people? All of that's important. But immigration should be a benefit to a country. You can't just have people coming in. And I'm not saying everyone's beheading everybody, obviously. But if a guy in the middle of the street sits there and is trying to behead someone and screaming in his native language, that is not, by and large, a phenomenal advertisement for continued migration. It's just not. There are images that are seared into your mind, and that doesn't mean that it's representative of all immigrants that come in. It's obviously not. But this is a very bad commercial. For example, I grew up in the golden age of advertising commercials. My father cried. This is how much my boomer parents, loved being propagandized and lied to. My father cried at the Budweiser Clydesdales that took a knee. There was a great commercial where the Budweiser Clydesdales took a knee in Jersey City, staring at the World Trade Center, and the World Trade Center was gone. Obviously, this is post 9/11, and it said from one American icon to another. Let's see if we can find that commercial. My father cried at that commercial. My father did not cry when my mother said, I'm going to divorce you. He didn't cry when I said I was gay. He didn't cry when many of our family members have died. But he did cry at this. Sobbing like a psychopath, like a drunk psycho. Tears falling down his face at this. At a beer company, paying homage to an inside job. That's all they wanted, the boomers. That's all they wanted. They took a knee. This was powerful. This is power. That's a powerful commercial. We'll never forget. Budweiser, get drunk, kill someone with your car. Anyway, the point is this. Commercials played a big role in my life. Advertising plays a big role in the American psyche, and dare I say the psyche of people all over the world, right? An image matters. And if you, for example, let's just use a toothpaste, Crest toothpaste, which is not advertised on this show, so I feel very comfortable giving an example of Crest toothpaste. Usually the Crest commercials are like, I got a date and I got to use these white strips to get the stains and the rot off my teeth and the smell of rot out of my mouth. That's the Crest thing, right? Now, if the Crest commercial instead was a guy drilling into the roof of his mouth with a drill and blood coming out, and the guy was clearly mentally unwell and psychotic, and they said, Crest white strips, it can even help this guy. And he was drilling into his mouth, and he was sitting in an empty room, a dimly lit empty room, and he was drilling into his mouth, and the blood was spurting out, and then they called the executives in and they go, hey, what happened? What is this? My point here is this. This is a bad commercial for immigration. It is a very, very bad. And the government of the UK and the EU, which has now become really a supranational organization where all these countries are losing sovereignty because the EU is determining the levels of immigration, or it certainly wants to. And the EU is determining fiscal, determining monetary policy, eventually fiscal policy. The EU EU is determining the greenhouse gas emission standards. The EU is a supranational organization in Brussels where they're going to decide how countries like Ireland are governed and what the people in those countries have to put up with. So, play it again. Just play that again. And again, it's grisly, but I got to make my point about a commercial. This is a commercial for continued Irish migration. Here it is. Not good. All right, so get off of your fucking rat. That's great. Play her. Let's hear that one more time. Get off of your fucking rat.
Get off him, you fucking rat.
You're fucking wrong. All right, so the people in Ireland do not want to be beheaded, and of course, that is racist. Obviously, it is racist. If someone ceremonially is beheading you because they come from a country where that's done, and you don't understand that, that is an inherent racist attitude that you're having that you need to look into. You need to look into and address those feelings. Just like if you're unattracted to trans people, you're transphobic. If you don't want it to be beheaded in the middle of the street, you are a racist on some level. It's buried. It's deep. It's buried. But if you look at a guy screaming in a foreign language while he cuts the face off one of your neighbors, and you go, I don't like the direction this is heading in, you have an internalized racism. Just like if you don't want to go out with a woman and suck her cock at the end of the night, you are a transphobic person. This is just, now it may be buried. It may take years of therapy to unearth and get out of you. So let's look at some of these riots now, because people are unhappy, and this is what happens when people feel like they don't have power to affect change anyway but violently. The BLM riots. People may agree or disagree with them, but a lot of black people in this country felt like policing, there was not enough accountability for bad cops who did things to the black community and then were able to escape without any accountability. And that frustration, that anger, the fact that the American justice system has been incredibly unfair, putting nonviolent drug offenders in jail for many, many years, ruining their lives, giving them felonies, the inherent issues with that system, which most of us realize, the anger there boils over and it becomes something that's uncontrollable. And here, in the same way that people feel like they cannot affect change, they cannot get the government of their country to listen to them, they're begging for less immigration. Whether you agree with it or not, it's still a democratic country. They do not want it. Every poll shows that they do not want it, but they cannot stop it. They have no power to stop it. And so now here they are out on the street. This is Northern Ireland, Belfast.
Tonight, police firing water cannons against rioters as they threw projectiles back. A new evening of more violence exploding in Northern Ireland. Protesters building a blockade. Homes and vehicles set on fire this week. Here, a bus ablaze in Belfast. Just violence. Violence.
My neighbor's house was set on fire.
My neighbor's house was set on fire? Stop it for a second. My neighbor's house was set on fire? My neighbor's house was set on fire? What did my neighbor do? I don't even know this. I should be able to do it, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna get it closer. Just a little bit. Yeah. Come over here, Roddy. Come over here, Declan. He cut his head off in the middle of the street. And we set on fire. Well, anyway, I'm not making light of it. Obviously, I'm saying that it's not good, and it should. They need to address the concerns of the people because there's massive riots there. When I was watching that guy tragically get almost beheaded in Belfast, I thought one of the crazy things is that I don't think they have Morgan and Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers with over $30 billion recovered for over 500,000 clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. They just won in Florida. They just won a $644 million verdict for a client after the defense argued that the victim and his wife should receive nothing. When hiring Morgan & Morgan, it's like hiring an army to fight against big insurance. If you were injured by the negligence of another, you deserve to get paid. And the best part, they're fee-free, unless they win. If your loved one is ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan to learn more. Go to forthepeople.com/Jim or click the link in the description below. That's forthepeople.com/Jim. Or dial #law from your phone. This is a paid advertisement. Hims. Many people talk about ED, but they don't. They don't talk about it. So you know what I'm saying? Good. If something's put off in the bedroom, you're not the only one. A lot of guys wait longer than they need to take action. The difference now, getting real treatment is simple. And through Hims, it's 100% online. At some point, you stop blaming stress, sleep, or just getting older. Bedroom performance is a question that's probably crossed your mind. Do something about it. The good news, you don't have to jump through hoops to fix it. ED is way more common than most guys think. Millions of guys deal with it at some point, and that's exactly what Hims offers a straightforward way to handle it. Hims connects you with licensed healthcare providers online, giving you simple access to legitimate ED treatment. To get simple access online, personalized, affordable ED care, visit hims.com/Jim. That's hims.com/Jim for your online visit. hims.com/Jim. Prescription required. See website for details, important safety information. Sildenafil is the generic version of Viagra. Viagra is a registered trademark of Viatris Specialty LLC. Hims is not affiliated with or endorsed by Viatris. Elon Musk is talking about this and other issues. Now a trillionaire, by the way. Congrats to Elon Musk for making $1 trillion. And I feel good about that. You know, I do think it's good when someone has $1 trillion. I do. I think, you know, if I wanted to give a commencement speech, and I was not allowed to, I petitioned several colleges. There was no's across the board. And then they've got Noah Baumbach. You see that speech at Vassar? It's like, oh, it's so genius. Noah Baumbach, these like dumb cliches. He's like, Noah Baumbach. It was whatever. It was mediocre slop. I'm not saying he's not talented. It was a mediocre slop fest, that speech. It was a slop fest that Noah Baumbach bullshit at Vassar. And I watched it because everyone's like, he got a standing ovation, it's profound. And the whole thing's about he wrote a play in college and it got a bad review. But he persevered. Who gives a fuck? These commencement speeches suck. So it was like that. It's like masturbatory crap like that. Or it's like somebody just going, get on board with AI or we're going to kill you. And I prefer the latter. It's honest. I prefer a commencement speech where someone goes, you got to get on board with AI or we'll kill you. One way or another. Instead of Noah Baumbach's mediocre slop fest that I had to watch this crap. So let's play a little of this crap, please.
Bradley and the Board of Trustees and the faculty for welcoming me today. And congratulations to the amazing graduates.
Go in the middle. Get in the middle. Go in the middle of this. Just anywhere.
If this rebuff is enough to deter you from continuing...
This is the guy who told him
in that profession.
Right.
If you could take away something positive from each rejection, you will be growing and inevitably improving your craft. Please extend our warm greetings to Brad Salmson, who is the stage manager. Sincerely, and so I'll leave you with this random man's vitriol as you all go out to the world and seek your fortunes. Can you believe that was the end of the speech? When I read this letter at age 20, I was stunned. It was difficult to know what to do with this feedback, if we can call it feedback. And when I found it in a box again at age 45,
I still holding on to it. He's so successful. These people it's unbelievable. He's still holding. He wrote a shit play in college. Some guy said your play sucks, and he's still holding on. And he's trying to shame the guy with a commencement speech at Vassar because this guy can't get over. He's still like a 17-year-old, and it's supposedly amazing. And I can't give it. We keep going. I want to keep watching this.
Accustomed to rejection, it could never be as bad as I remembered. Amazingly, it was kind of worse.
By the way, this is the worst thing that ever happens to these rich. Stop it for a minute. The worst thing that ever happens to these rich cunts that go to Vassar is someone tells them they're not as much of a genius as they thought they were. This is the only problem that most of them have had in their life, is that someone at some point in their life, and I know Bob X, supremely talented, and I wish he believed that, so he wasn't up here talking about this rejection he got 30 years ago. But they automatically, immediately, all the kids are on board with this, okay? Because they're all like, I totally get that, because like somebody told me that I was actually not a genius. Keep watching this, and this was billed as like the commencement speech everyone had to watch. Was so great. Keep going.
I wish I could tell you that
By the way,
this is one of those.
my retard agency will probably set up like some meeting with his production company next week or something. I'll just be sitting there. I'll be like, I'll go like this. I'm a massive fan. And I saw he did a commencement speech recently. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was actually kind of brilliant the way he brought up a rejection he got 40 years ago at Vassar that he's still holding on to. Wow, that was so amazing. Keep going.
Where everything happens for a reason. And when a door closed, a window opened, but it wasn't. After I received this letter, I did not wander out into the street in a daze and get hit by a car, and the driver of that car didn't turn out to be my future wife, and the surgeon who fixed my leg did not turn out to be a famous producer who wanted to make all of my movies. None of that happened, and I wouldn't meet my future wife for another 10 years, and we'd get divorced.
All right, it's fine. It's good. It's good clip.
No, there was no unexpected rose that came from this sharp thorn. So why do I share this with you?
So why?
What can we learn from this?
What? Tell me. Wait. Tell me.
I would caution any playwrights in the audience to send their work to this specific producer. But when I looked him up a few years ago, I discovered that he passed away, which also put to rest any hopes I had of reaching out to him and inviting him to the Oscars.
Oh, how gross. How gross. How petulant, childish, and gross. How petulant, childish, and gross that you're using your commencement speech at Vassar to settle a score with a dead guy that did it like a shit play you did 30 years ago before you even knew how to do the thing you're doing. What a disgusting... Get him out of here. But so when I wanted to give a commencement speech, this was going to be my commencement speech. Ready? I don't know who would let me do it. And I'm going to freestyle it as I do every episode, everything I say, but I don't know who would let me do it. What college would let me do it? A community college, right? Like Fresno or something, California. It'll be a shit one. Be a bad one. Because they have graduations for community college. Because certain people from a community college will then go off to a 4-year degree. But most of them, after they graduated community college, they will then start a terrible life. But they don't want that to be known. So there is still a graduation. I don't even know if they have commencements. But can you ask one of the AI, Claude or whoever, ask them if they have commencement speakers at community colleges? Because that's what I would do. I'd be giving a commencement speech at a community college to losers. Yes, community colleges frequently include commencement speeches in their graduation ceremonies. Try to YouTube one. YouTube community college commencement. Who is going out to do? We don't know a Baumbach goes to Vassar. Vassar? Who's doing them at the community college commencement speech? Who would do? Oh my God! Is this real Fresno? This is amazing. Who is this? This is a guy who's giving a speech at a community college. Somebody named Mr. Paul Calvo. Who the hell's that? Okay, let's listen to him. Can we listen to it? Did I volume? What is it? Hopecore music? What is it? I'm very because I just said Fresno as a joke, not even realizing it, but that's kind of interesting that the Fresno Community College even brings in a commencement speaker. I would figure they would just bring in a public defender to tell everyone about their rights and about that they didn't have to consent to a legal search and seizure. And if your wife accuses you of hitting her, never say anything before there's a lawyer. But apparently they actually have a commencement speech, which is amazing. But anyway, my commencement speech would have been this. I would have gotten up and said, Elon Musk, ready? I'm at the community college commencement speech. Now I'm dressed just like I am. I'm not dressing up. I'm not dressing. And I tell the kids that. I go, I'm not dressing up. This is no longer a world where we dress up. There's nothing to dress up for. Am I right? What did you wear a suit when your brother died of fentanyl? Because that's the only thing left to wear a suit for anymore when someone you know is dead. Anyway, it's good to be with you here at this commencement speech. I want to thank Fresno Community College for inviting me. Elon Musk is worth $1 trillion. What do you think about that? He's worth $1 trillion, and what have you done? You've sat in this school and you've listened to teachers talk to you about the future. You've listened to teachers tell you that hard work and dedication to craft and honesty and integrity matter. And maybe it does and maybe it doesn't, but who cares? $1 billion is not real money. Look at me, Fresno Community College. $1 billion is not real money. $100 million is a joke. It's a fucking joke. To have $100 million is a fucking joke. Oh, is this him without the...
You are about to be handed is real.
Let's see what he says.
It will open doors you cannot see from where you are sitting right now.
Yeah, the door to a jail cell.
I know some of you are transferring.
Some of you. Stop it right there. That's what he goes. He goes, I know some of you are transferring, but most of you, this is it. You went to Fresno Community College, and now your horrible life starts. And I like, does he say most of you or some of you? Go back. Let's run that back.
And to be honest,
I think he says some of you. I don't even think he says most of you. He knows they're not going anywhere. Where are they going? Where the fuck are the kids at Fresno Community College going?
You are about to be handed is real. It will open doors you cannot see from where you are sitting right now. I know some of you are transferring.
Some of
that was me.
That was him.
And to be honest, the next part is harder than this part.
It is because it's a real school.
You will sit in a classroom
you can't
and
just
feel like everyone else knew something you were never told.
Yes, they did. Who their father was. They knew who their father was. They did know something you were never told. This is your father and he has a job. Of course they know something you weren't told. Who is this guy, by the way? This is like a guy who works at this is like the regional manager of Geico that they bring in here. And God bless him. What does he do for a living? Oh, Stanford Electrical Engineering class of 25. Wow. He started at Fresno Community College. There's always one. And then they bring him back. Let's finish out his little statement there. Because, by the way, there ain't nobody else going to Stanford. That's it. And he should tell them that. He should go, I went to Stanford. None of you will. I'll tell you where you're going to end up. You're going to end up in a rest stop bathroom choking down cock, whether you're gay or not. Elon Musk has $1 trillion, $1 billion ain't nothing, and 100 million's a joke. You can't get a house. A house is $3 million, a smoothie is $45, and an Uber to go kill yourself is $89 to go get in a suicide pod. So shut the fuck up. I went to Stanford, and you're not gonna. You don't have the money in your bank account to order an Uber to once the suicide pod. You're gonna borrow that money from a friend to go and end your miserable life. Elon Musk has $1 trillion. You've got shit. You've got shit. Going to a steakhouse now for a meal is cost what you pay for rent. So it's over for you. Your generation's been fucked. And you'll continue to be fucked. And many of you will go insane. This is what I would say. Many of you will go insane. And the process will be quick. It won't be long. It won't be something that takes place over years. You will snap. Quickly, you'll be in traffic. You'll get the 15th job rejection. And you'll snap. And that's when you're going to want to grab a weapon. And a lot of people on this commencement speech will tell you to not do that. Not me. Not me. We've left you no choice. We have left you no choice but to grab a weapon because we have put you back. We're putting you back in the bush. You're going back to nature. You're going back to the jungles again. You will fight for food. You will fight for water. You will trade and you will barter. And this is your life now. I'm sorry. Favors. Ask somebody for a ride so you can sell your blood or semen or whatever you got left. Unless you find a way. Unless you find a way. Come on. Polymarket. And it's not an ad for Polymarket. But they should give me more money than they've already given me. Because I would say that to the kids. I would go, it's actually just Polymarket for you. Or you will live in a car. And you will have to choose which one of your children to sacrifice. Like Meryl Streep did. In Sophie's Choice. Can we continue with this guy? I like this guy. I like him a lot better than Noah Baumbach. He died, so I couldn't invite him to the Oscars.
I heard you. Sirius is right. And I know some of you came here from somewhere you did not talk about.
Yeah, all of them.
Maybe you came from a prison cell.
That's right.
Maybe you came here from a house where nobody before you went to college.
That's right.
Maybe you came here from a version of yourself you are still trying to leave behind.
What a depressing speech. I love this fucking guy. This is worse than mine. The real one's worse than my joke. What does this mean? The real speech at the community college is actually much more haunting than my joke. I love this. Let me tell you right now, I've reversed my position on Mr. Paul Calvo, whatever. And I will say this is the most depressing speech I have ever heard in my life. Including whatever speech Hamas got before October 7th was lighter than this. This is the crazy. Many of you came here from a prison cell or a house where no one went to school, and you're running from a version of yourself you're trying to get rid of. Let's see how he finishes this. By the way, I am big time impressed. What a great speech. Keep going.
It is the one institution in my life that did not ask me who I used to be. It asked me what I was willing to learn and how hungry was I to learn, wanting to learn.
Right, he can't even talk.
My electromagnetism professor did not care about my tattoos. None of my calculus professors cared about my record.
I'm an MS-13, so what? Now I'm at Stanford.
Fresno City College.
Stop this for a minute. This is what DEI was. They would put somebody from MS-13 at Stanford. All right, get him out of here. Did a great job. I do like him. Folks, I want you to listen up right now. Stop what you're doing. Listen up. Summer cooking is officially in season. Steaks on a random Tuesday, burgers for the boys, breakfast before a long day outside, and those nights when one friend stops by, and suddenly you're cooking for the whole crew. You know how it is. You know how it is when you're cooking for the crew. You ever cook for the crew? Because one friend stops by, and all of a sudden, everyone's over. And while everyone loves to talk about the grill, your pans are still doing a lot of the heavy lifting. If your cookware sticks, burns, heats unevenly, and turns cleanup into a full contact sport, it's not making you a better cook. It's making your life harder. Summer meals should be simple. Good sear. Solid heat control. Easy cleanup. And no baby in your pants. That's where Hexclad comes in. Hexclad completely changed the game by combining the performance of stainless steel with the convenience of non-stick all-in-one pan. What? Most cookware forces you to choose great performance or easy cleanup. Hexclad gives you both. Old non-stick pans scratch, peel, and wear out fast, and the heat distribution terrible. Stainless steel works great, but cleanup can be brutal. Show off your Hexclad pans on camera. We'll get them soon. I use them. I have them. I go down to Skid Row. I cook them. And then the people go, "Is that X-Clad?" And they go, "Is Spencer Pratt going to save us?" I go, "Not likely." It's good. They're pans. It's a 12-piece set. They're safe for the utensils, dishwasher safe, easy to wipe clean, oven safe up to 900 Fahrenheit, 1 million customers, over 550,000 five-star reviews. The secret is out. Hexclad's 12-piece set is the ultimate all-in-one cookware upgrade. I just got this and I use it. I love to cook. People don't know that about me. People come over and I go, "Let's cook." I offered, sadly, this Metcalf family and the Carmel and the Anthony family, I said, "Why don't you all come over to my house and I'll cook?" No one came. So whether you're hosting all summer long or just want to make everyday cooking feel easier, this is the upgrade your kitchen deserves. From May 22nd through June 8th, shop Hexclad summer sale. Unlock free gifts worth up to $229. If you're hearing this, if the sale ends, don't worry, we've still got you. For limited time, our listeners can get 10% off using our exclusive link. Head to hexclad.com/Tim to shop. After you purchase, please support our show and let them know we sent you. Helix is my favorite thing. Everyone loves it. People say in my house, they go, "Why are those beds so great?" I go, "It's Helix." You go to helixsleep.com, folks. Cut the crap. The best mattress I've ever had. I have the Midlight Deluxe. They love it. They're so confident. They give you 120-night sleep trial, limited lifetime warranty. It's amazing. Happy with Helix guarantee. Rest easy with seamless returns and exchanges. They know the products are so good. Nobody's exchanging them. Nobody's returning them. Free shipping, seamless delivery. I love the Midnight Deluxe. You can do whatever. It's award-winning. Helix wins all these awards. Shopping for mattresses is one of the worst things you can do. Go online, helixsleep.com/TimD. helixsleep.com/TimD. And I'm telling you, the summer, 4th of July, the summer savings, 4th of July sale is June 12th through July 6th. 20% off site-wide, 20% off Luxe mattresses. That's what I'm talking about, the Midnight Deluxe. 30% off Elite mattresses. Go in there, folks. You'd be stupid not to. helixsleep.com/TimD. Barry Weiss, friend of the show, big fan of Barry as always, and her mission to destroy all life on Earth, sponsored by the Ellison family. Barry is, obviously Scott Kelly left 60 Minutes, and it's a real shame. Now, Barry, by the way, if you can look this up, she's ensconced herself in a fort, like on the 6th floor, so one of the floors. Barry Weiss is at CBS, and she will not see the staff. Barry Weiss will not go into the staff. She's in a guarded area. She's in a secluded area, like when Dick Cheney was in an undisclosed location in the Peoc. So Barry Weiss, the editor-in-chief of CBS News, has been working out of a secured locked suite on the 6th floor of the CBS Broadcast Center in Manhattan. Her physical isolation from the main newsroom follows a controversial overhaul and staffing cuts at 60 Minutes. So Barry Weiss, who took over CBS News and is destroying it. By the way, she will also soon be running CNN, because they're going to buy that too. The Allisons, I believe, are buying that, and then Barry will run that. Phenomenal. But Barry has now found herself running the newsroom from a secured location. She's got many security guards, because Barry has to be protected from her staff, who might say things to her like, "What the hell are you doing? And why are you destroying everything?" So Barry is being kept in a isolation chamber, a sensory deprivation tank, where she is destroying CBS News and soon CNN. She's been there under a year. Barry's been there under a year, and she's so far, okay? She's been there for under a year. She is no longer, she's in solitary. They've put her in solitary. She cannot be in general population because she's causing too many wars with the gangs on the yard. So Barry, in less than a year, has found herself in solitary confinement at CBS. You know you are doing a good job in an institution when you are afraid of your staff. You know you are. The mark of a great boss is to be ushered into a building with security and then ushered out again like the president. That's when you know you're killing it, when you're doing a great job, when you are afraid to face the people whose lives you are ruining. So because of this great job that she's doing from her isolation chamber on the 6th floor, they have decided, for no other reason than her performance, for no other reason than Barry's performance, she is being elevated to the head of CNN. Get that up. Barry Weiss will be overseeing editorial at CNN. Now you might say, oh, I'm living in a bad dream. No, you're not. You're living at the end. Yahoo, here you go. Go up a little bit. Barry Weiss, within weeks, hold on. Go up just a little bit. There you go. Barry, okay, The Hill, not Yahoo. What am I talking about? Yahoo. The Hill, Barry Weiss, expected to extend takeover to CNN. Once the Warner Brothers Paramount deal is final, which they've just finalized. So Barry Weiss will now be running CNN. Now, here's the question. What bunker will they build her at CNN from which to run it? Or will she run CNN from the bunker that they have built from her at CBS? Or, here's another thought. Do they build an off-site bunker, like a nuclear silo, several stories underground where she will destroy both networks from that? What is the most efficient, safest play for her? I don't know. CBS has started construction of an off-site missile silo where Barry Weiss will work. She'll continue to work. Controversial porn star Bonnie Blue is now pregnant and announces her baby shower will be a golden shower. Bonnie Blue says she is inviting the public to celebrate her baby by peeing on her and having sex with her. Recently, she was seen drinking in a nightclub while pregnant. I'll tell you right now, this Bonnie Blue, and you know me, I don't like to judge. This Bonnie Blue seems to be an unstable woman who, this has got to be, whatever she's doing has to be illegal. Like, whatever is going, and you know me, I'm not a theocrat. But, she's got a baby inside of her. She's drinking. She's telling people she wants to be peed on. Here's a question, folks, and it's an actual question. Is this a real person? Like, is this I'm genuinely, sometimes I see these people that are out there and I go, is this an actual human being? Is this like a government thing? Is this an alien? Is this an actual human being who's doing this? And by the way, maybe she is. I'm not saying she isn't. But is this an actual person who is doing this? It's an interesting question. Because she should be in jail if she is deliberately harming her unborn child. It's disgusting. And we're going to just go back to Cotton Mather Protestantism in this country, like deep hellfire brimstone, because it's the Bonnie Blues of the world, or the fact that we're calling everyone queer now, like gay and lesbian doesn't even matter, everybody's queer, and everybody has to subscribe to this idea that men and women are a fiction, and these are completely, these gender roles have been completely socially constructed, and children can choose their gender. And the gay marriage percentage of people that approve gay marriage is dropping. The percentage of people that approve gay people in general is dropping. It almost seems like it was a bad idea to tell a bunch of people that their 7-year-old could choose their gender in school. Doesn't that seem like not so much of a good idea? to these idiots that I talk to who think everything's an overreaction and everything's overblown. Maybe it is an overreaction, but like they're debating some new law in New York where they're gonna replace men and will or father and mother with gestating person. Like all of this shit is so silly and ridiculous. And why? Is this anyone's problem? Did the words father and mother bother anyone? I thought like people not having health care bothered them. I didn't think they cared about the word father and mother. Who is this oppressing? This is what I mean about the fights that the Democratic Party needs to avoid if they want to be taken seriously. This idea, and I'm all for trans people living their lives. I'm all for gay, lesbian people obviously living their lives. I don't want to be told that I can't get married, but I'll tell you this, if they do reverse it, I'll marry a fat heiress tomorrow, like a fat heiress and live better than anyone. I'll marry a fat heiress, a pig in a blanket. I will marry. I'll walk down the aisle with a pork chop in line to the throne. A fatty boom fatty means. So I will, but this is what's good. The reason that people are reversing their earlier positions on things like gay marriage is because the gay movement is pushed so far, the trans movement is pushed so far, that people are getting tired of it. People are just tired of having to reconsider and reevaluate everything in their lives. You have to give people a little bit of peace. You have to give them a little bit of peace. You cannot keep telling people that they need. You have to respect people's religious beliefs that differ from yours. You have to allow for disagreement. You have to allow for people to not agree with you without feeling like they need to be, tied up and yelled at until they agree with you. You need to allow for these things. And if you don't do that, you're going to create this world that you supposedly don't want. And I see it happening, and I see it. I see the Body Blue person, and I'm not making it about her, but she's like, I'm pregnant, I want people to pee on me, and I don't know what's going on here. The porn industrial complex where it's like people used to watch a little porn growing up, and it was like fun and silly. Now people are addicted to it. Their dicks don't work. They're on SSRIs. They're whatever. They're throwing their lives away. They can't go out with women. They're and this Bonnie Blue and people like that are pushing things into a deeply troubling place where, like, I don't understand what motivates this woman. I don't understand what motivates this woman. It's very disturbing to me that I just adopted a kitten, and I care more about it than this woman seems to care about her unborn child. I was going to bring it on the show today, but it's not ready. It's a golden British chinchilla. It's long-haired. It's supporting Rupert Lowe and the Restore Party in the UK. The name of the kitten is Albert. He's turned on Nigel Farage, who he feels like is too soft and a grifter, and is now explicitly backing Rupert Lowe and Reform. That's my cat. So he wanted to come on and do a whole thing. He wanted to read a statement about restoring the sovereignty of Britain, keep Ireland, Ireland. He's got a little hat. Not today. Let's wait. But I don't like this. Bonnie Blue's getting peed on, and I mean, pee on people in private. You know what I mean? Let's finish here with this Paradise Body Positive community for women turns dark after founder accused of predatory behavior. Let's end here on a feel-good story. This is a bunch of fatty boom baddies here. It is a community that promises body positivity and a safe space for plus-size women, but its founder has been accused of predatory behavior. Can't fatties just join a cult without worrying about some creep? Can't a bunch of fat women just join a cult without worrying some creeps just doing it for some creepy reason? Let's watch a little bit of this.
Back in '99, my parents took my brother and I for a 5-week round trip across the U.S., including Disney World in Florida. And all of a sudden, in the aquarium section, there was this super-sized girl just walking around. I was obviously way too shy to talk to her. Had my parents in tow, so I would never. But it was a wake-up moment. I was like, okay.
By the way, pause it just for 1 second. I'm calling you right now, society, we have 10 years left. I'm telling you right now, we have 10 years left. Whatever this thing is, won't go on for another 10 years. I'm telling you. We have about 10 years left as a society. After this, everything we've covered this whole episode, this is, the college graduations, guys, like, you came here from jail, your parents didn't go to school, and you're running from a version of yourself that you no longer want to face. That's the positive speech at the college graduation. This guy has a cult of fat women because he got inspired by some whale he saw at Disney World. They're burning buses in Belfast. People are beheading each other. And even more disturbing than all of that, they're giving Barry Weiss another job. So we have about 10 years left. Continue.
Paradise on 3. 1, 2, 3, paradise! Wait, how do you want to do it?
Take your dress off.
And I like these biggins because they're big.
Look at the people that are at the house right now. It doesn't get any more beautiful than these girls.
Yeah, strut! Strut! Strut!
This right here is a message of paradise.
You're afraid of the judgment. You feel like I'm fat, I'm gonna die alone. But it's never the truth.
No, you got this guy.
But I'm not ugly. 5 years ago, there's no way I would have been able to do that.
My whole intention with paradise was always just to bring positivity.
Well, I don't even want to learn that this went wrong. I just want to labor under the delusion that this worked out for all these fat women and this creep, this weirdo, this guy. I don't want to learn he was some predator. I want to go to bed tonight believing in this community of fatty bombaddies and their weird feeder fetish father. And I don't even want to learn I don't want the next shoe to drop. Much like we have to believe that we won the Iran war to run away like cowards, that we're humiliated. We also must believe that these fat women were brought into this man's home and treated appropriately. I don't want to live in a country where this guy gets a bunch of fat women in a house just to be some type of predator. I want this to be wholesome and joyous and fulfilling for everyone involved, including him and the women. And I don't want to believe it. He describes how his obsession with plus-size women began at Disney World in Florida when he was a kid. You know, listen, different strokes, different folks, you know. Is that the thing? Different strokes? Is that it? It is, right? Well, folks, we've done it all. Congrats to Elon Musk again for having $1 trillion. I wonder about that. I think, is it good for democracy where one guy who owns a social media app and has contracts with the government has $1 trillion? I don't know. Rockets are fun to watch, right? I mean, are we really going to get lost in whether eventually he hasn't hired Barry Weiss yet? I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you one thing about Elon. I'm not really a huge Elon fan, but I'll tell you the one thing that Elon has not done with $1 trillion is carved out money for Barry Weiss yet, and we don't know. We hope everything gets better in Northern Ireland. I don't have I love, obviously, my grandparents are from Ireland, blah, 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 blah. But do I have a connection with Ireland? No. Like Bill Maher said, if you can get this up, if you could just find this. Bill Maher said once when he landed in Ireland, I don't know if you'll be able to find it. I forget who he was talking to. He said when he landed in Ireland, he started crying because he felt such a connection to Ireland, which is such horseshit. It's unbelievable. But people just say things and lie all the time. No. Bill said it. I know that Maureen Dowd also said it, but Bill Maher also said, when I was landing in Ireland, I just felt like I just started to cry because I felt really connected to, and it's just like, no, you didn't. That's crazy. We'll find it. It's not a big deal. We don't have to keep looking for it, but it is true. And I don't feel that way when I land in Ireland. I go, all right, fine. Beautiful, gorgeous country, lovely people, good butter, good bread. But, I hate to see it burning. So, but I also understand that this policy is not a sustainable policy. And all these people can come and yell and scream about racism and about fear of the other, about all of this stuff. There's some of that, to be sure. But unless you give people a way to feel like they're democratically controlling their countries, they're going to lash out violently. There is nothing left to really do. Truly, take a look at this again. This is terrible. This is like people in Belfast going house to house looking for migrants and evicting. We don't want this. We don't want it. This is not a civil society. But how does this all work? How is this global world that we're all creating? Now, here's the deal. New York City works because the economy is dynamic and thriving. You have people from all over the world, and they're all living together, and because they're living in this dynamic economy where people can earn a living. Now, how is this working in stagnant economies? By the way, countries that have existed for a very long time that have unique and specific cultures, blending this all together is going to be very difficult, and it's proving to be very difficult. And it doesn't make you a Nazi to point that out. Economically, culturally, socially. The word racist has lost all meaning. No one really cares about it. Nobody, and it shouldn't, but it has. And one of the reasons it has is because it's just become the thing that everybody uses to discourage any conversation about all this stuff. It is not a good commercial for migration to have a guy cutting a guy's head off in the middle of the street. That is not. Now, if that guy was selling a candy that no one had before, and when he yelled, he was saying, come, and what he was really saying is, come try this candy I've made. That would be nice, but he's cutting a man's face off in the middle of the street instead of saying, hey, I've made some candy for everyone. Why don't you try it? Isn't it tasty? There's ways for this stuff to work, but it's not working right now. It's not working, and it's hitting a boiling point, and we're hitting the summer, and things get bad in the summer, and things get hot. Literally and figuratively. So unless people feel like they can wrestle some control of their countries back, we all have to build an isolation bunker. All of us have to be in the bunker, not just Barry Weiss. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. I directed Backrooms. That kid's a fraud. That kid's full of shit. He's a fraud. I directed that movie. It was my fucking idea. And that money's mine, and we're coming for your throat. That is my fucking money. $100 million in the opening weekend? Backrooms? Someone got lost in a store? That's my money. I directed that. What did they bring in opening weekend? Backrooms. 118 million globally. 118 million globally of my money stolen from me by the Hollywood system, by a child. And that other guy, Curry Barker, Obsession. I directed that. I also directed Obsession. How much did that bring in? Opening weekend. This is how Hollywood is going to repair itself, by the way. We're going to have young people with inspiring stories. But, so first weekend was 17 million, second weekend 23 million, third weekend 26 million. Global gross surpassed 166 million worldwide, and it had a tiny budget of roughly 750,000 to 1 million. Now, these are undeniably Hollywood success stories, and many of you are out there going, and does that mean I'm going to have a similar experience? No. Do not read too much into this. This is not the beginning of a trend. This is not the beginning of a wave in which you will catch. This is not that. These are lovable flukes. They're flukes. That's what it means. And there's nothing, they're good movies and they're talented people. But it does not apply to you. It does not apply to you eating cat food in your living room on the floor. I bet I'll make $100 million. Shut up. You're not, this doesn't affect, you know how many losers I have had tell me that they feel inspired by this? I hate that. I hate that. They should do the reverse. It should make you feel that it is less impossible now than ever because they've already done it. But people need hope, and I get it, and I understand that, and I don't begrudge anyone that. I'm just saying I am getting calls from, zeros. It's unbelievable. The people that have my number somehow, some way, have ways to contact me, telling me, well, Hollywood be damned. These young fucks made a lot of money, and now, by the way, you would think, are these young people, Tim, calling you? Are they young people? No. Are they filmmakers even? Absolutely not. These are people in their middle age who are out of their minds. Many of them are on drugs, and they're calling me, and they're going, it all seems possible now. Finally, a movie did well at the box office, a horror movie, and it was made for a low budget. So I am going to replicate that. You will not. You are not going to do that. And by the way, if you do, great. And egg on my face, but you will not be able to do that. So I just put these things in their perspective. Can anyone put anything in perspective? Can anyone just be happy for these gentlemen and put it in perspective? It does not mean that there is going to be a whirlwind of successful projects that will now involve you. It is quite rare that a movie at that budget makes that amount of money. Why? Well, I can prove it's rare because it's such a big fucking story. Like everything, Spencer Pratt's going to be the new Trump, and then there's going to be all these people. It's not going to happen. Nothing is changing. Here is the message for today. And it is a message, actually, of hope. Nothing is changing. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Nothing is changing. Nothing is happening. The idea that things are happening is a mirage. It is not water in the desert. It is more desert. It looks like water, and if you feel like it's good, oh, look, I have water now. We're going to get honey. Tell the donkey to just trudge on a little while longer. There's water over there. There is not. There is not. Nothing is happening. Karen Bass is winning again in LA, whether you like it or not. I'm not commenting on whether you like it or not. I don't care what you think about it. It's going to happen. Nithya Raman will probably surpass him when the mail-in votes come in. They're all going to come in. She's already gaining on him. She's at 23.4. He's at 29.4. Bass is at 35. Listen, if things stay where they are, get a second place finish. It's a little impressive. But Karen Bass will get almost all, if not all, of Nithya Raman's votes and will breeze into the election. Spencer Pratt is excited because he can spend the next 5 months shooting his reality show. Doesn't mean that I hate Spencer Pratt or that all of his ideas are bad or whatever. Here's what it simply means. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Don't think it is. There's no shake-up. It's not happening. So you're reading too much into things now. All of these people that I talk to, the main problem I have with a lot of what they're saying is because everyone's so desperate and hopeless now. Everybody is reading so much into every single thing that happens, and they're like, "Well, this is it, groundbreaking, Hollywood taking notice." What does that even mean? What does it mean? Hollywood's finally taking notice. You can make an independent movie and they may buy it. But by the way, that was true 10 years ago. It's true now. And unless we're all in a cyber prison in 20 years or 10 years, it'll be true then. It's always been true. The Blair Witch Project. I was talking to Ray about that. Like, these things can happen. Now, will they be more frequent, or I don't know. Is Spencer Pratt gonna grab the reins in the most liberal state in the country and win? No. It was never going to happen. Nothing is happening. How freeing and how beautiful that is. You can choose to make something different for dinner. You can make your choice to do what you want to do, but I'm telling you right now, stop looking for these grand narratives with things like this. Here's what Spencer Pratt should do. Spencer Pratt has claimed that if he loses this election, he is going to leave Los Angeles, California. This is his big quote. He's like, if I lose this election, I'm leaving Los Angeles. He's threatening to leave. Now, we know that Spencer Pratt, reality star, prominently featured on the show The Hills many years ago, has mounted a pretty successful campaign for mayor of Los Angeles using pretty adept social media skills. He's pretty funny, he's affable, and large parts of LA are an unlivable hellscape, and he's pointed that out. He's pointing it out. And people are going, they're happy with that, and he's going to save LA. And here's the thing about LA. It's the same. I was just in London. I'll talk about that in a minute, briefly. But you don't need to save LA. You don't need to save London. None of it's going to be saved. There are large swaths of it that are actually great. You're fine. And the ones that aren't are only going to get worse. You know, I know that that's not this is why I don't run for anything. This is why I'm not, like, on the stump. Obviously, I don't want to be a politician, but, like, they have to get up and go, no. It's just a matter of one or two things. We fix that. Well, then it's all gravy. We fix that and everything's coming up, bro. No. Skid Row's been Skid Row for a long fucking time. Has it gotten worse? Sure. Is it going to get better in LA? Probably not. Maybe marginally better for the Olympics. But you got to create a life in LA that you can insulate yourself. And by the way, that's all over the world. That's in Texas. That's in any of these red states that claim that they don't have these problems. Certainly in the blue states, they've gone insane. And if Democrats were smart, they go, why is our ideology moving people in the direction of Spencer Pratt? That would be a thought they should have. Obviously, Seattle and Portland, LA, and San Francisco have gone insane, but San Francisco is getting better right now. Well, why is it getting better? All the AI companies are moving in. So that's not great, but that's why San Francisco is getting better. Things don't always get better in the way that you would want them to get better. You go, oh, San Francisco, wow, I went the other day, I had dinner with my wife. And, it used to be a homeless guy, sitting on our car, but that's gone. Why? Well, a bunch of people have moved there to try to figure out how to build data centers to replace you and your family. And they want clean streets. So, that's why it's better? Yeah, it's the Eye of Sauron now. That's why it's better. There was no crime in Mordor. Everybody was on the same page. So, things don't always get better in the way that you would want them to get better. For example, London recently just got rid of this non-dom rule, this non-domicile rule, which means for many, many years you could live in London as a predominantly full-time resident. But if you made your money in, like, Kazakhstan and natural gas or whatever, You didn't have to pay UK taxes on that. So it was kind of a fun scam. You'd come from another country, you'd have businesses in that country, and some of those countries didn't have high tax burdens, and you could live in the UK and enjoy the benefits of London and put your kids in a private school and go to Harrods, the big department store, and go to the restaurants and have your little dictator children drive their Ferraris around fucking Kensington and live that life and put them in little prep schools and have them be English gentlemen, and they'll have their little British accents. Father, why you wanted to The Hague? Father, all of these things. And then London recently, the UK just said, we're getting rid of non-dom. We're getting rid of that. You can no longer live here. Yeah, UK non-domicile tax regime was officially abolished and replaced with a new residence-based system. High net worth individuals living in London no longer afford UK taxes on worldwide income. Okay, here's what's happening. People are leaving. They're leaving. They're leaving. I'm just telling you what's happening. You can't run a scam for fucking years and then turn around to a bunch of people and go, hey, that scam we were running, we're not doing that anymore. But you still like the food, right? Do you want to stay here for our fish pudding? No. Out. They leave. You go to Dubai and they go to wherever they go, and it doesn't even matter. A lot of them leave. Some of them stay, but a lot of those people who lived there primarily because it was a scam, and it had things they liked, but the reason they liked those things so much is because they didn't have to pay for them. They didn't have to pay for them. Now, we know that, by the way, and I talk endlessly on the show about what a dysfunctional way to run a society this is. We know that. But we've done it for a long time. And when you make an abrupt change like that, it does have an effect. So when all of these AI companies converge on San Francisco to do things that all of us might not like, the actual metropolis of San Francisco starts looking a lot better. People start pumping money into it. People care about it. It's not in that quote-unquote doom loop that it was in. But why? Is it because we're paying teachers more? Or firefighters? Or nurses? Or is it because people can afford San Francisco? No, it's increasingly becoming unaffordable. So basically, you have an influx of AI money cleaning up this city. But it is getting cleaned up, but it's not the way that you want. So Spencer Pratt has said, I'm going to leave Los Angeles if I lose. If I lose the mayoral race, I'm out. And here's what Spencer Pratt should do if he had balls. Spencer Pratt got into the race because his house burned down. His mother's house burned down. His entire block in the Palisades burned down. Spencer Pratt, if you are listening to this show, and I don't know if you are, if you lose, and you will, statistically, there is no way you can win. Looking at the numbers, if you lose this election, you should not leave LA. You should burn it the fuck down. Literally. Burn it the fuck down. Burn the rest of it down. Spencer Pratt should dedicate the rest of his life to going around LA at night like a psychopath with a gas can, burning down the homes of the people that weren't affected. Let them smell the smoke, Spencer. Let them breathe in the ash. Burn their fucking houses down. Get up, Trash Can Man from the stand. Trash Can Man from the stand. Stephen King's miniseries To Stand, there was a character called Trash Can Man. Spencer Pratt, if you are listening to this program, God, I hope you are. You must spend the rest of your life engaging in what they would call eco-terrorism. Eco-terrorism, meaning terrorism, environmental. You gotta go out and start burning the fuck. You gotta burn it down in the middle of the night. You're in a van. You get a couple of homeless people. You get a couple of assorted psychopaths, and you go out on nightly raids. You go out on nightly raids, and you burn this shit down. If Spencer Pratt was the man, this is Spencer Pratt if he's the man. If Spencer Pratt has it in him, when he loses, he immediately looks like this, and he becomes Trash Can Man. from the stand. Here he goes. This is how he goes into his campaign rally. When he declares when he has to concede, this is what it looks like when he concedes. That's right. Burn it down, baby. Rediscover your love. Fire has brought Spencer Pratt. Okay, get rid of it. We get it. Spencer Pratt, fire has brought him back into relevance. Now, Spencer Pratt likes relevance. Now, it did it in a painful way. It took his home, but it's also filled him. There's more life in that man than I've seen in years. And I know that because he hasn't been on television in years. He's back, baby, in a big way. Now you must use fire, and it has to work for you. Start going on nightly race as soon as you lose this election. Here's the thing, the glamour's over. You're not going to be the mayor. Fuck a reality show. Nobody will always go watch that shit. You need to move into the final phase of your life because here's the thing, you will be killed or you will be imprisoned at the end of this. Your body will be riddled in hail of bullets at the end of this because eventually the cops are going to pull out and they're going to go, yeah, we thought it was Spencer Pratt. And you're going to have a gas can and there's going to be a mansion on fire and you'll be laughing like the Joker. You'll be running down the street and you'll point at the cops and go, you see this? You see what you made me do? That's his catchphrase. You see what you made me do? And you burn down large things too. Obviously homes, but very big homes, palatial homes, but also commercial buildings and strip malls. Try to burn it, and some of this will have to use explosives. Sorry. And a few of them will die. You don't want to kill a lot of people. But there'll be a night guard or whatever, and he'll have to get it. But the point is this. You must, if you are Spencer Pratt and you lose the LA mayoral election, go on nightly raids and begin to plant explosives in LA buildings, both residential and commercial. Light buildings on fire. You're going to have to kill people. Not a lot of them, but a few of them will be collateral damage. Sadly, an onlooker or something, you can't control the blaze, and then you're going to need to tag all of you. There's going to be a massive FBI manhunt. There's going to be a massive FBI manhunt for you. People are going to be very upset, and you can't get caught for a while. You have to do these things pretty shrewdly so that it builds the mystique. It's like Banksy, that artist who never said who he was, but instead of making these dumb art things, he just burned down stuff. And you should tag all of the things you burn, and you should try to burn down as much as you can of Los Angeles before you are arrested or killed. Probably be killed. And you want to die. You want to die. I know you have kids or a wife. I get it. It's sad. You've chosen your path. I know it. You are right now to become a eco-terrorist on a level that we've never seen. I'm giving you instructions. I hope you take them. I'm telling you what you must do. These ballots might be not so smart. The ballot, whatever they're doing, the harvesting, whatever, she's getting all these mail-in ballots. Fine. Here's what I'm saying, Bob. I don't know that everything's on the up and up here. I don't know about that. So if I were you, I would grab a gas can and run through the city like a bat out of hell, and you should burn it all down. Start as many fires as you can in the 72 hours that you, right after you lose. And have an effect. Go out, and it would be like Batman if you still appeared on talk shows for a little while during the day, but started the fires at night, and then you could still have it be your big issue. You'd be like, you see these fucking fires? Man, if I was in there. And then maybe there's a recall election, and Karen's out before they even catch you, and you do become the mayor. But Mr. Pratt, you will only be the mayor if you use the time after you lose, or now, before you even, if you're denied the opportunity of a runoff, or whatever. Mr. Pratt, listen up. Serious advice, please. Listen up. Spencer Pratt, friend of the show. You must burn it down. Literally. Not figuratively. Sure, these campaign ads are cute, but you know what's really effective? Starting fires all over the city, like with the fire McKinney to keep up with them. That's the advice. Spencer Pratt, that's the advice. Stash is an investing app that feels like having a financial advisor in your pocket. They've created this thing called Market Mood, which basically turns all the chaos in the stock market into a single mood. It's designed to help you understand how the news is impacting the stock market, make it easier to understand what's going on, even if you start investing now. Check today's market mood for yourself at stash.com/mood. That's stash.com/mood. It's free. It takes just 2 minutes. You'll actually know what the market is doing today. You gotta stop guessing and start knowing. Head over to stash.com/mood. This is the best way to really understand the market. Whether you're thinking about investing for months, you're in the market, just want deeper understanding and content. Market Mood gives you something most investing tools don't. A clear, honest daily answer to what's going on out there. What should I do next? This is a paid non-client endorsement, not a guarantee or representative of all clients' investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk. England, which I was just in, is admittedly a little bit cleaner than New York. New York, when you land in New York, seems like a third world slum, even though New York is obviously not terrible. It's my city of, that I love, and blah, 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 blah. But it was lovely being in London. They are having a little bit of their 2020 moment now, meaning like they're having issues with migration, they're having issues with speech, they're having a lot of protests, there's dueling protests. Like the Tommy Robinson guy, he's like more of a, restore British sovereignty thing, anti-immigration. Then you have people on the other side of that are like, stop the support of Israel, and they also are like hate more immigration. So you have definitely a situation there that could it's a little combustible. And this sad thing happened where this kid, Henry Nowak, who's this kid in Southampton, the UK, was stabbed. He's a young kid, young guy, young man, 18, 19. He gets stabbed and by a Sikh. And these are usually very peaceful people, the Sikhs. And the Sikhs have a ceremonial knife. And the Sikh has a ceremonial knife, and he stabs Henry Nowak, and the cops show up, and the Sikh goes, hey, I was a victim of a hate crime. And Henry Nowak goes, hey, I was stabbed, and cops, and the Sikh goes, he's lying, and like the other cop, one of the women goes, yeah, we know he's lying. We gotta check anyway. Well, it turns out they cuffed Henry Nowak, the kid who was stabbed, the white kid who was stabbed, and he bleeds out. And he then dies in handcuffs, and he says, I can't breathe, that thing that George Floyd said. And so now there is a huge kerfuffle, brouhaha, in the United Kingdom, and it's all over this. It's all over the idea that the police are showing preferential treatment to migrants, not white people, perhaps. This is the idea. Certain edicts have come out, like directives from the cops saying that we have to, this idea of two-tier policing. There is a quote in the directive saying we're not going to treat everyone equally, which basically means like we realize there's been inequity in how we dealt with different groups of people, and we're going to correct that now. And so what that has led to is if this young white kid goes, hey, I got stabbed, and this Sikh was like, hey, he didn't, or the Sikh goes, he's lying, and I was the victim of a hate crime because of these directives that require cops to take all this other stuff into account. They're not just appraising the scene. They're going, well, let's look at the historical content. And these are cops. These are not bright people. No offense to cops, but they're not the brightest people. That doesn't mean they're the dumbest people, but police are not the brightest people. So you're asking a cop who's like a cop. And I'm not saying, I'm not denigrating them. I believe we need them. I believe we should pay them. But a cop really should just respond to the facts on the ground, and some of them can't even do that. So now we're asking them to take, all of these other considerations into account about, what is the historical trauma that might be playing out here and on what scale, and how can I use my position as a cop, they dress insane in Britain, these little hats, they walk around with a club, they don't even have guns, and they're like, how can I use my position here to make sure that I'm honoring the directives from the Home Office telling me that I need to be equitable in all my actions. Official guidance documents from bodies like the College of Policing and the National Police Chiefs Council state that equality and fairness are sometimes achieved through equity rather than by treating everyone the same. The cop doesn't even know what that means. does not even know what that means. By the way, I don't even agree with that, but I know what it means. I'm a genius. I'm a podcaster. But these cops, a lot of them are idiots. They have clubs. They just walk around. They just club it. When the job of a British cop is you see an Irish guy in the street and you hit him. You hit him to get him back into his little slum. Get in your slum, you dumb Mick. That's what my whole family dealt with for years. Some drunk from my family would just start going out in the street and yelling and screaming, and these some constable would hop out of the car dressed like Paddington the Bear and start whacking him with a club. And they would gang up on him and hit him with a club. Now you're asking these people who live in a pretend reality over there, and it's not to say that it's just a different thing over there. They've got, I'm the Baroness of, shut up, it's fake, it's fine, but my husband is 200th in line to the throne, he's the Earl of the, whatever. Now we're asking these people to understand what that even means. Fairness is sometimes achieved through equity, rather than, they don't know what equity means, they don't know what it even means. Anti-racism framework, such as the Police Race Action Plan, which instruct officers to consider the distinct historical and demographic context of different communities of suspects. Oh my God, what? Hit the Irishman with a stick. That was their job for 200 years. Hit the Irish drunk with a stick. Back him down and then put him back in his slum. Now we want them to consider the historical and demographic context of different communities and suspects, rather than utilizing an entirely colorblind approach. So these cops show up on the ding. They got a Sikh and a white kid bleeding. Now the Sikh goes, this white kid's being a racist. Now they can't doubt that. They have to agree with the Sikh. All right, let's watch this. It is depressing because, what is this? The kid's dying, right? This is sad. All right, this is body cam footage. So we are going to watch this, but don't put an ad right after this because someone will get pissed. It's very hard to watch somebody bleed out and then try to sell fucking, Blue Chew, whatever the fuck we're selling on this goddamn. Put it on. R.I.P. to everyone, by the way. This is the body cam footage of this. Here we are.
What's your name, mate?
What's your name, mate?
Huh? Has anyone been hurt other than him?
See, stop it for a minute. Can you tell how dumb the cops are already? Has anyone been hurt other than him? The cops are drunk. The cops are standing. Do you know how dumb? Can you imagine the guy that you just heard in this video? Can you imagine asking him, is he considering the framework, the historical framework of what happened? What historical framework? Someone got knifed. It happens every day. It's not about the historical framework, but think about that. As you listen to this call, anybody other than him? What's going on over there, love? Hey, bruv, what you do? You got a little excited with the blade. I think I slipped into Australian, when I do a British like that, I do slip into an Australian accent. Which, now people are going to say, are you breaking up that video to do bits? Here's the thing, folks. The kid's already dead. Did I say it? No, a Sikh dead with a ceremonial knife. But my thing is this. Think of how dumb these cops are. I mean, they're real retards over there, the cops. They're dumb. They're dumb here. They're dumb in most places. Not all cops. By the way, there's cops that listen to this show. You are brilliant. You're the smartest people in the world. I'm not talking to you. If you listen to this show and you buy the products and the ads and you like and subscribe and tell your friends about the show and you help the show move up the charts, I am obviously not speaking about you. But the people you hate at work, those idiots who don't listen to me, who listen to other people, it's them. They're the fucking problem. We both know that. But we're asking these lughead, empty-head cops in the UK, whose entire job for 200 years was just beating drunks in the street with a club. That's what they would do. That's their whole job. They had a row at a pub. Someone has a row at a pub. Somebody gets thrown through a window, and then they come in and they start hitting that guy with the club. And then they bring him to the jail. Now we're asking them to, well, can you assess the cultural ramifications of the what? What are you talking about? Okay, let's play the rest of this, please, here. Let's treat this sensitively, folks.
Right, my brother, he's took my turban off, started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I've got swollen idol.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me. Someone flag these down. Alright, let's get you out of there, shall we?
By the way, I'm going to use this next time I'm in the UK, and somebody's like, Mr. Dillon, did you smoke a cigarette in the room? I'm going to go, someone took my turban. Why don't you focus on that? Focus on someone who just stole my turban.
Grab his other arm. What's happened to you, right? You've been stabbed, whereabouts? Where about you have, right?
I don't think you have. See? So immediately, the cops, who are, which is a hilarious thing to lie about being stabbed. There is just something funny. I guess drunk people lie about everything, but there's just something funny about like going like, I've been stabbed, and then they like lift up your shirt and you're not stabbed, and you just shrug and you're like, gotcha. So this guy goes, I've been stabbed. And they go, I don't think you have. So their initial reaction is to go, I don't think you've been stabbed, mate. Like, I don't think you've been stabbed. I wish this was all with the northern accents. I love the northern accents where they're like, Brekkie, I get my brekkie. Oh, and that's like that SD kid from Liverpool. I like the Scouse accent. Bach. Take a bach. Take a bach. You ever see that show Adolescence? And like, Jamie, why you? That's a fun show, that Adolescence. It's about this kid who's inspired by Andrew Tate to carve a bitch up in a parking lot. Now, it was a little heavy, but the acting's phenomenal. Now, it's a little heavy-handed on the messaging. Like, it's a little like there's a part in it where, like, they're like, why did you stab this girl? And, like, the kid's like, oh, I was listening to Joe Rogan. And I'll go down a rabbit hole. And I found Andre Tyne. And then from Andre Tyne, it's a little heavy-handed with the messaging there. But it's phenomenal acting. It's great acting. But I do like that northern accent. So I would prefer this death video to be in that sort of dialect. But let's see a little bit more of it. I don't want to be ghoulish and keep watching it. But so this is what people are upset about over there. Because this kid goes, yeah, I've been stabbed. And the cop goes, no, you haven't. Because the cop looks at him, he's a white kid. The cop's like, you're probably fibbing. I have to believe this scene. Go on.
And? Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
Yeah, so I mean, all right, this is cool. Let's get out of here. We don't want to watch this, but so they're cuffing this dead kid on the ground. So obviously the two reactions to this are let's attack random brown people. Obviously wrong, bad, not good. We don't want to start doing that. That's terrible. That's anti-civilization. That's violence. That's insane. That's whatever. We all know this. And then the other response to it is from like the polite society people is to ignore it completely and to go, it actually doesn't mean anything. There's no meaning to be found in this one. There's meaning to be found in every other thing, but not in this one. Like, so you go in London, people are very terrified there of offending anyone. Not everyone, but a lot of people. Like, I asked a comic to open for me. They just did a couple of shows there. Sweet kid, nice kid. But he was like, oh. And he was like, well, one night I have a funeral, and the next night I have a show. And so, but again, because here's the deal. These people, there's no real internet stuff going on over there. You work for the BBC. The BBC calls you a racist, you starve in the street, you die. People there, they're 10 years behind us. They read tabloids in the supermarket. They watch what's on the tube. They watch BBC, what's on the telly. They like rules. They like I'm not saying that we're great, by the way. Every week I say we're not great. But I will say that what they are used to over there is much more of a top-down, paramilitary type of like overt system of customs, laws, rules. Some of those things are nice. Some of them are quaint. Some of them are seem a little silly. In 2026, but all of them inspire a sense of compliance a little bit in the public. And those people tend to be a little afraid, like they're stunned in America that we can kind of say what we want, wherever we want, and we get paid to do it. That is not the way that happens over there. Now, it doesn't mean that you have brilliant comedians like Ricky Gervais, Jimmy Carr, and a lot of people, and I'm not saying people are getting arrested for making an off-color joke. But what I am saying is there is much more social pressure in that system currently to have the quote-unquote right opinion than there is in the United States, because we had that 2020 moment 6 years ago. They're having it now. Not directly attributable to this case. I just feel like the dam is breaking. People are a little sick of not being able to discuss things that are actually happening around them, and they feel that they are being stymied by a system of customs and, requirements that none of them signed up for. And the way that they have to conduct these conversations in polite society, they feel like they have been limited and they're getting sick of that. So they are basically, the dam is breaking, because that's the thing. When you try to shut people up, it will work for a period of time. And then you have to start killing them. You actually have to start killing people because people's mouths are so big. And it's what most people do. Most people just talk. Some people fight. Some people go rowing. Some people jog up a hill. Some people use drugs. But most people, the predominant thing they do in their life is talk. That is what they do. That's the muscle that gets used the most. That's what people do. So when you shut that off or guilt people into doing it a certain way, or try to control it, it will never work forever. Then you have to move in and kill them. You have to do two things with a mouth: buy them or kill them. You have to buy them off or kill them. So that's basically where Britain is right now. I love my time in London. I was there 21 days. We missed last week. And I appreciate it. I like it there. It's an important place. A lot of my friends, I went to France for a few days. I love that. Italy, south of France are beautiful. Food's better, whatever. They're not interesting. And they don't matter. South of France and Italy are just not interesting. They don't matter. London's interesting. It's one of the oldest societies in the world. One of the other ones, Beirut, is getting destroyed right now by Israel. A country whose commitment to peace is, I gotta be honest, a little questionable. But Britain is one of the oldest civilized societies in the world. There's many others. I'm not, you're saying that because they're white. No, it's just one of the oldest. And they've been around a long time. London's an amazing city. It's cosmopolitan. It's global. But the tension points of that culture and the way and the benefits of it, the things where they do things a lot better than we do, are interesting to see. And the things where they don't do things as well as I think we do. Now, those are interesting things for me to observe and to think about. And I talk to a lot of people there that are starting to admit, and I saw Piers, of course, we had a lot of fun on your show, Piers Morgan, but they are admitting that there's some issues there. And I don't know. I mean, this guy got sentenced, this Dikwa guy who stabbed that kid in RIP. That kid's parents came out and said, we don't want this to be the cause of riots. We don't want, but whatever. I mean, in the sense that, like, it's, I don't know that bad, There's always the person who's, usually when somebody dies, the person comes out and goes, let's not. He wouldn't have wanted this. And people just don't care. That's not what they're doing it. They're not rioting to honor him. They're rioting to riot. It's why people riot. But, so they do have some issues there. This podcast is brought to you by NeuroComedy. It's the makers of the world's smartest gum. Neuro just dropped their new energy and focus mint variety packs, so can't decide on which flavor to try. Try them all: peppermint, spearmint, wintergreen. Leave the dumb stuff behind and make the switch to smart gums and mints. My favorite is the new mint variety pack: peppermint, spearmint, wintergreen. Neuro energy and focus is powered by natural green tea, caffeine, L-theanine, you need for calm focus, and vitamin B12 plus B6 for better mood and metabolism. No sugar, no aspartame, no crash, which means I don't feel like I need to apologize to my body afterward. Neuro's memory and focus gum are made with American ginseng to support mental clarity minus the jitters. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your first order at neurogum.com by using code TIM. That's neurogum.com. Use code TIM for 20% off your first order. You can also find Neuro at CVS and Amazon. Ethos makes getting life insurance fast and easy 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, applying minutes, and get same-day coverage. There's no medical exam, just answer a few simple health questions. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. Some policies are as low as $30 a month, and you'll get your lowest rate. The network of trusted carriers. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 4,000 reviews. Take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com. You know what's so important to get life insurance? I've always said this. I've always said it was so important to get life insurance because I know people that have not had life insurance. It sucks. Because why? Life insurance provides your family money if something happens. Right? Because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. I'll just say a quick story. And this might scare you into getting life insurance, but it might not. But it should. My friend, completely healthy guy. Completely healthy guy. Okay? I don't know what happens to this guy. He just has bad luck, this guy. Okay? He is driving to work. He's going to speed limit. He's a very conservative driver. He's not doing anything wrong. That's why I didn't get in any accidents. And he pulls his car up and he's at work. So then he's at work. He gets in the elevator and he's going up. And the elevator was repaired 2 days ago, but the people who repaired it were competent. So he has no problem with the elevator. He gets right up to his office. He walks right out. How you doing, Fern? Hey! He goes and he gets a cup of scalding hot coffee, but he's very careful, so the coffee doesn't do anything. He just walks it back to his desk. He puts it on his desk. So it's like this weird Final Destination day. You're like, what happens? What goes on? What's going to get him, right? Then the boss is like, we want to show you this big new machine we got in one of the rooms. So he goes into this big new machine, and he stands really close to it. The machine's very powerful, but because he's very careful and smart, he doesn't get mixed up. The machine does nothing to him. He goes right back to it. This guy pulls a gun out and blows his brains out in the middle of the office. No warning to anyone. He doesn't say anything. He just gets up and he stares at the woman next to him. We didn't even know she was a temp. And he puts a gun in his mouth, and then she said he smiled like a sick little smile. And then he blew his brains out, and then there was brain matter all over the office, and nobody knew why. And no one still, to this day, knows how he even got the gun. And the craziest thing about this story, I don't even think he got the life insurance because he took his own life, and no one knows why. Ethos.com. Take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/tip. Application times may vary, rates may vary. That's ethos.com/tip. One of the stories I read over there, because I do remember, speaking of 2020, I do remember living in LA and the TikTokers were running the city. All the older celebrities were scared of getting bad press for going out, and the young TikTokers didn't care. They were like 16. You'd be at a restaurant, and you'd see like these mobs of children. You didn't know who they were, but they were all millionaires, and some waitress would have to explain to them what Bernaise sauce was, and it was terribly embarrassing because all those waiters and waitresses had moved to LA to be actors, and of course, because of the pandemic, they couldn't get any work, and then the only people that were making any money were these kids doing these dances on TikTok. Now this seems like ancient history, and it is. But the biggest of all of these people was Charli D'Amelio and her sister Dixie D'Amelio. They were the two biggest TikTokers of their generation. There were several others, Addison Rae, whatever, but the D'Amelios symbolized the meteoric rise you can have on TikTok. Now, and we talked about them before in the show a few times, their parents recently have been accused of stealing their money, stealing Charli D'Amelio, who's the younger of the two sisters and was the more successful one. I did not steal from my daughter Charli D'Amelio's dad. Well, here's what I say to that, you cock. You should have. You should have. The D'Amelio, and yes, of course he probably stole from his daughter, allegedly. Let's read a little bit. Charli D'Amelio's dad is fighting back against claims millions of dollars were stolen from her account while under the watch of him and his wife. Report originally came from Duman, alleged the TikTok superstar became aware of the missing cash after her parents, Mark and Heidi, were supposed to have been removed from her account. The gossip account also posted that the issue caused a rift in the family, with Charlie's sister Dixie siding with their parents. Mark D'Amelio said, "No one called me for an interview. This is not true. We love Charlie, but she is being manipulated, and I have the receipts. Over the last 6 years, we have remained silent and never addressed gossip, but the time has come to set the record straight." She's always had a team in place: lawyers, a business manager, an agent. We purposely set it up that way. Not sure if you know anything about our family, but we were doing fine before TikTok. Here's the deal. Here's the deal, folks. Here's the deal. This is what it is. When your children are famous, when your children get famous, you have every right, listen to that, you have every right to steal their money. It is a time-honored tradition. It is the reason that your children are famous. It's so that you can steal their money. Your children are not, first of all, that lady, Ms. D'Amelio, was not famous for any real reason. She was famous because a Chinese guy flipped the switch, and she looked like the girl next door. And this is all kind of well known now about what TikTok was and kind of is. And they created these things called icons at the beginning of TikTok to get people onto the site. And they chose people that had certain looks. And Charlie D'Amelio was a girl next door. She was a dancer, and it was a dancing app, and she got famous. And was she a hard worker? Sure, maybe. Is she a lovely person? Maybe she is. I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, her parents were well within their rights to steal her money because she was famous for nothing. Easy come, easy go, and they... Okay, is this him talking about it? Let's see this liar. By the way, of course, I would have stolen her money. If that bitch, I would have been like, she's famous for doing what now? She's making what for what? Our daughter's a multi-millionaire. She's shaking her ass on TikTok for pedophiles. I'm stealing the money. We're pimping our daughter out for fucking pedophiles on a Chinese dancing app. Yes, I'll be stealing the money. What is this, Masterpiece Theater? This is a disease. This app was a disease. It was like a weapon used against us, whatever it was. This whole idea, steal her, now this guy's a shady fuck. We've talked about him on the show before. The whole family's criminals. I met them one time, actually really liked them because of that. And he had every right, and in fact, dare I say responsibility, to steal money from his talentless children. When you are a parent of a successful child, you hate them. I'll say it again. When you are a parent of a successful child, you hate them. A part of you hates them. You're living vicariously through them. The oldest and greatest musical in our country, Gypsy, is about this thing. And Audra McDonald was brilliant in it. Now it's off, and you'll never see it on Broadway. But the point is this: it is a long-held American tradition to try to live vicariously through your children. And when they make it, a part of you burns inside. Because even though you are happy for them, you are angry that it is not you on the stage. It is not you shaking your ass at a Chinese dancing app. It is not you that People Magazine wants to do the interview with. And you're like, but I raised her. She has my DNA. I'm the one that's interesting. I'm the one that's worked hard. So the only thing left you have to do at that point is to steal their money. That's why they steal all of their money. Because they hate their children. Not every part of them, but they get so successful, and that the parents, they have to do something. So in order to feel better about this, they steal their children's money, and I could not be more supportive of this. I believe in this. I defend this man. I wish he stole all of her money. I wish he stole it all and gave it to Israel. I wish he stole every dollar she earned and gave it to Israel, because they are committed to peace. By the way, they are committed. I've never seen a country as committed to peace as that country. Let's listen to this. Mark D'Amelio, friend of the show, defending himself, I guess, against accusations that he stole his daughter's money. I would go the other way on this. I would go, her money's my money. She was a minor. She lived in my house. She was dancing on a Chinese app. I get her money, and I get to decide what she makes. Mark D'Amelio.
Hey, look, someone just wrote another...
Stop it right there. Everyone that starts, hey, look, is guilty. There is no hey, look. There is no innocent person in this country who starts a sentence with, hey, look. Hey, look. Hey, look. Hey, look. Play that again. Play those words again, please.
Hey, look, someone just...
Yeah. Hey, look. People are saying they stole my daughter's money. Hey, look. What do you want me to do? She had money. It was in the bank. We don't even know why. We don't get it. The world went mad. They started giving these 16-year-olds money to do lip-syncing challenges. Yeah, I stole it. What do you think I'm going to do? Not steal it? Let's hear him out.
Another family ruined by fame. We're not ruined. I feel more normal now than I ever did. I'm just not going to let people lie. So a website that said,
He's, by the way, stop the video. I've never seen a guilty person in this man. I have met the laughing in the middle. He's like, we're not ruined. I feel more normal now than I ever have. I mean, this guy is so incredibly guilty. Look how much he enjoys stealing that money. Look at that face. Look how happy he is stealing that money. Why would you want him to not steal that money? She's still got enough money. It's fine. You know, here's the deal. It's a little selfish of Charli D'Amelio to walk out on her parents just because they stole her money. She's the problem. She's the one who's destroying the family. She has enough money. She should just let her parents steal from her because it's the only thing that keeps them alive. The only thing that is keeping them alive and keeping them happy, the only thing that makes him feel like a man is stealing from his daughter. And the fact that she takes that away from him is disgusting. It's disgusting. The fact that she would ruin a family unit by calling him out on this publicly is disgusting. Let's finish here, please.
That said, I forgot. I said something along the lines of, we took money and put it offshore. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Okay, by the way, stop it. This is another thing that people go there like, I wouldn't even know how to, what do you mean? What do you mean you wouldn't know how to do it? They're saying we put money offshore. I wouldn't even know how to do it. What does that even mean? You just go to the Cayman Islands, ask somebody. Take a flight to the Cayman Islands and sit there and go, how can we make some of this money to go to Switzerland? Go ask them, what are you talking about? Ask another rich person. Ask a wealthy person. What do you mean? I wouldn't even know how to. I don't even.
Like, come on, dude. We got our own money. We're fine. This dude was never going through this process was never about money.
It isn't. Stop it. He's right about that. It's not that they were destitute or needed her money. He was not stealing from her because he needed her money. He was stealing from her because it made him feel like a man and it made him feel alive. And he hates his children because they are successful, and I respect and honor that. And I acknowledge that, and that it is uncomfortable and painful. But many parents, including my own, hate their children because they are successful. And that's okay. It doesn't matter. I still love my parents. It doesn't matter. I don't begrudge them that feeling. But this man, it was never, he's right about that. See, that's when he goes, it's never about money. That's the only time he's telling the truth, because it isn't. He didn't steal from her because he needed the money. He stole from her because he felt like it was the right thing to do. He felt undervalued. He resented her level of success, and he stole her money because of that. And I side with him, and I say a pox on his daughter, that witch, who said, you stole my money. She should have quietly kept her mouth shut and said, I realize how important it is for my father to steal this money so he can feel alive. Play it.
Having this crazy, awesome experience with my family, and that's it. So, the balance of being a dad when you're going through this with your kids, you're making a lot of money. The hard part is
not stealing.
Like you see opportunity that I never had as a kid.
Here it
I
is.
also saw the other dads. Like
Here it is.
I heard about Michael Jackson's dad and crazy dads that just push their kids. I never did that.
Right. And you're like, why do they have any money? You're like, why? What is it? See, they always tell on themselves. Everyone tells on themselves. So what's happening here is he's confessing. This is a confession. He thinks this is what's hilarious. He thinks it's a denial. It's a confession. He thinks he's denying the charges. He's confessing to the crime. This is unbelievable. He's like, when you see these kids get famous, here's what an honest person does, or at least a smart person who's dishonest, right? Yeah, I hope her mental health is okay, and I hope she's not on any kind of drugs because she's clearly being manipulated by people. And I love her. She's my daughter, and would love to talk to her whenever she wants to talk to me without cameras. Good night. That's what somebody who's either not guilty does, or someone who's guilty and smart. Here's what someone who's guilty and dumb does. When your kids are famous, you see a lot of opportunities they had. You didn't have Michael Jackson's father and his other fathers that pushed your kids, I never did anything like that. So basically, where's mine? What do I get out of this? I got a bunch of pedophiles jacking my daughter, my underage daughter. She's up there shaking her ass. What am I supposed to get no money out of this? I'm supposed to get nothing out of this? Keep going. Talk to me. Friend of the show.
Businesses and things that gave them opportunity to do whatever they wanted went down the road. And that was it. And I'm a bad guy for setting my kids up for success and putting them in places where they can make a lot of money. I mean, we're living the dream. That's it.
Let me stop it for a second. His daughter, this is how funny it is. His daughter is accusing him of stealing money because we're living the dream. But this is the American dream. By the way, here's another thing I'm going to agree with him on. This is the American dream. The American dream is to prop up your talentless children and to dupe pedophiles into paying for their content and then to steal their money and then to have them leave your house and grab lawyers and accuse you of stealing it. That is, by the way, it's kind of, he's correct. He goes, we're living a dream. My daughter got famous on a Chinese app that was watched by pedophiles. She made a lot of money, and I stole it. And now she left, and she's suing me. And we're living the dream. Because he's right. That is the American dream. It's not, what do you think it is now? Owning a house, 2.5 kids, white picket fence? Get real. This is the only dream left, and he's right. That's why he's not really upset. He's not really upset about any of this. It's kind of unfazed. He's not fazed by it. He's not upset his daughter's accusing him of stealing money. He thinks it's funny. He kind of thinks it's funny. He's very casual about the whole thing. He's casual because the reality is he knows she's not famous for any goddamn reason. He knows that life's a horrificness, There's children more talented than her that are being lit on fire in mass in Gaza right now because they happen to be born there. And it's a horrific fact. That kid, Henry Nowak, just gets stabbed or whatever. I don't know, but you put him in these positions. What position? You put her in a dance class? Shut up. She got famous, and that's okay. It's all created equal. Talent is obviously not created equal, but whatever. She made her money. A lot of these TikTok kids were nice kids when I met them. We'd go out to dinner, and they'd be like, hey, man, I'm a fan. They were nice. I never knew any of them that well. They were all somewhat respectful kids. Some of them are mentally ill and ill people. Whatever. It's not my problem. As long as you were nice to me for a brief period of time, we're okay in my book. You're okay in my book. Even if you're a murderer. So, what, truly, if you were okay in my book, then that's my book. I get that book. You did other things to other people. So this guy is just basically saying, I stole my daughter's money because at the end of the day, what did you want me to do? What was I supposed to do? There's all this money around that my daughter has and I don't have, and I can't get famous like she does. I can't shake my ass on the camera for money. I have to steal the money. That's cause when is it my turn? You see Gypsy? They should do an updated Gypsy. There's a show Gypsy about this woman whose daughter, Gypsy Rose Lee, becomes a burlesque dancer. She starts out in vaudeville, and she's trying to make her daughter famous. And this woman's obsessed with making her daughter famous. Her daughter only gets famous as a burlesque dancer. And the penultimate song of this musical, these are all the people that, yeah, I'm gay, hear this. The penultimate song of the musical is called Everything's Coming Up Roses, where this woman finally confronts that she's never going to be famous and her daughter doesn't need her anymore. And there's this really powerful song where she goes, when is it my turn? When do I get a dream for myself? And then she's like, it's going to be me. And she's like, you know, in this massive delusion where she thinks she's on stage and she's doing this whole thing. And this is Mark D'Amelio. When is it my turn? My daughter entertained pedophiles on an app made by the Chinese. When do I get a dream for myself? And then at the end, you know, everything's coming up roses. And that's Mark D'Amelio. Everything's coming up roses. I stole all that bitch's money. Because he's right. This is the oldest dream in America, is to live vicariously through your children, watch them be successful, and then hate them. It's just what it is. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand used by over 1.5 million people. I'm telling you, I have friends that are taking it, and they love it. Nutrafol has formulas built for men at different life stages. Nutrafol Men for guys 18 to 49, the new Nutrafol Men 50 Plus, which is the first product of its kind, specifically made for men over 50. Address the key root causes of thinning wherever you're at in life. Grow physically thicker, full of hair in 3 to 6 months. Nutrafol is backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF certified for sport, the gold standard for supplement quality. You know exactly what you're putting in your body. Start Nutrafol today and make the hat optional. Visit Nutrafol.com and enter promo code TIM. $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping. Find out why Nutrafol is best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com. Promo code TIM, that's Nutrafol.com, promo code 10. Mud water, it's amazing. Are you one of these people who loves coffee, the taste, the smell, the whole ritual, but the caffeine sends you straight into an anxiety spiral? Same. I love trying new coffee shops and fun seasonal drinks, but one full cup and suddenly my heart is sprinting and my brain is running in 5 different directions at once. That's why I love Mud water. Same morning ritual, coffee, chai, or matcha, but with functional mushrooms and adaptogens instead of a full caffeine hit. Steady energy, no spiral. I've been loving the original blend. It's the cacao, chai, turmeric, and functional mushrooms like a spicy hot cocoa, warm, grounding, actually satisfying. For coffee lovers who just can't handle the full caffeine load anymore, Mud water is a version of your morning drink you didn't know existed. Because loving coffee shouldn't mean negotiating with it every morning. The best way to start is the starter kit. It's designed to set you up with everything you need to actually build the habit. When you order, you get the full size on your chosen blend, plus a free rechargeable froth or free gifts and free shipping. Ready to make the switch to cleaner energy? Go to mudwater.com/Tim Dillon and get the starter kit. Use code Tim Dillon and you'll get 43% off. The frother alone is worth it. That's right, up to 43% off. With code Tim Dillon, that's MUDWTR.com. If you're purchasing, they'll ask how you found them. Please show your support and let them know what you're saying. Quickly, let's talk a little bit about another legacy, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, who I just get a good feeling from him. I don't know anyone else. Does anyone else just get a good feeling from Jared Kushner? I get a good feeling from Jared Kushner, I do. And so here's Ivanka Trump talking about a big project. And I've always said this about marriages. We need a project. I've said this. Whether it's a home renovation or looking at colleges for the kids, whatever it is, you need a project as a married couple. Maybe you're restoring an old barn. The wife wants an art studio. You want a man cave. Whatever. You know, so Jared and Ivanka Trump Jared and Ivanka Trump are building a massive off-the-grid private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. And you would think, hey, Epstein, Sting, the files. It's probably a bad look to go do this right now. But who cares? The island spans 1,400 hectares and currently has no power. They'll be working with some of the world's greatest living architects to bring this vision to life. So people that voted for Trump because he wanted to improve, or supposedly wanted to improve the economic quality of the lives of the average or ordinary working class American. He wanted to restore sanity to the immigration system. He wanted to get rid of the DEI, go back to more of a merit-based appraisal of people's talent. Because he thought, and I agree with him in the sense that DEI in and of itself is inherently un-American, and it radicalizes people all over the place. And unfortunately, even though we're an imperfect society, and certainly not colorblind, we do need to consider merit in the sense of how we assign value to people and their jobs. And so he was going to do all of this. He was going to help Americans afford groceries. And he was going to be more transparent about areas where the government might have been hiding things, 9/11, Epstein, whatever. None of that has happened. However, his daughter and her husband are building an island, or they're building a, I don't know, I guess a resort. She's going to tell us what it is. But here's what I'll say. It's exciting. I'm excited by this. And I know that none of the other stuff happened, but at least this is something exciting. Here's Ivanka Trump.
An incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
Yes.
I think that's an understatement. Can you
Yes.
explain?
It is.
There's no power on this island.
Whoa.
You're building everything from scratch.
Yes.
It's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to.
Stop it for a minute. Here's the great thing about the czars. They're czarists. And I have great respect for Russia. I don't want to live there. I'm not in love with Putin all the time. I just think some of what he does is fun. The bear and going in those cold legs. Don't love all of their policies. Obviously, wouldn't want to live there. I'm kind of bummed that I can't get a direct flight there from a NATO country because I do want to try where they invented chicken Kiev. But I want to go to St. Petersburg and Moscow. It's an old society to produce lots of literature. Conservatives jerk it off because they're a little stupid. They don't really understand. It's like they pretend it's a religious society. It's a communist society for atheism for years. But whatever, everything's fake and nothing matters. So it doesn't matter. So whatever, just whatever you want to do. You can believe anything you want to believe, but I don't think we should go to war with Russia. I don't think we should antagonize Russia. I think we should just leave it be and let me go there and have dinner. That being said, these are czarists, the Trump family. They become czarists. They want you to know how much they don't live your life. And in the beginning, that was cute because it was honest. When Trump got out there and he's like, this plane, he said it would take off and it didn't. It was his own plane. And he was honest with people and they liked it because it was refreshing. You're a rich guy, not pretend to be broke. When I go to these cities, I go to London and Paris, I'm fortunate enough, because of people that listen to the show, I'm very grateful, that I can stay in nice hotels. And whenever I stay in a nice hotel, inevitably I'm confronted with somebody who goes, yeah, but that's not the real London. That's not the real Paris. I'm like, that's right. That's correct. I don't want to see the real London, the real Paris. Maybe I'll walk through it, but I don't care. There is no real London or real Paris anymore. Those are just rich kids LARPing at something they're not. Let's just go to where the rich people don't pretend to be anything but rich. Let's cut it out. I need to go hang out in some hipster suburb so let me just hang out with their parents. Let me have fucking tea with their parents. Why do I need to hang out with them? Why? Because they posted something progressive on the internet? I forget how rich they fucking are. There is no real, you gotta see the real London. The real London is that kid getting stabbed. I don't want to go to that. I wasn't in London, but it's a little outside of it. But that's the real, what is the real anything? No, I want to see where people don't pretend to be anything other than what it is. In the beginning, when the Trumps emerged, and Donald, these people are nothing. I mean, nothing. They're the runoff of a dynasty. But he was honest with people and made them like him because he did not pretend to be in any way relatable. He was an egotistical maniac who told people, nobody does it like me. When this concert, he's going to do this concert to celebrate America's 250th anniversary and all these acts are pulled out. He goes, let's just replace it with the greatest act of all time. The guy who filled more seats than Elvis in his prime and did it without a guitar. Donald J. Trump, he's a czarist. He's still that guy. But now that people are broke and he's selling the government off for parts and no one cares, it's not cute anymore. It's not fun anymore. Because everybody was like, we want him to be our czar. Even me. I was like, what a great movie. The rich scumbag becomes the rich scumbag of the people. what a movie. The leader of America is never going to be not a rich scumbag. I'm 41. I didn't grow up in another country. I know who we are, and I know what this thing is. And I know what it's always been. Well, you're naive. No. You thought Sanders was going to win, you fucktard. You're naive. He got sandbagged by his own fucking people who were never going to let him win. I just thought maybe there was a chance that the rich scumbag liar was going to do it for us. There was that chance. Maybe that's how the movie ended. No, it was not. I'll admit that. But that belief was as patriotic as I could get. There was as patriotic as I knew you like Obama because he went on talk shows and he was a cerebral, contemplative guy. But they locked up a lot of whistleblowers and threw a lot of people out of their houses and deported a lot of people. But you don't give a shit because Jimmy Kimmel didn't talk about it, you moron. But I thought maybe this rich scumbag could have been the rich scumbag for America, but he was not. He's for Israel, he's for Qatar if they give him a plane. These people are talking about an island in the Mediterranean. We're going to let her finish, but keep in mind as you listen to the rest of this how little they go watch that movie Melania if you think, it's just you heard walking out of a G6, G5 plane, going to Palm Beach. The first 15 minutes are her getting fitted for an outfit. They want to sell you the way that Russia did for many years, the greatness and the glory of the state. And they are the state. They're the hottest country in the world. What that means when he says that is that my family is getting rich, and you live vicariously through us. He's turning us all into Mark D'Amelio. He wants us all to be Mark D'Amelio, sitting there, looking at another person get all the fame, get all the money. Take a look here. Let's let Ivanka finish up.
Swam to the island. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care because the land is so beautiful that really...
By the way, stop it. This is causing riots in Albania. They're rioting. They're burning down the head of Albania. They just burned down that guy's house. What, he's the prime minister or the leader or something? The president? What is he? Yeah, they just burned down his house because they were like, we've had enough of this. So, we're not going to watch the rest of it. We know what she's saying. We get it. They're buying out. Rich people are just buying islands, and we're doing it with care. We're doing it with so much care because they're here's what, folks. This is what that means. They're getting out. If they can't get on a spaceship off the country, they're going to the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. Inside Sazan Island, the Albanian ex-military base in Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner want to turn it into a luxury resort. The data centers, by the way, you dummies, are not prisons for people that did the vaccine, you QAnon retards. They are data centers, and they're gonna try to take your life. The other thing is they're probably not building a luxury resort. They're going to build something that looks like a luxury resort and then live in it when there's a nuclear war. And that's what it is. They want you to root for them. They want you to be excited for them and happy for them because they made it out. Rich people are probably not going to be able to get off the planet before it inevitably emollients. But they are going to flee to the middle of the ocean if they can. Nevertheless, Sazan has already been dubbed Trump Island by angry locals who have made their displeasure and reported a deal. Below, we take a closer look at the island with its 3,600 nuclear bunkers, unexploded weapons, bomb shelters, and miles of tunnels. So here's the reality. Everybody's preparing. Everybody's preparing. From Spencer Pratt to Mark D'Amelio. Everybody's doing what they have to do. He's lifting, taking a little bit off the top, skimming from his daughter. And Jared and Ivanka have decided to buy a nuclear bunker in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea because they know something's coming. They don't only know it's coming, they're making it happen. That's the thing. They're not sitting in the dark. They know that all of this tension eventually boils over. The Henry Nowak stuff, the affordability crisis in America, the food, the cost of oil. In the next 6 months, things are going to skyrocket and make this an unlivable place financially. And your only way out, if you're in America, your only way out, you better hope your kid can shake their ass on the Chinese dancing app for money. Or if you're Spencer Pratt, you better grab the gas can. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, our final episode from the UK. They have been very hospitable to us here, and we thank them. But it's good to get out of the United States and kind of see how mentally ill many people in our country are from a distance. I'm usually seeing that up close, in an uncomfortably close capacity. It is good to take a flight and then appreciate that level of illness, because it is the level of mental illness that is quite rampant in our society. And I'm not saying it's not here, but I'm not here to study that. I'm here to come, I'm here to ignore that, and I'm here to see it in my own country. R.I.P. to Thomas Massie, a man who never came on this show. We invited him many times to come on this show. I am not saying that's the reason he lost. Obviously, I think it's more than Miriam Adelson spending $32 million. However, would it have hurt to come on the show? Because Ro Khanna, that guy, kept trying to get on the show. And I go, you got to bring in Massie. And then Massie's team would constantly say no. So I feel bad for Massie. I agree with his stance on the Epstein files, release them, and the Iran war and the funding of Israel. And those are the reasons that he is no longer in Congress. I don't know how you run a country where people can just dump $32 million into a race. I think what it's showing you is that if you spend enough money, you could just create any reality you want. No one knows who the hell the other guy is. He was just handpicked, came out of nowhere, was a veteran, was like, we got to get kids back into the military. We got to get them to Iran now. Now, you would think that's probably not a super popular idea. Let's bring back the draft. Let's get your son out of the house and into Iran. You would think that as ideas go, that's probably a relatively hard sell. However, if you spend enough money in American politics, you can create any reality you want. This guy who's like, release the Epstein files, hold people accountable, prosecute pedophiles, get out of foreign wars, that guy loses to a guy who's like, let's cover up the Epstein files, let's not prosecute pedophiles, let's go to war with your kids. You would think just platform to platform, that's a tough sell. Like, that's a hard sell. But with enough money, if you dump enough money into anything in America, you can create. We see it in entertainment. There's some genuinely talented people in American entertainment, some of the most talented people in the world. I'm going to say the most talented people in the world have come out of America. And if you doubt that, go watch Eurovision. Go watch Eurovision. We don't have a good healthcare system. Our food is poison. 14-year-olds are shooting their parents. People in my country get famous for killing their children. There's shows about it. There's a lot of things that we're not doing particularly well. But our entertainers are the best in the world. Now, that doesn't mean that they all are. A lot of them have been pushed by a machine that will not allow you to not like them. You're simply not allowed. The level of ferocity that the level of marketing behind some of our public figures, you are not allowed to not like them. You're not allowed to even be agnostic. You must love them or hate them. They are pushed down your throat to a degree that you must either join the cult that they have, or you must reject it and then put lamb's blood on your door and darken your windows so that these people are not invading every minute of your day. Because in America, we have that power. We have this machine that can get behind anybody and push them to a point where you go, I don't even know if I like this, but fine, okay. And what Miri Madelson and Paul Singer and others and a lot of these super PACs, very pro-Israel, pro-Iran war, pro-keeping the Epstein files under lock and key, they spent an amount of money that has never been spent before in a congressional race in America. They spent enough money to take a guy who no one really knew, who ran on a platform that was the opposite of what Trump ran on a year ago. And yet many Republican voters who voted for Trump on the platform of staying out of war and transparency elected this guy, Ed Gallagher, on a platform of more war, less transparency. Do you have an Ed Gallagher campaign ad? I don't even know. I'm sure that they exist, obviously, because that's where all the fucking money went. I've only been to Kentucky a few times. I've performed there. The people are great. I wanted to meet that American Pharaoh horse, which won the Triple Crown. They would not let me. Or maybe it was Justify. I think it was American Pharaoh. I think they were afraid it was going to jerk it off or something. I just wanted to take a photo with it. But all those horses are owned by Saudis, and they won't let you near them. And those Saudis spend lots of money on those horses, and they're in stables. And I was trying to get an audience with this horse to take a photo, but because it was owned by some sheikh, I couldn't do it. That has nothing to do with anything. I'm just saying that was my experience in Kentucky. That's not why Ed Gallagher defeated Thomas Massey. Again, that's more than $32 million. I guess is this an ad here with Trump in it? I don't know how this guy sold him. He was a retired Navy SEAL. Some people like that. He's like, I'm a Navy SEAL. Okay, so here's an Ed Gallagher campaign ad, and this is where all the money went. This and other things. And let's take a look at what sold the people.
This is a real hero. Ed Gallagher.
No one in the back even knows who he is.
Tremendous war hero, and he's a great big kid. I can tell you, he's strong as hell. I shook my hand. My hand is still recovering. I'm telling you, that is the greatest candidate. This guy is unbelievable.
Look at the people.
Central casting. Just
central casting. Stop it for a minute. Trump literally said central casting. The term central casting means that they've just if I look at somebody who looks like a meth head on the street and I go central casting, that means that person so embodies the just very general sense of a meth head that I could put them into a film as a meth head and everyone would automatically believe that they were a meth head. When Trump says about Ed Gallagher central casting, what he means is we found this guy that was a war hero. He was a Navy SEAL. He's tall. He's a good-looking, he's an older guy, but he's like, he presents well. He's central casting. We're putting him in to fool you. He's using the word casting. He's going, yeah, we're putting him in to fool you. He's kind of an actor. I'm sure he was a war hero, whatever. I don't know, and I'm sure he was. I mean, I get it. But, like, they're saying we got a real problem with this guy, Thomas Massey, who's relatively physically a little diminutive. He's a shorter guy. He's a nerdy-looking guy, whatever. He's got a great family. Whatever. I'm not shitting on Thomas Massey, but, like, they found this tall ex-Navy SEAL, again, central casting, and they go, no. This guy's the real patriot. Ed Galry, he shook my hand. When he shook my hand, he almost broke my hand. And that's how dumb the people in our country are. That's how absolutely stupid their brains have rotted in their heads, and they've leaked out of their ears onto their pillow at night. And because of that, when they think, he's got a strong handshake, he's a patriot, and they actually voted for this. This actually worked. Central casting, he shook my hand, that actually worked. Let's watch the rest.
Central casting, just elected Ed Galbraith.
Just elected. By the way, stop that for a minute. The pitch was just elected. It's like Nike, just do it. It's like your mother going, just clean your room. I don't want to hear anything. The pitch for this guy, after admitting he was central casting, he's a selected candidate. The pitch was, just elect him. He shook my hand. He's got, what a handshake he's got. Just elect this guy, and we won't have any problems. Let's finish. We've only got 3 seconds.
I'm Ed Galbraith, and I'm this message.
You know who doesn't talk at all in that commercial? Ed Galbraith. Ed Galbraith says nothing that entire commercial, that entire ad. Ed Galbraith says absolutely nothing about anything, and nobody really knows. But I don't know if Massey's against Citizens United. I think he said he's still not against Citizens United, which allows people to dump billions of dollars into politics. So I don't know how to help anybody. I think you got to get money out of politics in America. And if you don't go to public funding of campaigns, and if you don't get money out of politics, and if you go, Miriam Adelson, who's a U.S. citizen, a dual citizen, but a U.S. citizen, if she's allowed to raise $32 million of her own money, of somebody else's money, and spend it in a state she doesn't even live to affect the race of a congressman she doesn't like, if that's the game, then that's the game she's going to play. And other people are going to play. So you've got to change that. You've got to change it. On one level or on many levels. You can either end dual citizenship, you can end private money in politics, which I think is a great idea. Super PACs and billions of dollars and raising all this money and letting donors completely control the entire system. But you got to get on board. You got to get on board for that. Otherwise, this will happen again and again and again, and it'll just get stupider. Central casting. He shook my hand. They'll just start picking different archetypes of people that are supposed to appeal to you on some guttural lizard brain level. War hero. It'll never be more than a few words. She's a mom who's had enough. And it'll be some mom they trot out, and they'll be like, she's a mom and she's had enough. You won't even know enough of what. They won't even specify what she's had enough of. They won't even do that. They don't have to. She's a mom and she's had enough. And she'll fold her arms like this, and they'll be like, she's pissed. And it'll be some woman that some super PAC, either the Tech Demons or Adelson or somebody, they will dump tens of millions of dollars into making the quote, mom who's had enough, your next congresswoman. And there'll be nothing you can do about it. Because much like everything in our country, you will be inundated with ads. You will be inundated with it is a psyop. Everything in America right now. People get mad when I say this. I don't care. Everything is some type of psyop. And that doesn't mean that you should lose all contact with reality. But what I mean by that, okay, is that, and they're not even good. The psyops are not even good. They're not good. They're effective because you're aiming for the lowest common denominator. And what I mean by a psyop is they're literally coming out and inventing people and you have to go along with it. And the way they get you to do that is by shoving it down your throat. There's nowhere for you to go. You cannot escape. The only escape from this is death. You can't get away from it. War hero, war hero, war hero, war hero. They're in Kentucky doing whatever the fuck they do to Waffle House. War hero, war hero, war hero, war hero. Navy SEAL, handshake, Navy SEAL, war hero, Navy SEAL. To a point where, like a horde of zombies, I guess they go into the voting booth and vote for this guy who's trying to quite literally kill their children. He wants their children dead, but because every day, war hero, Navy SEAL, handshake, war hero, loyal, America, Patriot, America. Look, you just get to a point you go, I don't even know what's up and what's down, what's real or what's fake. This is what I mean about a psyop. This is not a campaign. These are not campaigns. They're not campaigns about ideas where people are debating ideas. This is a psychological operation aimed at the lowest common denominator, lizard brain instincts that you have. War, hero, good, patriot, America, apple, pie, vote. It is a strange, guttural. It's like an EMP. It's like an electromagnetic pulse weapon that Adelson's got in Kentucky. War, good, hero, apple, America, pie, family. It means the. Then you go, what does he want to do? He wants to kill your children. He wants your children in the Middle East getting killed. That's what it is. So we're dealing with such a level, and it's not. This is what bothers me. It's not good if you have a modicum of intelligence. It's not even good. It doesn't even inspire. You can look at things that the government has pulled off and went, wow. They dotted all their I's and they crossed all their T's. Now they have such little respect for you. They have almost no respect for you. You're being treated like an adolescent who is asking too many questions and is, bothering you. Right now, the American public is bothering the government. And the government is dealing with that by making up stories and spending and having their emissaries go out there and say, this is reality. You understand that? As long as you live in my house, you gotta live under my rules. And in my house, Ed Gallery is a patriot who wants the best for you and your children who are going to die in the Middle East and going to die in Iran. And people are so sick of their children now. And their children there's no prospects for their children and there's no prospects for their jobs. I have said this before on the show. Now, the boomers, their children are older. But the boomers now are looking at their grandchildren, and because their children have missed the window, although the draft might go up to 42. So the boomers are still very excited about their children dying in a war. It's all they ever wanted. It's all the boomers ever wanted was to have their child go to a Middle Eastern war and get their head blown off. This is their greatest fantasy. They can go around town. They don't have to leave the house to the kid. They can sell the house, take all the money, go to Florida, and cry about their child who got killed in Iran. That's all the boomers have ever wanted is their children dead in a Middle Eastern war. They get excited about it. It gives them meaning. They love it. They like it. They like songs about people dying in a war, and they don't really mind if it's their own children. In fact, they prefer it. They prefer it. So that's who we're dealing with. That's who we're dealing with. Those are the people that pull the lever for Ed Gallery. They're people that want their children to die, preferably in a faraway Middle Eastern land in a crusade. That's who we've got in this country. That's who's on the back deck of a bar in Florida listening to Van Morrison's Domino. Oh, Domino. And they're swaying in the breeze. That's what they want. They want their children dead. I've said it before. I'm not going to keep saying it. So that's why you're getting what you're getting. Ladies and gentlemen, you know how I feel about Morgan & Morgan. It's America's largest personal injury law firm. Whenever I witness an injury or a car accident happen, and I do that a lot. I do it a lot. I witness injuries and car accidents often, and I think automatically, I don't think, are they okay or should I help? I think Morgan & Morgan. I think about law, and I think about lawsuits immediately. I think about the exchanging of money. Morgan & Morgan is the largest law firm in America. They have 100 offices nationwide. They have 1,000 lawyers. With over $30 billion recovered for over 500 clients, they have a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. By the way, they're wide. What did I say? 500 clients, 500,000 clients. I said 500 clients. They have 500,000 clients. Sorry. Their fee is free unless you win. How cool is that? If you're ever injured, check out Morgan & Morgan. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Jim or dial pound law. That's forthepeople.com/Jim or dial pound law to let them know I sent you. This is a paid advertisement. Scaling a business takes the right expertise at the right time. Upwork helps grow teams quickly and bring in specialized freelancers. You can move faster and take the business to the next level. Hiring help shouldn't be a headache or a drain on your budget. It's a one-stop platform to find, hire, and pay expert freelancers across web and software development, data and analytics, marketing, business operations, and more. Upwork helps you grow your business by giving you fast access to specialized talent across 125 categories. You can fill gaps, launch projects faster, and scale support up or down without committing to a full-time headcount. With Business Plus, you can access the top 1% of talent on Upwork. With AI-powered short listing, you'll get matched to the right freelancer in under 6 hours. No endless searching required. Upwork also cuts down operational hassle by handling things like contracts and payments in one place, so you can spend time running the business. Visit Upwork.com/GIM right now and post your job for free. That's Upwork.com/GIM to connect with top talent ready to help your business. That's Upwork, UPWORK.com/GIM, Upwork.com/GIM. Now, this economic fallout, by the way, is bad. And they're saying there's going to be a major food crisis in 6 months. And that people are not going to be able to get food. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is not a temporary disruption, says Politico, but the start of a systemic shock to global food prices. So now, because by the way, we talked about it up here the other day, fertilizer, things like this, that move through the Straits of Hormuz, by the way, are not moving. So it's hurting everything. It's hurting agriculture. Decisions now by farmers and governments on fertilizer use, imports, financing, and crop choices will determine whether food prices spike later this year or in early 2027. You know who this hurts the most? Eli Lilly and the makers of the GLP-1s. The makers of the GLP-1s depend on the fact that on this planet right now, in a lot of the Western countries, specifically the one I live in, we have a lot of fatty fatties. And Eli Lilly and many other companies are now coming up with these GLP-1 drugs that help people eat less. Great. If the food stops showing up at the grocery store, people are going to have to, or it's too expensive, people are going to have to starve naturally the way they did in the Great Depression. So no more injectables, no more GLP-1s. People are just going to have to go to bed with an empty stomach like an orphan from Oliver Twist. And the only people that will be fat will be rich people who can afford the food prices. Then you go back to the Great Depression. And that's what may happen. And by the way, that might be the plan. The government of our country might say, listen, we're going to go back to workhouses and gruel. Please, sir, may I have some more? We might be heading in that direction. Because Trump has come out and said, I don't think about the financial situation of Americans. We're just going to go to war. We're a war nation now, and too bad if you can't eat. It's going to cost you too much money to feed your children. Therefore, they have to go to Iran. It all works together, folks. It all links up together. Kevin O'Leary doesn't want your kids to eat. Let's get up Kevin O'Leary. Kevin O'Leary, Shark Tank guy, friend of the show. Don't sue me, Kevin O'Leary. I know he sues people a lot to talk about it. All these billionaires sue people, by the way. I don't like that. I don't like the suing. You hear that? Costume designers. We don't like this. The legality of everything. What is wrong with people? When did this start? When everybody just grabbed lawyers and everybody wanted to sue everybody. And I mean, that's the only thing we have left in our country is to sue people for anything and everything we don't like. Here's Kevin O'Leary talking about that. Now, I don't hate Kevin O'Leary. I don't really know him. I've never met him. I was going to buy a condo in the building he lived in Miami years ago, and I never did. I think Shark Tank's a fine show. It's whatever. But he's building this really big data center in Utah. And a lot of people are unhappy with that because AI is getting booed everywhere. We're going to play that in those commencement speeches later. But Kevin O'Leary is now on the podcast circuit. He was on Tucker, and he's talking about, hey, all technological advancements are great no matter what. This is the party line. This is the party line, by the way. All tech is good. No tech is bad. Everything's good. Every advancement is good. That's someone's phone. Sorry. Is that mine? That's all right. It's a British producer. Should we answer it? Who is it? Is anyone important? We'll never know. Did you get a lot? Was it a scam call? All right, so British producer's a lovely person. The British are very loved. They're very reserved, a lot of the British. Not up north, but here. Up north, they're kind of more like America. But here, if you go up to Liverpool or Manchester, they've got pumped up lips, and they've got fake tanner, and they're fighting in the street. They're beating each other in the street. They're drunk, and they're eating kebabs, and kebab sauce is falling out of their mouth as they pummel someone who bothered them. That's, you know what I mean? But here it's more prim and proper, tea and sandwiches and food smelling, and the Arabs, and everybody's rich, and it's Harrods, and it's Knightsbridge, and it's Ferraris, and it's sexy, and it's prep school, London, proper little gentlemen in their suits, and they're, and everybody's pale, and, that's kind of that. But then up north, you just have more of like, it's sort of more of a culture of, kind of gypsies and people that just like to throw hands in the street. I kind of like that. There's something fun about that to me. But I don't have time to get up there this trip, but next time I will. But Kevin O'Leary, friend of the show from Shark Tank, is now basically telling you're not allowed to have lunch. Remember they ran an article a few months ago I talked about where they go, you don't need a dining room? They said people just are realizing they don't need to sit and have a dining room. They go, you don't have a family, no one believes in God, so there are no holidays, you don't have a family. Why do you need more than one room where you can just sit in the corner and cry? This is what they say. And now they're coming out going, why are you having lunch? What do you need to do with lunch? So basically, they just want to push you into a form that is not human. Because they're going to replace you with technology. They're quite clear about that. And in order to compete with technology, they very much like you to stop eating and sleeping and doing anything that might get in the way of your productivity. So here's Kevin O'Leary talking about people eating lunch and why that's becoming a problem. He talks about the financial investment that people make in eating a lunch, Kevin O'Leary.
Can't stand it when I see kids that are making $70
$1,000 a year spending $28 for lunch. I mean, that's just stupid. It's just, think about that in the context of that being put into an index and making 8 to 10% a year for the next 50 years.
Right. So here's for the next 50 years, by the way, because everyone's got a 50-year plan. Doesn't everyone have a 50-year plan? When you go to get a panini, don't you say, I'd rather put this money in my index fund over the next 50 years? Here's the problem with this. Number one, lunch costs $28 now. That's what it costs. Lunch is expensive. It's expensive. It's not cheap. If you work in an office and they're paying you $70,000 a year, not because you're worth that or because they're electing to pay you $70,000 a year, you're taking that because it's an available job. Now, is that a true statement of your value as an employee? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It's case specific. But he's using the example of somebody who's getting paid $70,000 a year. So that person now either has to make lunch and bring it to the office, which I'm not saying is a terrible thought, but if that person wants to go and purchase a lunch, a salad, a sandwich, a yogurt parfait plus a coffee, he's basically saying that if you're spending $28 on lunch, you're some kind of crackhead. That's what he's saying. You're like a crackhead who's financially irresponsible. You're like a shivering on the street crackhead, crack addict, because you stood in a line and spent $16 on a salad and $3.50 on a drink, and with tax and with the donation to the Child Cancer Fund, you ended up spending $26.50 on lunch, and you're a crackhead. You're a financially irresponsible drug addict, and you should be treated as such. You're stupid. He goes, that's stupid. You're stupid, and you're an idiot because you didn't go and make yourself a tuna sandwich or a turkey sandwich and bring it into work. And by the way, how much cheaper is that? Not that much cheaper. Go to the grocery store. It's not that much cheaper because we've decided to fight and lose a war with Iran, by the way. So it's not that much cheaper to buy groceries. Now, it is cheaper, but how much cheaper, I don't know. But Kevin O'Leary's point is basically like, hey, crackhead. Hey, crackhead, junkie, drug addict. Get off the line at your salad, you junkie, drug addict. Don't add the guacamole and chipotle, you drug addict. There used to be the days of the 3-martini lunch. People would spend 2 hours at Smith & Wollensky's getting bombed and having fun and enjoying their life. Now people eat a bowl of slop and they're not even allowed to do that. They don't even want them doing that. They don't even want them doing that. You go and you get a bowl of slop. What's the base? What base would you like? Grain? Green? Grain or green? They talk to you with words, singular word. Grain or green? Green. Or if you have to stay and work longer, you need some carbs. Grain. Olive grain. Meat. Chicken. All the chicken. And it's always some, like, word you can't pronounce. Some spice, some, all of the achoti chicken. I could choach chicken. Grain or green? Grain. Meat. Chicken. Vegetables. Peppers, corn, spinach, sauce, the cilantro, lime, chipotle, and they throw it at you. And that is what they want to take away. That you can't do that even. You used to go to Smith & Wollensky's in New York City or the 21 Club or wherever, and I'm sure there's equivalents of this in London. And you would sit there and they would bring you a gin martini. Hello, sir, how are you? Would you like a steak or a shrimp cocktail? And you'd have a cigarette? And yeah, you died because you ate unhealthy food. But guess what? Do you think any of those people want another 10 years eating grain, green? They go, what the hell's this? Put me back in the fucking ground. Now, people got healthier, the 3-martini lunch ended, things evolved. I get it. I'm not saying it's the best idea to drink in the middle of the day, but compare that life to what you're doing now. they won't allow this. They won't allow it. They go, you can't spend $28 on a bowl of dog food. You want to get some moderately healthy, organic, non-GMO dog food before getting in the elevator and going back to your desk to live a meaningless life devoid of purpose? And then going back to your overpriced condo with no dining room and slinking down onto your couch and jerking off to very violent porn before falling asleep on your bed after taking 4 edibles? Waking up in the middle of the night with a panic attack and then doing it all again the next day? Why are you spending money on lunch? Why would you spend money to just punctuate this horrific life we've created with a little bit of a panini, a ciabatta with a caprese salad? Why would you do it? Why wouldn't you, in that horrible life we've created, make a sandwich and bring it to work in a paper bag or a lunchbox and put it in the refrigerator so that you could save $45 a week, $60 a week, and put it in an index fund so that in 50 years, then you can, I don't even know what the hell you do. I don't even know what you would do with that money in 50 years. When everybody's a bionic human being and most of these people have left the goddamn planet. You're going to be sitting here with your index funds in whatever door these people have created. You're going to, well, thank God I didn't have lunch for 30 years and I invested in this index fund so that now I have the money to buy the gear to fight the robot army that is surrounding my house? Guys, what are we thinking? You think this thing's going to look good in 50 years? No, just stop being a doom and gloomer. There's always been people like you that don't believe in the future. They're telling you they want you to not have a job and not own anything. They're coming out and telling you that's not a secret. They're telling you they're going in front of kids that just spent 4 years to get a shitload of student loans. And you got up this Goldman Sachs CEO, this guy who, he's a DJ at Surf Lodge in the Hamptons, just fucking disgusting. I'm starting to hate the Hamptons. I'm moving to fucking London. I'm going to be a goddamn gentleman before I die, and it's going to be in fucking London. I'm going to live in Knightsbridge like a person and convert to Islam. If something's been off in the bedroom, you're not the only one. A lot of guys wait longer than they need to take action. The difference now, getting real treatment is simple. And through HIMS, it's 100% online. HIMS connects you with licensed healthcare providers, giving you simple access to legitimate ED treatment options from home. No walk-in appointments, no pharmacy lines. Just a complete, simple online intake, and a provider will review your information to determine if treatment is right for you. Prescribe, your treatment ships directly to your door in discreet packaging. It's straightforward, transparent, and designed to make getting care feel easy. To get simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/Tim. That's hims.com/GIM for your free online visit. hims.com/GIM. Prescription required. See website for details and important safety information. Sildenafil is a generic version of Viagra. Viagra is a registered trademark of Viatris Specialty LLC. HIMS is not affiliated with or endorsed by Viatris. Lately, I've been intentional about what I wear, leaning into pieces that feel easy, comfortable, still put together, and make getting dressed simpler. Quince is my go-to. The fabrics feel elevated, the fits are clean, and everything just works without needing to overthink it. Quince has all the wardrobe staples for spring. 100% European linen shorts and shirts from $34. Lightweight, breathable, comfortable, but still look put together. Clean, 100%. Pima cotton tees with a softness that has to be felt. Their pants also in the same balance, relaxing, comfortable, and still polished enough to wear pretty much anywhere. I love one of their linen shirts. It's been on constant rotation. It's lightweight, breathable, but still looks put together, and it didn't cost what I thought a shirt like that would. Refresh your everyday with luxury you'll actually use. Head to quince.com/GIM for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/GIM for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/Tim. Laughing at life is easier when you actually feel good. Between processed foods, environmental threats, modern stressors, and just existing in today's world. Feeling run down has become the norm, and your body wasn't meant to feel that way. Armor Colostrum is nature's original superfood. Colostrum is packed with over 400 bioactive ingredients that fortify gut health, strengthen immune health, promote healthy metabolism, and fuel fitness performance. Because keeping up with the chaos of modern life is a lot more fun when you have the stamina to do it. We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armor.com/Tim or enter TIM to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's ARMRA.com/TIN. Strengthen immune health, fortified gut health, healthy metabolism, hair health, skin health. Armra.com/Tim. Enter Tim to get 30% off your first subscription order. It is the best thing you can do. Let's take a look at the CEO of Goldman Sachs. Now, again, a mentally ill person who is DJs at Surf Lodge in the Hamptons, and because he is rich, his mental illness must be regarded as a hobby. So he's DJing because it's not enough to be rich; you also have to be cool. And then he goes and gives some commencement speech. I think his name's Gary Cohn. He's no longer the CEO of Goldman Sachs. I don't know what he does now. I think it got in the way of his music. But he goes up in front of this college and he's like, by the way, kids, AI is coming. And it created this new song. And isn't it great? It took 15 seconds or whatever. And I gave it some prompts and it created this song. And all of these speakers are getting booed because they keep bringing up AI, and the kids who just graduated college, they're not kids, they're like adults ready to enter the workforce, are going, hey man, I know what you think you're saying here, but I really just don't have any money, and I'm really scared and anxious about the future. So when you get up at my college commencement when I'm $200K in the hole on student loans, and reminder, they don't go away in bankruptcy. They follow you until the ends of the earth. So all of these kids are going, hey, I'm $200K in the hole, and then the commencement speaker goes, hey, isn't AI great? So let's take a look at this. This is some of, I guess, some people getting booed about AI, and then we'll find the Goldman Sachs guy, who I think it was Yale or something. So what is this? Is this people getting booed? Yeah, let's watch some of this.
Than in the 50 years prior. Streaming rewrote the economics. Social media rewrote the discovery model. AI is rewriting production as we sit here. I know it. Deal with it. Like I said, it's a tool.
Go to the next one. They get booed. They get booed and booed and booed. And people, because these are the people this is going to affect, by the way. These people are going to be affected by this, and they know it. Here we are. We can watch this whole thing.
Artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution.
They know they're going to be fine.
To a music industry titan, AI clearly striking a sore spot.
AI is rewriting production as we sit here. Deal with it. Like I said, it's
Deal with it. That's the attitude. Deal with it.
At the University of Arizona, former Google CEO Eric Schmidt faced loud cheers on the topic.
Yeah.
The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know.
The speaker choice was controversial from the get-go. Some students launching a petition to replace Schmidt in part because he's been accused of rape and sexual assault by a former girlfriend in a lawsuit currently under arbitration. NBC News has reached out.
All right, try to find the Gary Cohn Goldman Sachs guy with the song. Listen, again, I'm sure there are some good uses for AI. I know that it is a complex topic, but I will tell you this. Overall, I'm deeply skeptical and deeply concerned about the idea that everyone I know personally who seems very excited about AI is some type of criminal. That's all. That's all. Sorry. By the way, maybe I'm wrong. Everyone I know who is deeply excited about AI is some type of criminal. Basically, people that are going out and saying, this is the way it is, get on board, stop talking about regulating it, stop talking about the social cost of implementing this technology, stop talking about how it affects you, and start embracing the global vision of a world run by machines that you will either keep up with or fall behind. And if you don't embrace it, there's nothing we can do. And it's just treated as an inevitability on a level that is deeply uncomfortable to a lot of people, especially these kids that are graduating, they're going into the real world. Most of them have student debt, and most of them have grown up in a world where technology has not made everything that much better. These are the kids that grew up in the world where technology has not made things that much better. There are creature comforts, there's Uber and DoorDash, and there is Hinge, and there's dating apps, and there's fucking whatever. There's a lot of things. But they've watched it radicalize their parents. They've watched their friends get addicted to porn. They've watched it radicalize other members of their society. They've watched their friends make mistakes on it, and then those mistakes get dragged out later in their life, and then online vicious mobs come for them. These kids have grown up in a world when they were in their early teens, and now they're graduating and going into the workforce. They have seen a tremendous amount of negatives from technology. The CEOs of these companies have not. They have not. A few of them have. A few of them who threw a woman out of a window had to then apologize for it. Well, I'm sorry I threw my secretary out of a window. People make mistakes. But if you're graduating college today, you grew up at a time when there's a very good chance technology on the whole made your life worse. It made your friend's life worse. Doesn't mean that it was all bad. Doesn't mean that I'm a Luddite and I think we should live like the Amish. It means that the idea that we can't regulate this technology, can't talk about it, can't have human reactions to it, have to immediately accept it, have to immediately think it's all for the greater good. I had dinner in London the other night with some music executive, and he's like, wouldn't it be great if there was an AI comedian who was hilarious? And I went, well, I don't know, maybe not. Why would that be great? Well, it would be great. And he goes, it would get rid of a lot of the mediocre people. I go, but you got to be mediocre before you're good. There's a human development. You go from bad to mediocre to good to very good to great to what, maybe you stop at one of them, who knows? But the entire point is that if an AI comedian can just sample every comedian or every podcast or anyone that's ever said anything, and immediately, now, by the way, I don't think you can do this now, but immediately just completely steal everybody's thoughts and then regurgitate them in a way that is funny. Why? And then it takes the job from a person who spent years getting to that level. A Chris Rock, a Louis C.K., whoever spent years getting to that level. Why? A Chappelle, why would I be excited about an AI? I might be agnostic. I might not care. I might not view it as the end times of all life on Earth. I might not. Well, it was Wharton, yeah, that. But why would I immediately because there was a light in his eyes, he was excited about it. He's like, wouldn't it be great? How cool would it be if there was an AI comedian in it? It was great. I go, I don't know why that would be cool. So a job done by a human being is now being done by artificial intelligence. Now, you might think that's good. You might think it's bad. You might think it's a net neutral. You might be agnostic. And there's probably reasons for all of those. Why in God's name would I just think it's great? What about that would be great? So that artificial intelligence is doing a job that used to take someone years to master, and it's able to do it in a matter of seconds, and without, by the way, the human element, and that's somehow just great. Like, there's no talk, there's no conversation about that. We can't discuss the implications of that. We just have to go, that's great. What if the company your mother and father have worked at, that's just AI? Isn't that great? Well, I don't know. They kind of That's where they got all their friends from. That's how they made their money to raise me and my sister. That's how. But isn't it great that it's now just done by AI so that these CEOs can buy another house in the Hamptons and another house in Spain? I don't know. Isn't it good that human beings now just have to figure something else out? They just have to figure something else out. And the new thing is people go, jobs are not really important. You don't really need them. Most jobs are fake. Sure. What would you like people to do? What would you like people to do? Oh, do you think without jobs and if we're all on universal basic income, everyone's going to walk around and plant community gardens? Is that what happened during 2020 when everyone got paid to stay in their house? Did that feel like a great society to live in? Or did people tribalize immediately and start trying to kill each other in the street and start burning everything down? I'm trying to remember. Is that what happens when people just don't have anything to do when they get up in the morning and there's nowhere to go? Well, jobs are fake and they're just not even necessary. Okay, so then what are people going to do? Tell me what people are going to do. If the maximum goal, by the way, making life about only efficiency destroys it. Destroys it. The most efficient way to do something is that if someone is bothering you, if your spouse is bothering you, the most efficient way to deal with that is to kill them. It's to kill them. If your wife is bothering you, the most efficient way to deal with that is to bludgeon her with an item on your mantle. That's the most efficient way to deal with it because immediately the argument is over. If your wife is dead. Now you might go to jail, but there's no argument anymore. So you've officially eliminated, in the moment, you've officially eliminated what's bothering you. And the most efficient way to end the argument is to bludgeon your wife with something on your mantle. And now the argument is over. Does that open up a Pandora's box of other problems? Most likely. The most efficient way to have an orgasm is just to masturbate, to jerk off. It's not the most pleasurable way, but it's the most efficient way. You just wake up and jerk off, you're done. The most efficient way to make money is to steal. It's to steal something someone else has. If someone has something you like, you physically threaten them, or when they walk out of the room, you grab their wallet and run out of the house. That is the most efficient way to earn money. It's efficient. Now you say to me, well, but then they're going to notice, you'll lose a friend, they'll call the cops. Yeah, but we're using the AI example. We're not supposed to talk about the implications of any of this. We're talking about raw efficiency, because that's good. Why talk about the social cost of any of this? We're talking about raw efficiency. What makes the most sense in the moment? What gets you there the fastest? Well, if you jerk off all the time, you're just lonely, you get addicted to porn. Efficiency. We're not talking about the social questions, the moral questions, the ethical questions. We're talking about what gets it done in the moment. And if what gets it done in the moment is the most efficient thing, we drain the meaning out of life. The meaning of life is struggle and hardship and challenge and getting through it and building the skill set that you need to do so and then having real victories. Toni Morrison wrote a great book called Paradise, which many of you are too stupid to read. And it just is what it is. It's not my fault. It's the education system. It was hard even for me to read, to be honest. I don't think I finished it. It doesn't matter. The point is, in the first two chapters, there's a preacher who's giving a great speech about a 2-year-old's life. And basically saying the 2-year-old experienced a lot of the challenges that you did. Like the 3-year-old who died. Their life doesn't have less value. It's a wild speech. It's actually really good. It's brilliant. But whether you get anything out of that or not, he was basically saying that, that life, very short, had challenges baked into it, problems, moments of joy. You got to read the speech. I'm not doing it justice, obviously, it's Toni Morrison, but the idea that you can just life about efficiency, and then you can drain all of the joy out of being knocked down and getting back up. The idea that you could just make everything about, you make it cold, we're doing it, we're seeing what it is. You make it cold, you make it corporate, you make it sterile, you make it antiseptic, you ruin it, you drain from it that which matters. You take from it that which makes you human and makes this whole thing worth doing. This is not just to maximize efficiency and increase intergenerational pools of capital. It's not just to modernize our technology to the point where it destroys our soul. That can't be the point. The point is love and family and art and community. The point is culture. The point is kindness. The point cannot simply be the maximizing of efficiency. That takes all the meaning out of it. So here again to speak on that, David Solomon, I said it was David Cohn, that's another guy, I apologize. David Solomon, a.k.a., this is Goldman Sachs, David Solomon. It does say he's the CEO. Maybe he's the CEO now or he's a past CEO, I don't care. But this is a.k.a. DJ D-Soul. So this is the CEO of Goldman Sachs, otherwise known as DJ D-Soul. We live in hell. Take it away. Wharton commencement.
We live in an age of self-driving cars, reusable rockets, and an app called Suno, which some of you might be familiar with. It's an AI app that helps you produce music instantaneously. As I was preparing for this, I gave it a prompt, and here's what I said. Hey Suno, I'm a Wharton's graduation, and I'd like to make an anthem for the MBA class in 2026. Let's create an upbeat house song, approximately 120 beats a minute, that talks about why Wharton's grads should be optimistic about what's in front of them in the years ahead, and how today is the best day in the history of the world to be in their shoes, and tomorrow will be better. Here's what Suno came up with. That comes with 2 more verses and 3 more choruses. Not out publicly yet. That took 10 seconds to create.
Okay, so these people, they're older, they're so wealthy, they just don't care what happens. They find it interesting, because it is interesting. By the way, if you have the luxury of just talking about like where AI is going and hey, are we all going to leave the planet, that is interesting, for sure. It's fun, it's a great topic for dinner. But if you are needing to earn money to live, or you are concerned about your privacy, or you're concerned about AI targeting schools in Iran and blowing up children who are sitting there at their desks, which is evil, if you're concerned about AI choosing the wrong target and blowing up children who are sitting there with pencils in their hands, if you're concerned about any of that, hey, by the way, listen to this song that AI made. Isn't this cool? It made a song. Why don't you play that song for the children at that Iranian school who burned alive? How about that? Maybe they would have liked that song when you had Palantir and all these companies, this AI targeting, because now it's widely believed that AI is being used to target things in war zones and it's making mistakes. So why don't you play them that song? I'm sure they'd like to hear it. Oh, you can't, they're dead. So if you have any of these concerns, you're dismissed immediately as a loser, as a Luddite, as a crank, as someone who hates technology, as someone who can't keep up. But make no mistake, they're coming for your privacy, they're coming for your security, they are coming for your money, they're coming for your property, they're coming for your life. They're coming for your freedom, they're going to take all of those things and they're digitizing every single thing on the planet. They're going to have your money supplied. They're going to have it all. They're going to control what you can spend, when you can spend it, how you can spend it, where you can travel. It is the plan. It's not a conspiracy. They kind of come out and say it. Eventually, they'll control where you live, and they'll control whether they think you're going to be a criminal or not with the predictive models of antisocial behavior. This is all it works. It's not some type of conspiracy. And if you're concerned about that and you believe that there should be legislation introduced to make these companies accountable, and the immediate response will be, well, China. Well, China's going to do it if we don't. China's going to do it if we don't. So, by the way, get on board. We got to fight China in an AI war, and we got to enslave everyone before they do. Because if they enslave everybody with AI, they'll be able to use AI to shut off our nukes and to compromise our military security. And we're in a Cold War with China involving AI. That's what all these chips are about. And if you have a concern about your own security, privacy, autonomy, your bodily autonomy, all these people that were, and I think rightly, skeptical of this COVID vaccine and the mandating of vaccines are going to be all in on AI in terms of how that works with your bodily autonomy. All of these people that were like, Bill Gates is using the vaccine to put a chip in you, they'll sign up for Elon Musk's Neuralink chip because it'll let him say the N-word. So that's really what, I mean, so you have to start, I think, and I'm proud of these younger people who stand there and boo these people. They stand there and boo these people. And I want to shout out a woman who I think a lot of people don't really, a woman who protested this, who died to protest artificial intelligence. A woman in New York City recently stepped out of her car and threw herself in a manhole to protest artificial intelligence. She was a heroic grandmother, and she decided, after getting out of her car, RIP to this woman, she decided to throw herself in a manhole and essentially cook herself like a lobster in a pot. It's not a great way to go. She did that to protest artificial intelligence. This was an incredibly strong, like, remember that guy who lit himself on fire to protest the Gaza stuff? This woman decided to throw herself down